Seats. The conference is about to begin. Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, estimated guests and dear participants, it's a great pleasure for me to open this conference, which is actually the 6th high-level event organized by IEP, together with our network of European think tanks since the establishment of the Think2030 platform. Think2030 brings together stakeholders from EU institutions, think tanks, as well as representatives from industry and civil society to discuss and produce evidence-based recommendations on key sustainability issues that we are facing today. As we all know, our current environmental challenges are massive, ranging from global warming to the extinction of species, with excessive consumption patterns threatening the livelihoods and survival of future generations. At the same time, the world has entered an age of multiple international conflicts, which are further complicating our efforts to reach a balance and to comply with the planetary boundaries. Unfortunately, these external crises are often used also as an excuse to defend some of the existing policies and to delay the revision of many unsustainable practices. Lately, they have also been used to water down and even to reject many crucial legislative acts related to the European Green Deal that in principle were supposed to be already approved by the member states. The purpose of our conference today is to discuss these challenges and to provide recommendations to future policymakers on how to navigate in these troubled times while maintaining the level of ambition that is needed to safeguard the sustainability, social cohesion and prosperity of our societies. Before introducing our first topic, I want to extend my special thanks to the Belgian presidency and especially to Minister Alain Marron and his cabinet who have supported the preparatory work related to this conference since the very beginning. Their help has been instrumental as it has enabled us to organize this event under the auspices of the Belgian presidency. In addition, let me thank all the invited speakers, moderators, and participants for joining us today at this event. I look forward to your input in defining what kind of policy measures are needed to defend and to proceed with the implementation of the Green Deal. Finally, a few words about house rules. First of all, as you know, the event will be recorded and live streamed. We will also take some pictures, which may later be published on our channels. For participants, both online and in person, you will have the chance to ask questions by using the Slido application, which you can access via a QR code, which is already on the screen there, or a link that will be shown throughout the conference. In addition, we will circulate microphones to those who would like to raise questions from the audience. As to the unlikely event that we would have an emergency situation, you can find indications to the emergency exits in each room where we are having our sessions. And finally, in that case, the contact person are anyone who have an organizer badge, basically all of the colleagues from IEEP. With these instructions, I hope you will all enjoy an interesting conference, and I look forward to a lively discussion. Next, I would like to invite and welcome Minister Alain Marron, who is responsible for climate change, environment, energy and participatory democracy at the government of Brussels Capital Region, but who is also chairing the EU Environment Council meetings. Minister Marron will give his keynote speech on the role of environmental priorities during the Belgian presidency. Minister, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you, Hero, for the welcoming words, and I would like to thank the Institute for European Environmental Policy for organizing such a timely conference. There is no time for a break or for a pause. From heat waves to floods and forest fires, Europe is already experiencing severe changes resulting from climate change. Those changes are affecting our ecosystems, people, and economy. Recent years have seen record-beating heat waves, and 2023 was the hottest year ever on record. The extreme heat waves of 22 alone were associated with around 60,000 excess deaths. This comes also at a price. Between the 80s and 22, weather and climate-related extremes caused economic losses of assets estimated at more or less 600 billion euros in the EU, of which more or less 52 billion euros in 22 and almost 60 billion euros in 21. It is in this context that the first European climate risk assessment was published earlier this month. It shows that Europe is the fastest warming continent in the world. Climate risks are threatening its energy and food security, ecosystems, infrastructure, water resources, financial stability, and people's health. According to the report, many of these risks have already reached critical levels and could become catastrophic without urgent and decisive action and concrete action. We also know that vulnerable social groups will be particularly affected by such crises. The imperative that the transition is to be just is at the heart of the European Green Deal. It is clearer than ever that the green transition will be just or there will be no transition. As the cost of inaction is enormous, the case for climate action is clear. And thus, there is no time for a break. We must continue to act now, and we have to amplify our actions. Let's take this opportunity to look back at the first half of our presidency. Our presidency, the Belgian presidency, came at a crucial moment in time, concluding major legislative files of the Green Deal, while shaping the EU's next strategic environmental and climate agenda for the upcoming decade. Last January, we officially kicked things off with the informal meeting of environment ministers here in Brussels. Belgian author and essayist David van Reebrouck kicked off the discussion, highlighting the crucial role of citizens and anchoring the current issues in concrete reality, particularly citing the devastating floods of summer 22 in Belgium. There can be no decarbonization without democratization, he said. And that's true. I think it's essential that we keep these words in mind as we continue our efforts to achieve a just and green transition. They set the tone for the rest of the discussions with all member states, and they left me hopeful for the remainder of the presidency. It was positive to see a lot of convergence on important topics of the agenda. To give a few examples, on adaptation, the need to work together at all levels of governments and for more financing. We need money to do that. On the 2040 climate target, the consensus to have an ambitious target in line with the Paris Agreement and the importance of taking social justice into account in our way there. On just transition, the recognition of the transversal character of this challenge requiring a cross-sectorial approach. And on circular economy, the openness to reinforce a common framework for circular economy. Member States affirmed a good level of ambition in all these areas, despite a challenging context in which environmental and climate policies have come under a lot of pressure due to calls for a break or even a retreat. On the legislative side, we have managed to conclude 6 important files of the Green Deal that will enable to contribute to the European zero pollution objectives and reduce harm to citizens' health, protect our biodiversity, and fight against climate change by reducing CO2 emission. We are continuing the work on some legislative files, such as the Waste Framework Directive, which we discussed at the Council on Monday 2 days ago. In the meantime, it is time to prepare the ground for the future EU environment and climate policies, ensuring to pave the way for achieving our commitment to climate neutrality by 2050. In the last months, the Commission released 3 much-awaited publications on the 2040 climate target, on risk preparedness, and the midterm review of the 8th Environment Action Programme. These points were discussed by Member States at Monday Council meeting. Let me give you a brief overview of my key takeaways. On the future climate objectives, the EU is legally bound by and firmly committed to achieving climate neutrality by 2050 at the latest. As an intermediate goal towards 2050, the European Commission proposes a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in its recent communication. The constructive exchange of views on the Commission proposals and the recommendations made it clear that EU ministers recognize the importance of setting a milestone for 2040. That's a good point. To provide clarity and predictability for all decision makers, stakeholders, and investors, and to continue the European Union's global climate leadership in the run-up to the COP29 and the COP30. In response to the first EU climate risk assessment I just talked about, European Environmental Agency, the European Commission published its communication, Managing Climate Risk, Protecting People and Prosperity. The Commissioner Hoekstra presented at the ENVI Council. Alongside the necessary comprehensive action to reduce its emission and limit climate change, the EU must also better prepare for adapting and managing these growing climate risks. But as the UCRA shows, the EU and its member states are far from ready until now. The communication sets out how the EU can better anticipate risks and build greater climate resilience. It is a crucial step forward. Finally, with its report on the 8th Environment Action Programme midterm review, the Commission showed that objectives under the European Green Deal are attainable if the actions planned are fully implemented. It showed that climate change mitigation and adaptation are progressing, but faster progress is needed to meet EU's 2030 targets and net zero by 2050. It also sheds light on the importance and significant potential to shift to a circular economy, which is key to reverse such unsustainable trends, which is why we made it of the presidency's priorities. It is now up to the Council to provide a first response, and we are diligently engaged in this task. We will continue to work on this topic at working level and have more in-depth discussions during the next ENVI Council in the beginning of June, but after the elections. So rest assured, the Belgian presidency will continue to facilitate all these important discussions and keep up with the necessary pace, as we are convinced that the EU needs a whole-of-society approach to get people, workers, businesses, and regions on board of the green and just transitions towards a fair, resilient, and circular future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Marron, for your speech and also for agreeing to stay with us a bit longer, as you have kindly accepted to be a speaker also at our high-level panel, which starts at 11 o'clock. Next, I'm honored to share with you a video message from Commissioner Virginijus Sinkevicius, who is the European Commissioner for the Environment, Oceans and Fisheries. And after his intervention, I would ask our Research Director, Antoine Auger, to take the floor and to introduce the preliminary results of our latest survey on the Green Deal Barometer. But first, the video from the video message from Commissioner Sinkevicius.
Dear friends, 2024 is a pivotal year, the end of a Commission mandate, the end of a Parliament term, a time to look back at what we have achieved and a time forward at what remains to be done. With the European Green Deal, we took a huge step forward. We combined our battle against climate change with fresh push for circular green growth. We fought environmental degradation with a new effort to be inclusive and fair. We kicked off a systemic transition in line with the SDGs, and we brought science and policy together. There were great challenges, a pandemic, a Russia's war of aggression. But the deal held strong. It accelerated our energy transition. It strengthened our strategic autonomy, and it's starting to deliver sustainable competitiveness for long term, with action plans for zero pollution, circular economy, and biodiversity. We had the roadmaps we needed. The first phase is almost behind us. And as we now put the finishing touch to our transformative framework, and despite the geopolitics, despite the delicate economic situation, the Green Deal continues to deliver, with continuous progress on the legislative framework in the last few days. So what does lay ahead? It's time for a new focus on policy implementation. The midterm review of the 8th Environmental Action Programme showed significant progress on the ground. Greenhouse gas emissions are coming down, air quality is rising, and we are mobilizing finance for the green transition. There is room for hope, but Europe needs a far greater shift to sustainable production and consumption. That means implementing these recent initiatives in full, with no compromise in our efforts to reach the targets. Our 2030 targets for climate and environment are still within reach, provided we step up the financing. EU governance tools like the European semester, the EU competitiveness strategy, and the new economic governance framework have been redesigned with the implementation challenge in mind. Member States now have important tools to speed the transition, like the integrated national energy and climate plans. And by integrating actions for circular economy, they can accelerate the process even more. Public and private green investments have seen major increases, and that too must continue. Mobilizing finance will be crucial, and the next multi-annual financial framework will need to be carefully crafted. Must foreground the EU taxonomy with do no significant harm at its core, and the deal must leave no one behind. If we want public support, we must ensure a just transition with a fair distribution of the benefits and the costs. That will make collaboration and dialogue. And it will take many events like your conference today. The green transition can only happen with the people on board, businesses, national, regional, local authorities, communities, and citizens, all working together to bring about change. That's the future we need to deliver. Thank you, and best wishes for the day.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes, seems like it. Thank you very much, first of all, for coming. My name is Antoine Auger. I'm the research director here at IEP. I would like to thank once again Minister Halmaron and the Belgian presidency of the EU for welcoming us in this most important building, and for Commissioner Vinčevičius for reminding us of how crucial of a year 2024 is. This is a pivotal year, as you mentioned. And as Minister Marron also mentioned, there is not much time, as there is no time actually for a break. We are now ending an election cycle, legislative cycle, and we're about to enter into a new one. And this is now a convenient time, a very, very important time for us to present the results of our barometer, European Green Deal barometer. This is a publication that we have been producing for the last 4 years. This is the 4th edition. It is an annual expert consultation assessing the progress of the Green Deal implementation. It is built with 11 survey partners from our Think Sustainable Europe network, many representatives of which are with us today, our Think2030 platform and beyond. The idea, as I said, is to assess the overall implementation progress since the launch of the European Green Deal and to measure its resilience in the face of the 2024 EU elections. It is complemented by 5 national case studies covering deep diving into some member states, France, Czech Republic, and so on and so on. It is also complemented by a specific dive into the external dimension, with the impact and the influence of the European Green Deal on third countries, which is sometimes perhaps overlooked in the design of EU policies. But at the end of the day, it is a consultation of a bit over 300 experts interviewed with different backgrounds from academia, policymakers, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector. So, first things first, let's involve all of you. You have here a QR code in which you will be able to answer that question, the first question that we've asked all of our experts. In your view, will the 2024 EU elections have a positive, negative, or neutral impact, if any, on the implementation of the European Green Deal? We've asked that question to our 300 experts, and now we give you the chance to do so as well. So, by all means, by scanning this QR code, you should be able to answer that question. While the results come in, and thank you already, they're appearing right now, we have, I think, quite a very clear message or perception here today in the audience that unfortunately the 2024 EU elections may have a negative impact on the European Green Deal. I think this is rather clear from the results that you've all shared with us today. I must say that this is, unfortunately as well, perhaps extremely aligned with the answers from the experts that we have interviewed. As you can see, the numbers are rather similar. 67% foresee a negative impact of the EU elections on the European Green Deal. I want to insist that this is not a poll. This is a question posed to a number of experts, you included, experts as a perception of how the EU elections will unveil. Yet, current polls do indeed foresee a surge or an increase of conservative and climate-skeptic parties, while even for certain parties that did initially support the European Green Deal, do not put a significant emphasis on climate and environmental policies in their manifestos. So this has been a cause for concern. Similarly, the Green Deal agenda is expected to be narrowed and weakened, as you can see, again, with rather similar figures by the experts. So this is a sobering message. I think this is a message that you've heard in these past months, that the expectations of the EU elections for the climate and environmental agenda is a challenging one. So it seems that the experts, most experts do agree. But that being said, let's deep dive on the progress of the Green Deal policy areas, because there has been many progresses in the past years. On the most progress achieved, we find on the top innovation, energy, and smart mobility, followed by financing the transition, circular economy, and climate mitigation measures. And I think this is all something that we can recognize and commend the efforts of all parties involved into this progress that have been made in the past 5 years or so. Yet, on the issues that the perception is that there's been the least progress, and this is where we should arguably focus our efforts moving forward, we find fair and sustainable food and farming system. I don't need to tell you how challenging time it is for such policies at the moment. Ensuring a socially just transition. Minister Marron made clear how important that is moving forward. And biodiversity-related issues. Again, for all of those of us involved into policy making at the moment, there is a little thing called the Nature Restoration Law that has been a challenging one as well, to say the least. So these give us an idea of the issues on which there's been the perception of the most progress and least progress in the past years. Now, there is a lot of text in that slide, so I'll talk slowly so you have the time to read it a bit, but it essentially dives further in these challenging questions and issues that I've just mentioned, the one on which there's been a perceived least progress. On ensuring a socially just transition, for instance, the experts we've interviewed feel very strongly that the European Green Deal objectives are compatible with a just transition. This is not a question of competing objectives or priorities. It is a question of designing and implementing European Green Deal policies in such a way that the most vulnerable population and communities are supported through the transition. Again, this is not incompatible. In terms of biodiversity, our survey rests, I'm afraid, very much on the capacity for EU institutions to adopt the Nature Restoration Law, but which is deemed to potentially have a moderate to full impact by over 2/3 of experts. So this is a potentially game-changing legislation we're talking with. Yeah. Regarding, last but certainly not least, the fair and sustainable food and farming system, it's deemed as potentially the most challenged areas in terms of progress made. And again, in terms of not competing exercise, competing objectives, increasing the financial support for farmers to transition towards sustainable agricultural practices is seen by the majority of experts as the most necessary measure to achieve that environmental and climate-friendly EU agricultural policy. And I think this is a message that has resonated a lot in the streets of Brussels and in the streets of European capital and many European cities in the past few weeks and months. So, once we've reviewed this past priorities, policies, legislation, this also gives us a bit of a more of a hopeful message to it. Despite the fact that there is a perception that the European Green Deal will be challenged or might be challenged by the next election, experts feel that there is a certain degree of resilience. Legislations that have been adopted are here to stay. Many other legislation are still in the pipeline and are hopefully likely to be adopted. There might be new ones, and there will be new ones coming in the coming years. There is a degree of resilience of the European Green Deal, no matter the election result. So who should be involved? Who are the crucial actors, again, according to the experts, to the sustainability experts, into moving forward. We have the large-scale businesses. We're not going to make it without the private sector on board. They are the one driving change to a large extent. They are the one implementing the industrial innovation, production policies, and so on. So they need to be on board. They need to be drivers of change. National parliaments, the member states, there's been a lot of discussions on the fact that the EU institutions these past 5 years have designed and adopted EU Green Deal legislation, and now is the time for implementation. That puts the member states on the front line. And that, as we will see later on, this is, of course, a challenge. European citizen. Mr. Marron is also Minister of Participative Democracy. The involvement of citizens is absolutely crucial if we want to have a coherent, a consistent message and some buy-in by the population into this environmental and climate policies and legislation. So I really wanted to focus on these particular actors and stakeholders. In terms of EU institutions, the European Commission is still on the front line. They are the one proposing the legislation, they are the one participating to the trilogue, they are the one at the heart at the beginning of the process. The European Commission is the most important actor, according to the experts, on moving forward. Of course, European Parliament and European Council follow suit quite closely. This is, I think, a very good representation of how the EU institutions work, actually. So it's good to have a confirmation once in a while. So, again, involving you, the audience. You here are a list of thematic areas. You have a QR code on the top left. Which of the following thematic areas of the European Green Deal should be the top priority of the European Commission and the EU institutions after 2024? Please, we're asking you right now. Circular economy, external impact of the Green Deal, sustainable food and farm systems, zero pollution, ensuring a just transition, supplying decarbonized energy, biodiversity and ecosystems, financing the transition, climate mitigation, smart mobility, and innovation, research and innovation. Please, take a moment. Let us know which of these thematic areas you feel should be prioritized moving forward. So, let's see the first results coming in. I guess this is not entirely surprising. It's very high on the agenda. Thank you for the confirmation. Sustainable food and farm systems. Potentially the most challenging one, potentially the most important one for climate mitigation and climate adaptation moving forward. There is a dedicated session today on this topic, and of course, there is a lot to be said. Ensuring a just transition, I've just talked about it, and biodiversity and ecosystems. I see here also that the Belgian presidency has done a good job. I mean, identifying some of these priorities at their own core priorities, core pillar. We have the just transition here. We have the circular economy here. We have, of course, resource management, which also has a thematic session, and I'm sure there will be some lively debate. But thank you for participating and highlighting these three particular issues, because they are the ones almost that are agreed upon by the experts. Socially fair transition is on top. Fair and sustainable food and farming system comes second. So the top two is the same. Then we have the energy actually coming in. That's something that experts have mentioned, and it makes sense. I mean, this is one of the sectors on which there's been the most progress in the last 5 years, energy, climate mitigation. There's been arguably a very good progress on the matter. So it makes sense that it's high on the agenda to keep pushing, to keep the efforts going. And of course, the 2040 climate target, which is likely to come up next year, again, as a piece of legislation, is an integral part of that. And then biodiversity comes in right after climate mitigation that I've just mentioned. So this shows that there's a degree of common understanding of where we are, what we're facing, what's the next priorities moving forward. So I think the message here is loud and clear. So, how confident are we that we will keep pushing, that we will keep making efforts, keep making legislation for climate adaptation, mitigation, and the European Green Deal in general? This is rather good level. I wish it were higher, of course, but still, majority of experts are confident that the Green Deal will actually keep being a reality and a priority for the next EU institutions. So, again, a positive message. The main priorities and the main opportunities, priorities we've just covered. The main opportunity is resonates to the message that I've been saying. We have climate mitigation and adaptation on top of the line. This is also resonates on the fact that we have made progress in the past few years, and we can keep making progress. There is already the baseline. Now we need to keep pushing. So it is clearly an identified opportunity. Low carbon, circular and resilient supply chains, of course, with all of the circular economy action plan packages and so on. Very high on the opportunity aspects. And then we need the money. Mr. Marron mentioned it, whether it's public, whether it's private, this transition will require a significant amount of funds. So this is, of course, an opportunity to engage all actors concerned, whether citizens, whether businesses we've mentioned, whether member states into this, into the transition. On that last note, thank you so much for your attention. I hope it gave you a very good idea of where we stand and what comes next. But I think the message here is loud and clear. I like the fact that there's been some alignment between the room and the experts we have interviewed in the past. Thank you so much for confirming our message. There is a summary of the barometer in the tote bag that you've received that was into your seat. So, of course, please take some time to review these results and come to us, IEP members, if you have any questions. Without further ado, I would like now to welcome on stage our moderator for our first panel session of the day, Mrs. Alice Hancock, who is the EU correspondent at the Financial Times, and I will let you the chance to introduce our marvelous speakers for this first session.
Thanks so much, Antoine.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Hi, everyone. Additional welcome from me. My name's Alice, as Antoine said. I cover energy, climate, environment, and agricultural policy for the FT in Brussels. And I'm delighted to welcome to the stage a very erudite lineup to join me. We obviously have Minister Marron, who we've heard from already this morning. Do come and take a seat. Saskia Brickmont, she's an MEP for the Greens in the Parliament. Thanks, Saskia. Lina Ila-Mononen, she's Executive Director of the European Environment Agency, whose reports have already been mentioned this morning. Veronika Hans-Savrankova, who is the Executive Director of the, UNEP, head of Brussels office, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself there. And Yanis Potoknik, who's co-chair of the International Resource Panel. Do come and join me on stage. Now, we've had some sobering analysis, some very interesting analysis, I think some really fascinating findings in the Green Deal barometer there. I'm going to invite now my panelists to make a short intervention each to sort of set the scene for us, and I think the idea of this panel is to set the scene for the rest of the day and all the conversations that you'll be having later on. And so each one by one, I'm going to ask you to sort of respond to the key question of how we ensure the continuity and resilience of the EU Green Deal. So just sort of 5-6 minutes. I think everyone was invited to go up to the lectern. Lina, would you like to start?
Thank you. So good morning, and thank you for inviting me to this very interesting and timely event. I had some slides. I don't know whether they can be put on the screen. Thank you. So one can safely say that, there are no quick fixes for our sustainability challenges, and we can remember that, the UN Environment Conference held in Stockholm was already in 1972. And since then, the science message has been very clear that we need to take action to limit the impacts on environment and climate. And one can say that the progress has been rather slow, 50 plus years. For the last 30 years, our agency, the European Environment Agency, has been working at the European level to collect and assess scientific knowledge to inform the policymakers. One important thing that we have come to know over all these years is that the environmental crises are truly systemic. This means that climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, and of course the underlying resource overuse issues are really interlinked and can only be tackled simultaneously by a systemic approach that seeks to reconfigure our key systems, energy, food, mobility, industrial systems, to make them sustainable. And while the UN Sustainable Development Goals recognize this, I believe that the European Green Deal has been the first political agenda and legislative framework to truly incorporate this thinking with parallel but interlinked goals governing climate, biodiversity, circular economy, pollution, agriculture, social justice, finance and industry. It has been a bold roadmap for transformative change, one can say so, but it is also important to recognize that we are still at the very beginning of our collective journey towards real sustainability. In the European Environment Agency, we have recently published two flagship reports which illustrate this fact. The first one is the EU's 8th Environment Action Programme Monitoring Report. The 8th Environment Action Programme guides the European environmental policy towards 2030, and our indicator report published in December, the first of its kind, shows that we are still a long way to go if we are to meet our 2030 targets. You can see here the indicators, 28 headline indicators, grouped to reflect the 2030 priority objectives: climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, regenerative circular economy, zero pollution, production and consumption impacts, and then the 8 EAP enabling conditions. And without going into any deep details, these, which funnily show, in my eyes, blue, but luckily on the screen there, they have the correct colors. The dark green means, bluish dark green means that it is very likely that the target will be met by 2030, whereas the dark red means that it is very unlikely. And the light green and orange come in the middle. For instance, if you look at the environment and climate pressures related to EU production and consumption, you can see that none of these targets are currently likely to be met. And overall, the progress is it doesn't look very optimistic. We have also recently published the, indeed already mentioned, European Climate Risk Assessment, EUCRA, the first of its kind, comprehensive assessment of current and future climate risks, which shows that urgent action is really needed in a range of areas if we are to protect our societies from the costly and even devastating impacts of climate change and extreme weather that we are already seeing and starting to see here in Europe. In EUCRA, we identify a total of 36 major climate risks for Europe with the potential for severe consequences. They are grouped into 5 broad clusters: ecosystems, food, health, infrastructure, and economy and finance. And each of these risks alone has the potential to cause significant environmental degradation, economic damage, social emergencies, and political turbulence. And their combined effects, of course, are even more serious. And almost all these selected major risks may reach critical or even catastrophic levels during this century. And as you can see from the graphic, 21 of the 36 risks identified need more action now, with 8 of them being particularly urgent. And this means that policies need to increase in ambition, in scope, and in implementation. So the question is really, what will be the future of the European Green Deal, and how can we keep it high on the political agenda? To me, of course, one can say that Green Deal is here to stay in one or the other form. Many of the adopted proposals, and there's hopefully still some coming up during the Belgian presidency, they will move to the implementation stage. So we have the direction of travel, we have targets, and many national and subnational political and investment agendas already reflect the Green Deal's ambitions. We also know that with the European elections and with the changing geopolitical, economic and social contexts, there may come change in language or narrative and focus. Discussions around resilience, fairness, competitiveness, security and defense, and possibly EU enlargement are likely all to play a increasing role in the environmental debate and discourse. So our challenge is to showcase how addressing sustainability, climate and environmental challenges in a smart way can simultaneously address parallel concerns, contributing to the EU's competitiveness, security and strategic autonomy, while helping also to build a fairer society and a stronger democracy. This will definitely require systemic approaches, new governance models and tools, and better ways of engaging with people and sectors about their future. So how do we ensure that the resilience of the European Green Deal's objectives stays? It begins with, a steadfast commitment for collaboration and partnership, and the challenges we face, as they are so complex and interconnected, transcending national borders and sectors, we need cooperation. So we must forge alliances across governance and governments, businesses, civil society and academia. And this is very much also what is going on here today, bringing together different stakeholders and different partners to realize the ongoing ambitions of structural and systemic change envisaged in the European Green Deal, while recognizing also that the changing economic and socio-political context of our times. So I hope that today's debate is going also to bring some new tools for us to frame the debate for the next months and years. Very much looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Lena. Thank you. Lots of good calls to action for the long term and for today, indeed. Veronica, would you like to?
Mr. Minister, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to also echo the many thanks to the Institute for organizing this event, which is coming in a very critical moment. We have heard it already from the previous speakers, but I will repeat it. We are facing impacts of the triple planetary crisis, climate change, nature loss, and pollution. They are very present on all continents. We heard and we see the impacts in Europe in everyday life, the heat-intensive storms, air pollution, more globally polluted oceans, and the list goes on. These impacts fall hardest upon the poorest and the most vulnerable ones. These crises are very much interconnected and self-inflicting. To give example, mitigating climate change and reducing pollution address two of the most serious threats to biodiversity. Conserving natural habitats is a powerful way to sequester carbon and filter pollution. On the other hand, reducing pollution protects biodiversity and supports resilience. So we have hand-in-hand crisis and solutions coming together. Now, when it comes to the global environmental agenda, the impetus from the EU into environmental materialism has been impressive over the last few years. Very much EU leading on the global environmental agenda. Of course, driven very much by the European Green Deal with the domestic agenda, reform agenda, but also through EU's green diplomacy and EU's external financial instruments. I would very briefly recall the instrument role of the EU in the international meetings, the recent COP achievements, finalizing the global biodiversity framework, the inception and negotiations of the new legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, and so on and so forth. However, it was mentioned very strongly, and we see it very strongly outside. We are at the crossroads, or rather a turning point. On one hand, we are seeing the effects and impacts of the triple planetary crisis on depletion of our planet. We feel it increasingly so, and so the pressure on our socio-economic models. At the same time, we see more and more resistance to environmental action in many countries in the world, including in the European Union. Another turning point is that while the EU engages in a transition of its political leadership, and the upcoming elections were mentioned, this year, 2024, will be significant also on the global agenda. We will have various high-level processes and meetings, the very debated climate COP29 in Azerbaijan, but also biodiversity COP16 in Colombia, the desertification COP16, finalization of negotiations on the globally binding, legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, and we go on. All these key moments on international level are not anymore fora that the world, and particularly the EU, will be expected to express commitments, new commitments at the negotiating table. This time has passed. Now will be the time for the international community and the EU in particular to showcase that the countries are actually engaged in practical solutions, that we deliver on the promises, that we deliver on the implementation. Internationally, but also domestically. And also show that we mean the commitments that we have done collectively seriously, whether it's climate, biodiversity, or pollution targets. There are challenges. It's not coming easy. But these challenges that we are experiencing today, they can be turned into opportunities. And there is a way forward. Where the way forward lies, and I think we can talk about the European Green Deal, the future of the Green Deal, but also developments on the global level. Broader look into the socio-economic realities of environmental policies in line with the Agenda 2030. Sustainable Development Goals and 2030 Agenda, as was mentioned by the Executive Director of EEA, is agenda of justice and equality, of inclusive sustainable development and human rights and dignity for all. It requires fundamental changes to the way the global economy is organized. We need to change narrative away from environmental action, not only for the sake of environmental action, but to adopt a broader perspective that speaks to everyone. For example, our collective economic and social well-being depends on nature and its services. Yet we keep destroying nature. We know that more than 50% of the world's GDP is derived from nature. Yet our demand for resources continues to increase. Material use has increased more than 3 times over the last 50 years. It is very much very much present in the global resource outlook, which Janez will be, I'm sure, talking about in depth. 2 key messages I would like to pass on for the future. So first, we can achieve a lot by adopting a social lens to environmental action. For the new Green Deal, or continuation of the Green Deal, could we go a step further and create better hooks with EU social policies? It's good to see reflections ongoing on the just transition within the EU, and I would like to congratulate the Belgian presidency to have this at the very heart of the Belgian priorities, including the high-level conference on just transition just a couple of weeks ago. Human rights. I would really like to highlight the human right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, which is a roadmap for transformative change. A roadmap for preventing and remediating the harms caused by the triple planetary crisis. The right to clean air, water, adequate and nutritious food, non-toxic environment. This is basic human right. Also, we need to explore all the potentials in the area of employment, of skills and education, for instance. Educational institutions play a very key role in this. Talking of education, example here is also a very good example how young children, or not only children, can see the direct benefits of environmental protection. So we're just across this corridor here. In terms of employment, I would borrow the words from International Labour Organization that together with IUCN and UNEP estimated that 75 million people could work in nature-based solutions, which could be added by 20 million more if there are right investments in nature. Implementation of Paris Agreement could generate 24 million jobs by 2030 globally. Translating it into Europe, it would be 2 million additional jobs in Europe. But of course, it depends on how the policies are coordinated. If we don't set it right, of course, some jobs can be lost. Next area I wanted to mention is health. Both in policy making and practice, the links between health systems, climate, declining health of ecosystems, health of agriculture, health of agri-food systems is vital. There are four international organizations that are working under the One Health initiative, including UNEP, to steer action and investment in preventive action to secure healthy planet, health for people, but also health for agriculture and animals. There is no such thing as healthy people without healthy planet. We can also, the second message, and I will be coming to an end, I promise, is onboarding all sectors of our economies, from industries to financial institutions, but also the agriculture sector, through circular economy and behavioral change. We need to make a better case for the economic transition and change the way how we measure economic prosperity beyond GDP, as it does not reflect the challenges that we are facing today. There is progress and very interesting reflections in the area of sectoral pathways, transport, buildings, energy sector. It was actually very visible in the barometer that we just saw. In land and food sectors, we need to find solutions to overcome the deadlock between sustainability and production and consumption. In my view, there is no conflict there. We need to find positive cases, how it really works in practice. One other thing I would mention, which is lagging behind, and that's the pollution agenda that should be part of the whole package addressing the triple planetary crisis, working very closely across all three legs of the crisis. Last but not least, I would also remind the UN Secretary General's 6 key transitions that if we address them and if we deliver for all people in our societies, there really can be difference. These are food systems, energy, digital connectivity, education, jobs, and social protection, and the triple planetary crisis, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And finally, the last point, and very much I think colleagues will agree, here is the science that needs to be at the very heart of the decision making, with the policy making, whether it's science, research, innovation to promote implementing long-term ambitions for sustainable development, but also science as a cornerstone for understanding our environment and fundamental instrument in providing answers to sustainability challenges. Data-driven foresight can help us to anticipate and answer critical questions, will help us to prepare better for the potential future challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, The continuous leadership from the European Union is fundamental to demonstrate that there is a way forward, that we have positive cases, that the Green Deal does work, we need to implement, and it can solve environmental but also other crises hand in hand. Without making choices between environmental protection, growth, and prosperity. They are connected. It is part of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is Agenda 2030. And thank you again for organizing this conference at this very, very important moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Veronica. Yanis, I think she set you up nicely there.
I have to put them down because I'm getting old. Hi, friends. Warm welcome will be unfortunately welcoming, which we'll be using in the future more and more. Mm-hmm. The world in which we are living is far from the future we want. We are facing multiple crises at multiple levels. Acute crises are exposing our deep fragility. Chronic crises are exposing our inability to deal with them. Taking painkillers to fix the acute crisis will not heal chronic crises and solve systemic challenges, rather hide them and make them worse. It seems that our key challenge is how to shift from an economic system based on the notion of unlimited growth to the one which is both ecologically sustainable and socially just. No, growth is not an answer. Growth is central characteristic of our life. A society, an economy that does not grow will die sooner or later. Growth in nature, however, it's not linear nor unlimited. While certain parts of organisms or ecosystems grow, others decline, releasing and recycling their components, which become resources for the new growth. It appears that the linear view of economic development, as used by most mainstream and corporate economists and politicians, corresponds to the narrow, quantitative concept of economic growth, while the biological and ecological sense of development corresponds to the notion of qualitative growth, to the well-being. Recent mathematical models demonstrated that in market economies, the natural inclination of wealth is to flow upward, and that only redistribution can or could set limits on inequality. The Club of Rome, I'm also the member of that, Earth for All projects that left unchecked. Rising global inequality in the next 50 years will lead to increasingly dysfunctional societies. According to the authors, we will see negative social tipping points before severe environmental tipping points. Equity and poverty alleviation is key if we want people to be concerned about regenerative economics and decarbonization. According to the latest scientific findings, we are already crossing 6 out of 9 planetary boundaries, which is obviously pushing us out of the safe operating space in which our societies have evolved. In a scientific work recently published, authors of the Behavior Crisis Driving Ecological Overshoot claim that, I'm quoting, climate breakdown is a symptom of ecological overshoot, which in turn is caused by the deliberate exploitation of human behavior. We need to become mindful of the way we are being manipulated. The material footprint is dangerously under-discussed. Most climate solutions proposed so far only tackle symptoms rather than the root causes of the crisis. This, they say, leads to increasing levels of free levers of overshoot, consumption, waste, and population. Where discussion of climate often centers on carbon emissions, a focus on overshoot highlights the material usage, waste output, and growth of human society, all of which affect the Earth biosphere. In short, the main problem in our growing societies are consumption and production patterns designed by industrialized world, which are wasteful and unjust. If we do not change them, we will face increasingly severe environmental impacts while not having even basic human needs met by many. IRP has recently released Global Resource Outlook 2024. What is a major novelty? We are simply setting the order right. Economy was invented to serve humans and not the opposite. So we are looking at how to optimize provisioning systems, human needs, rather than maximizing the output of individual sectors. We acknowledge the usefulness of GDP, but we should be guided by well-being. We propose to focus on most resource-intensive provisioning systems, built environment, mobility, food and energy, which represent 90% of global material demand. That's everything extracted from the earth. Focusing on human needs could allow and incentivize cross-sector innovation and shifts to a more future-fit business models. So the core question is actually how to meet our needs with less energy and less resources. Policy attention should be given to some currently present blind spots in policymaking. First, we need a more holistic system change approach. Silo logic and the lack of capacity or knowledge how to translate system change visions into concrete policies and investments results in conflicting actions and policies that actually hinder the real transformation. Second, more attention should be given to the roots of the problems, addressing the fundamental drivers and pressures. We lack focus on natural resource use, as well as on market signals leading consumers and producers' behavior. And third, policy attention, also in climate efforts, it's mainly given to the supply side of the economy, to the cleaning of the existing wrong economic system, which will not make the wrong system right. Efficiency should be complemented with sufficiency policies. This would offer additional needed and powerful solutions in transformational efforts, as well as better address the equity-related challenges. In short, if we want to avoid extinction of elephants in the nature, we have to first extinct elephants in our rooms. On conceptual level, some major challenges are necessary. From humans in function of economic success and development to an economy in function of delivering human needs, setting the order right. From an economy considering humans as external and superior to nature, to an economy acknowledging that we are embedded with nature. Destroying nature, it's basically destroying ourselves. From an extraction-based production to a creation-based production, we should stop stimulating extraction-based economic success and reward responsible, innovative, creative ways of meeting our needs. And last, from an egoistic, short-term based interest governance structures and logic to cooperation and sharing sovereignty. Don't believe your leaders which will tell you that they will protect national sovereignty because they are cheating you. We must improve our collective resilience. We have to cooperate. There is no other way in this interconnected world. Dear friends, we are in a year of multiple elections, and this year we will also get a new European Commission. The question, to continue or not with the policy designed by European Green Deal, is simply the wrong question to ask. We should rather consider where it needs to be strengthened, deepened, and what is needed to make it better implementable. Equity and poverty alleviation are key if we want people to be basically looking into environmental questions. Social and environmental efforts must go hand in hand and clearly deserve more attention. We need a fundamental systemic societal shift in how we use resources, away from wasteful linear production and consumption systems towards circular, resource-efficient societies, optimizing well-being for all. The European and global geopolitical reality is changing indeed, also with the war going in our neighborhood and increased security threats. We cannot ignore that, but we should also not interpret it in a wrong, narrow way. These are some of the questions behind the future of European Green Deal and the future of European Union after elections, by the way, also behind the future of the world. Access to and use of natural resources have been in human history always closely related to the level of well-being achieved by nations. Also, unfortunately, to stability, security, conflicts. The whole history of colonialization of nature is central to fairness and equity. Ultimately, changing human relationship with the rest of nature, it's not only environmental, but also economic, equity, security, stability, imperative to strengthen collective resilience. This relationship is not stable nor balanced, and it will be resolved either with immediate collective wisdom and cooperation or in a hard and painful way, including instability, conflicts, wars, pandemics, severe weather events, the world of chaos and migrations. Unfortunately, there is no other way. Do we really need to face all these developments even more seriously, as we already are, to understand that it would be really good if we would at least try to avoiding them? We are indebting future generations financially and by depleting the nature, which is simply wrong. Apparently, we humans are most intelligent species on the planet, and it's high time to prove it. More than an economic or technological choice, this is a moral choice. Youth, it's our hope. The best proof is the structure of the room at which I'm looking currently. Your perspective is longer term. You have better knowledge and awareness. You are less ownership biased than my generation. And frankly, you have no other choice because we have put you in that situation. The future will be green, or there will be no future. Thank you.
Thanks, Yanis. Some sobering thoughts there. Saskia, absolutely, last but not least, please.
Good morning, everyone. Well, thank you very much to the previous speakers. And I have to say that most of my speaking notes were fully aligned on what you've been saying. So I will try to focus on a more parliamentary perspective, as I am an MEP. I've been running for 5 years now, so I can testify very much of what has been happening those 5 last years inside the European Parliament and in our work with the European Commission and the member states, of course. And first, let me thank you for this very key and, yes, accurate conversation today ahead of the European elections and when we are facing a complete U-turn, a U-turn in green policies. You remember very well 5 years ago that we broadly voted, vast majority, the climate emergency. In the Parliament, it led to this green wave in 2019, leading to the Green Deal, which was a completely, I would say, revolution compared to the previous European Commissions. It has been said, I will not come back on all the achievements of the Green Deal, but we have consolidated, for instance, the European climate law, which is key in really enforcing our climate objectives also at national level. And then, I will not remake the history of the last 5 years, COVID, war, but I would say 1 year ago, we started facing mainly EPP challenging our environmental regulations for mainly political reasons. Challenging also this baby from von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, the Green Deal. This is also for completely internal political reasons to the EPP, which remains the first group in the European Parliament. So questioning the nature restoration law, and we're still not there yet because the Belgian presidency, mainly my colleague Alain Marron, is now fighting in order to get this majority in the Council when institutionally wise, we should not discuss further on this law, but finally adopt it. Recently, we've seen the Commission's answer to the farmers' protests only focused on simplifying the common agricultural policy and withdraw or weakening the environmental measures of the CAP. This is the only answer given to the farmers that are, again, in the streets saying that the main concerns are related to the prices. The main concerns are related to a question of competitiveness also with the rest of the world, and questioning, actually, as Yanis just said, the fundamental economic paradigm of our agricultural policies and also trade policies. Step back on pesticides, step back on the revision of the REACH regulation, and also the rescue operation on the CSDD directive, for instance, are other examples of the recent challenges we are facing. We didn't have to wait for the elections and for the new coming majority to see this backlash and the actual call for a regulatory pause in environmental legislation, when all the indicators, and the previous speakers have highlighted it, all the indicators are showing that we have to even further push and be more ambitious when it comes to environmental legislation. The sense of urgency that we felt 5 years ago should be at heart of this campaign. Even experts are pessimistic about it. Let's reverse this tendency. Let's all together convince each and everyone, your neighbors, your family, your friends, that people have to vote first, of course, but also to vote for the Green Deal. It's a question of our future, the habitability of our planet, and indeed, we owe it to our children. We owe it to our children, and we also have to do it in order not to succumb collectively to eco-anxiety. I know in this room we are all like-minded, and this is also one of the fights we have to lead. It has been already said quite extensively. I think we have to bring back the SDGs at the heart of the European policies, and also make our European policies coherent and aligned on the SDGs. Each commissioner has had in its portfolio the achievement of the SDGs, and we're not there yet. On the contrary, we see that half of the 140 targets will not be met, that 30% of the SDGs are, on the contrary, regressing. And this is also something we have to bring back at core of our policies. I hear experts, and it has been said today also, that the next mandate will be mainly about implementing the existing regulations, directive laws, and indeed, it will be one of the challenges. But again, we know that we have to be more ambitious and to adopt further legislations. I've mentioned some of those that are currently stuck. We know that the nature restoration law, if it is adopted, is still too weak, right? We will have to strengthen those regulations even more. And this is all about the alliances we'll be able to build. Bring in civil society, work with all stakeholders, work with progressive MEPs, because yes, there are still progressive MEPs, and I want to believe that there will be progressive MEPs in the next European Parliament. Yes, we will have to have a strong parliamentary scrutiny when it comes to the implementation of the adopted regulations, such as the CS3D, but also the deforestation or anti-deforestation regulation that will be evaluated in 25-26. So we will have to be there to be active in order to even further improve it. The CBRM will be fully applied from 26. The Social Climate Fund will kick in 2026. And we know, and I fully agree with that the next challenge is to make the Green Deal social. Social Climate Fund is a good step. It's a step in the right direction, but we know we'll have to even enhance and augment the budget allocated to social policies. And this brings me to another point that has been mentioned in the barometer as well, is the question of financing the transition. Financing the green transition, the social transition, and this will be in the focus of the next parliamentary session. Please be there also to convince the supposed to be progressive MEPs, and here I focus on the socialists, because many of them are ready in April to vote for austerity, for the economic governance measures that will again avoid member states and the EU to truly and fundamentally invest in the green transition. Only for Belgium, if we vote those measures, it will represent 27 million that we will have to save just in order to answer the regulatory measures. This means that we will cut again in public services, and that the main investments that we have in every member state to invest in the green transition and the social transition in order to isolate houses, in order to invest massively in public transports, all social-related measures will certainly suffer. But we all know that if we want citizens on board, these are the measures that we have to develop also in the coming years. It has been mentioned, so I will not come back extensively on that, but aligned with the more ambitious social part of the Green Deal, we also have to have another international approach and coherence with the European Green Deal. It's, for instance, related to the very accurate question of mirror clauses in our trade agreements, for instance, but also related to our own green transition, the question of the access and exploitation of minerals. Today, we already face social and environmental challenges, and I fear that the EU is not on the right path when it comes to even more concluding new agreements with so-called partners. But in order to access their minerals, I also think about the recent memorandum of understanding that are signed with several countries, including Rwanda. All examples of deals where the parliament has no say. There's absolutely no democratic, no parliamentary scrutiny on those agreements, and this is something that we are strongly opposing. So yes, I think we all have the solutions in our hands. We have them. Let's just put people and nature first. Let's put people before profit. Let's push further for this paradigm change that Yannis has been calling for. All the solutions have been listed in the barometer as well. fighting for a new model based on circular economy. We also have a Secretary of State to the economic transition here in Brussels, Barbara Tracht, and she's being very active in order to make the Brussels economy circular. So this paradigm change is possible. It's all a question of political will and of strong alliances with civil society and, of course, with the citizens. So again, strong call to each and every one of you to convince the people towards the elections of the 9th of June. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you all so much. I think lots to chew on there. I'm not sure how optimistic I feel after it, but I'm going to take heart from the IEEP's finding that the experts are confident that we can find a way forward. Now, I think one of the buzzwords that really came up for me when I was covering the Environment Council, which you chaired, Minister, on Monday, was social acceptance. And we've heard, I think everyone has mentioned just transition here. I mean, Minister, maybe you could kick us off. What needs to be done to get citizens on board with the priorities of the Green Deal in the next mandate? I mean, it's fine for us to talk here, but what should we be saying to everyone else out there?
We really need a positive narrative about all of that. And it's difficult to build, but it's possible. Possible to make the people mainly understand the link between the environment and the health. And if we tackle environmental problems, we will tackle health problems. Otherwise, it will be the opposite. And from time to time, it's quite easy to explain. For instance, here in Brussels, because I'm a minister of the Brussels region, we have a strong low emission zone. We have banned thousands and thousands of vehicles. Euro 5 diesel are banned in Brussels. And in some months, that will be the Euro 5. There is almost no protest. Almost no protest. That runs well, in fact. How is it possible? So we'll see in the future, but at this time, it's okay. We have invested a lot in alternative. We have to have a concrete right to mobility to the people. That's important. And we have communicated a lot on that. And we have communicated also about the health problem linked with the air quality, included with citizen participation and citizen science. For instance, with a big campaign about air quality, with thousands of citizens measuring the air quality with a kit, a special kit, on their street. Even the king or the famous people has participated to this campaign. And we had also the support of big medias, Le Soir and The Standard, big medias, big newspapers in Belgium. So we tried to create a narrative around this decision. And I think we have to do the same on each environmental and climate decision. The people, they need solutions, so we have to help and to provide solutions, concrete solutions. We have to communicate a lot, and we have to leave the opportunity to the people, to the companies, to the businesses, to the NGOs to participate in the solution.
Thanks. I think coming from London, where there's been sort of quite outrage at the low emission zone, it's amazing to hear about no protests. Lena, from where you sit, is there enough, I mean, the Minister outlined some of the communication they're doing. Is there enough communication about Green Deal priorities in other member states, and how do you see that from where you sit?
First of all, it was a great example of how, indeed, I mean, environmental and health topics, linking them speaks to the to the citizens and can activate them also via the citizen science project. So great achievements there. And all in all, the energy transition also, I mean, the heating systems in the households, how, of course, money is also needed, but what kind of co-benefits there can be for the citizens when air suddenly is cleaner, when they get rid of burning coal or wood in their ovens. Whether the European citizens, all in all, have been enough, let's say, informed about the European Green Deal and its objectives and its achievements, I doubt. And I'm afraid that also even the fact that there are European elections coming where these issues are again at stake, the knowledge, the understanding, the awareness is all too weak. I'm afraid that this is at least the polls that I have seen, or the newspaper stories, very little awareness. And those who are most aware happen to be the most, I would say, populistic. I mean, those parties are very well already aligned and have been able to, I guess, already encourage their voters to go and vote. Whereas, indeed, many other citizens groups, those who are more moderate or think that there's still indeed a reason to work on the environment and health topics, the green transition, may sleep on the voting day, unfortunately.
Interesting. I mean, yes, Saskia, you said in your intervention there, you talked about a U-turn in green policy, and I sometimes wonder if sometimes the Green Deal is so expansive and it's such a systemic change. Is it actually a message that's just very difficult to get across in a simple, coherent way to voters? And what are you hearing in your sort of pre-election campaign efforts?
Well, very good question, because in the current context of the farmers' protests, people believe, and farmers too, that the farm-to-fork strategy is in place. And actually, a big part of the Green Deal linked to agriculture and food systems is not in place at all. And so this is a real paradox, right? And we're trying to explain that. But in people's minds, citizens' mind and farmers' mind, there have been so many environmental regulations that it overburdens them and other sectors, and we see lobbyists are being very active in order to convince Commission governments to not regulate further and to have this pause, regulatory pause. But I truly think and agree with the colleagues here that there's a real lack of information. And not only information. In order for the people to be informed, they need to be associated, to participate in policy making, actually. And the Green Deal is a very good step forward. As I said, it was a surprise, actually, in 2019. I think it's also thanks to civil society and to citizens, and especially the youth, for climate mobilization that we got this Green Deal from the Commission and especially from Ursula von der Leyen. But it's still a pact coming from the EU institutions. And we need to work more with EU citizens. And when we see the outcome of the conference on the future of Europe, which can be criticized on the I would have liked a more participative process instead of an institutional process. But still, citizens participated. They issued recommendations. And if you have a look at the recommendations, they are fully aligned with what we are talking about today. They want ambitious EU policies when it comes to all the Green Deal related aspects. And so I think that having a more participatory approach in our daily work, be it at the parliamentary level, be it at the Commission level, is key in order to have the citizens on board.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think it definitely feels like people want it, but are the right messages getting through? I mean, Yanis, you spoke in your intervention very eloquently about the consumption patterns and the need to change our consumption patterns. But I mean, isn't it a deeply unpopular thing to tell consumers that they can't consume? And how do we address that?
basically there are two things which you have to, the thing which you said, it's unpopular, but I will try to explain you how it could become also popular. So, there is, when you talk about sufficiency, when we talk in IRP about sufficiency, we talk about two kinds of sufficiency. And one is, of course, if you consume less, which is from the consumption side, but another is for the production side. You can provide human needs by using less resources and less energy. And currently the system is such that we are not incentivized about that. So we don't talk about changing mobility system. Predominantly we talk about car industry. So as long as you are in that kind of logic, of course, you are making mistakes in approach. But let me, if you would allow me, just also in the context of what you have said, my introduction was a bit sober, but it's only from one reason, because I have learned that there is an eternal kind of conceptual battle. What is better and what is best approach? Do we need to go with positive and blah blah? And in Commission, where I was quite a long time, this was dominating. But if we are sincere, people act based on fear. And the best example which we have was the last COVID. So when we have considered something seriously, we have acted. Indeed, governments have acted too little, too late, and when all the options were exhausted, but they acted. And were there enough financial means? Yeah. Were there a lot of new innovation power which we have put into vaccine story? Yeah. We were all surprised how it's possible that this happened in half of the year, which normally would take 3-4 years. So it's possible if you take it seriously. And is the system change possible? Would you be able to work from home if COVID would not happen? No, because COVID actually make it happen. And this is a typical system change, which we have. And if we are coming now to the question of human needs, which you asked at the beginning, ask yourself how many of the clothes you have actually wearing during the COVID comparing to the pre-COVID or post-COVID period. And then ask yourself a second question, were you more happy or less happy? So what you do when you come home? When I will come home, I will immediately put this down because it's uncomfortable.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Same for the shoes.
And same for the shoes, yeah. So it's absolutely, so actually, and final conclusion, unfortunately, is that we are still not seeing those things seriously enough. Maybe if you would allow me just one example, because I think it's really, I'm really surprised that we don't get it where we are. Climate change. CO2 emissions on a global level were the highest 2023. We have reached in 2023 1.5 degrees Celsius, which we set all together to our goal, which we should not surpass. Do you hear anybody panicking? I don't. Is that part of, I don't know, debate for the next elections? I even don't hear it. We have reached the target which we should not exceed. The climate, the fossil fuel subsidies on a global level, which is for me the kind of hypocrisy indicator par excellence. They have topped $7 trillion, which is 7.1% of global GDP. Never before that figure was higher than 2022, which is the last figure which was given to us by IMF. So get ready, it will get worse. There is no indication that it will get better. Yeah, there are some indications in Europe, which basically you said that we are, but if we look to the global trend, it's not going right. And how to persuade the people? Just give them one summer like we have had in Slovenia. All the government is persuaded, and all the people know that we have to avoid climate change now. Just give them one summer like it was. Because we were facing extreme weather events on 2-3 days. And at the end, we ended with a flooding, which cost us enormous amount of money. And today we are discussing how to actually, where to get the money. But the real question behind is, everybody now, when people were hit, is full of solidarity. And rightly so, because when somebody is hit, you need to help them. But why the hell we are not ready to show that solidarity ex ante, and we are ready to show it only ex post, where somebody is suffering? The same amount of money or more will be paid ex post by the same people and by the same companies, and we don't get it.
Thanks, yes. Lena, I know you want to come in there, and then I want to bring Veronica in on.
Just to indeed, I mean, link this to the European climate risk assessment and the messages and also the Commission communication just then, I mean, on the next day, I mean, following that. I think we are trying to put this topic really forcefully on the agenda, and thanks also to the Belgian presidency. The climate adaptation, we have been too slow in preparing ourselves and preparing our societies for the new climate, which unfortunately seems to be already past, I mean, the 1.5, at least temporarily. Let's see whether the long term is the same. We have the El Nino at the same time. But anyway, I mean, we have to start planning for the and preparing ourselves, really building our infrastructure, our homes, our systems, preparing for the worse climate. And this will require also really financing, and preferably indeed ex ante, and not like when disasters happen. And this will really require a major investments. And of course, again here, the just transition, just resilience, I mean, is a key issue. So we have to ensure that those who cannot themselves afford, I mean, moving away from flood risk area or taking protections and precautions or insurances, can also equip themselves, I mean, for the future. So really critical. Whether it's enough talked, whether it's understood that this is at stake, maybe not. So maybe it would be different if the elections were in August, on a very hot day.
Well, it's true, I think in 2019 that the German floods had potentially some impact on the outcome. Veronica, on this point about, I'm glad you brought us onto the adaptation topic as well. What do you see as the most immediate action that member states need to take on the adaptation agenda? And also to this point Yannis makes about fear, does it take, you know, an extreme event to make us take action?
Yes, well, certainly also we have to realize that the world is much more fragile than before, and it is increasingly so year by year. So I would very much like to see also in the European debate the global context, that we are not living in isolation, whether it's a national context, subnational, national, European context. What happens on the other part of the world has direct impact in Europe. On adaptation, yes, we definitely are not there yet, and the financing for adaptation is, there's a huge gap. We need to mobilize across different sectors funding for adaptation. There are measures that, and very much linked to the nature response, also nature-based solutions, for example. There is a relatively quick fix for the issues. Which is both responding to adaptation, but can be seen as economic opportunity, as I mentioned earlier on as well. I very much like, and we discussed that with Yannis before, the idea, Yannis, that you mentioned, the ex ante solidarity. I think that's also in terms of adaptation. We do need to build more resilient societies. We need better early warning systems. But the long-term planning is not there. We are always surprised then that another extreme event comes. There are much more frequent, much more intensive, and less predictable extreme events. And we haven't grasped that yet. We are late with the responses, and the adaptation needs to be incorporated in the holistic approach, not only measures that ministries of environment propose. It really has to go also to agriculture. We have mentioned agriculture a few times, but agriculture is one of the biggest users of water, for example, but is dependent on water also. So climate impacts on agriculture will have or already have devastating impacts.
Yeah, no, absolutely. was going to bring us around onto the farming debate. That's definitely on the agenda. I just also, I mean, you mentioned nature-based solutions there and how they're, you know, they can be a quick fix. Minister, I just wondered, I mean, it feels remiss not to mention the nature restoration law in this panel. What are you doing to save that law?
To be frank, what we have done after the new Hungarian position that is blocking the dossier, what we have done is to win some time, to try to find a solution, to try to find a way. And we are really determined to do it for two main reasons. First, to save the law itself, because it's important to have a natural restoration law, even if the law is weaker than in the beginning. That's true, but anyway, we need it. And the second reason is that that's the job of a presidency, to find solutions and to obtain results, even if the results are not the position of the country that has the presidency. So we have to go to this direction. I have to say that the administration, the Belgian administration, the Belgian presidency administration is completely engaged in this option. So we really do our best. But we still don't know how to do, because we still don't know why Hungary is changed its mind. That's mystery. Nobody knows exactly, even themselves. If you ask, if you listen, what they said on Monday, that makes no sense regarding the first position. So we have to work in those directions. That's one option. The other option is to the other countries, because this is an institutional crisis, in fact. At this stage of the process, normally, there is no discussion anymore. This is formal. The adoption, at this stage, the adoption from the country, it's just formal. No discussion. Everything is done, in fact. The negotiation is finished. And that was okay for all parties. So that's a problem in itself about the way the European Union can continue to work efficiently, because it happens now with an aware, but it can happen with another file later, another dossier later, in the economy, I don't know, on which kind of dossier. So we will do our best, and we have several options. I hope we will succeed.
I hope so too, very much so. Actually, interestingly, one of the reasons that the Hungarian minister mentioned when she was talking to the press was indeed the farmers. Yanis, please.
Just to say one sentence, it's not consensus, sorry guys. So stop talking about Hungary, because it's many countries which are behind. And yeah, they have changed it.
We add a qualified majority.
I know.
And we are very close too.
I know, but
We don't have any more. That's because of
I understand that from I absolutely understand from the presidency, and I think you are doing the best. But I think it's not fair that we would now 2 months mention Hungary if we have few countries which are in that position. So simple as that.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
That's another option, to see if other countries can change in the good direction.
Yeah, and we will see what happens, obviously, in coming weeks. I just mentioned Hungary because actually they mentioned the farmers, actually, which was for the reason for their change, which and I thought, I mean, that's probably the same across many member states. I mean, you were chairing the Forum of the Future of Agriculture, I think. Tell us, why is it that Green Deal policies seem to falter so much when they meet the agricultural sector? What's the mismatch there? What's going on?
You should be present yesterday at the forum, and you would hear it. It's interesting how people who are representing different interests actually have good reasons to explain, and how nicely they explain their interests. But it's pretty, I think a lot is on where we are failing is we have not organized the agri-food transition well. So you need to fund the transition. And while, for me, one of the core reasons, if I'm looking to, for example, to European Commission, what could it do differently in the future, and I was also proposing that yesterday, is if we look to a very good example which we have had in climate and energy, they put the climate and energy people in the same shoes. The climate people were forced to think how difficult it's energy, the energy transition. The energy people were forced to think, climate, it's really a reality. And somehow we started to move in the right direction. That never happened in agriculture and environment, never. So common agriculture policy, it's the biggest funding instrument for environment. Was I clear? So it's not live. So it would need to be decided together. And it would need to be guided together. So there is an essential, it's always about governance. Whom you give the possibility to decide about the things in what interest. And if I would be asked, and I have proposed that at UNEA, all the governments, including European Commission, would need to nominate a minister for future generations. Because what is fundamentally missing in governments is somebody who is not taking care only for urgent matters, because there are everybody taking care, but for important matters, so that the important do not become urgent matters. But in agriculture, it's exactly that. We haven't organized. Farmers feel insecure, and they don't see a kind of solid future where they would feel comfortable and secure. And that's a serious question. And I think you cannot address it by simply pointing a figure on them or no. No, you need to create that kind of transition. And I was always saying that if the market is not providing them with enough solid future, and of course then you add these geopolitical things and so, which actually happened on the top of that, and trade implications and everything, if they don't have that feeling, and then you have to use the public money actually to secure their reality, you can't use the public money to actually do the change, because there it's as much as it is available. And if we want to use the public money really to fund the transition, we need to look first to the markets. And in the food chain, it's important that the biggest players in that food chain, which have market power, because farmers don't have market power, they have political power. But market power they don't have. And the others which are using that market power should a bit rethink how high profits are enough for them. Because at the end, farmers are pocketing in their pockets from what we are paying as consumers a very, very minor and lower part. And this will not end up well. So we need to look with sympathies to farmers, but at the other hand, I think we need to somehow have a really well-balanced view of what food system transition should mean.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. What really struck me actually going down to the farmers' protests yesterday, apart from nearly getting egged, was that a lot of them actually said, despite some political groups saying that they are the party of the farmers, they don't feel represented. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, what can the Greens do to reach out to farmers? I mean, it's probably not your natural constituency. And also, how do you what's your view of shaping the future CAP? As Jana said, it's the biggest funding we have possibly for the environment.
Thank you. I think on the contrary, our natural basis should be the farmers, because farming and nature go hand in hand. But we probably are still not seen as their allies because of these environmental norms, and that are seen as constraints instead of, as you mentioned, accompanying measures in order to pay the farmers, remunerate their work, for the services they bring to nature, for the services they bring to ecosystems. That's why we need a fundamental reform of the CAP. That's why we're trying to show also why we voted against this CAP in 21. If you look at the reasons why we voted against, they are exactly the reasons why the farmers are in the streets today. And so this is what we have to show. to communicate better, probably, to go to enter into dialogue with the farmers. The problem is that they also feel represented. In Belgium, maybe less and less, but still feel represented by the main unions, COPA-COGECA at EU level, FOI, FEANSA, etc. Not FEANSA, in France. FNSEA, thank you. Sorry for FEANSA. And so they still feel represented, but when you talk to them individually, that you explain them, but it's as usual when it comes to green matters, it's a nuanced approach, right? And how we can reform the system in order to answer the problems. And to show also that years of liberalization of right-wing policies, actually, in the agricultural sector, have led to the disappearance of more than 40% of the small-scale farms in Europe. No country has a better experience, and so it's also showing that these policies that have been led for many years are responsible for the current situation. We've been talking about the lack of vision. We had a vision with the Green Deal. In 2019, the Green Deal was supposed to be the vision for not only the 5 years to come, but until 2050. But most of the political groups, most of the politicians, of my colleagues in the parliament, lack this sense of long-term and just look at the next elections. And so if they have somehow to defend what they think is their electorate, they will do, even though it's not answering the long-term needs, even though they have voted the climate emergency. And this is also about the coherence of policies. And coming very quickly back to the nature restoration law and the current situation and deadlock we are in, is a very good example of the challenges we will face in the next mandate and how to bring most of the EPP members towards the progressive part, to avoid alliances as it's currently the case between the EPP and the even more conservative ECR and ID members even. This is one of the challenges. I think that we have also towards them, and you, stakeholders, civil society, have to convince EPP members using their own views. I will give one example. The World Economic Forum showed that more than 50% of our economy is based on nature and the services given by nature. And so we have many arguments to bring to EPP in order to try to get them on board again of the next steps of the Green Deal. And politically, this is really a huge challenge, and we need you. We need the media, we need civil society, because we are like-minded. We can also work with progressive MEPs, like-minded MEPs, but still we have MEPs to convince, and I really much hope that also from the Commission side that all the administration and DGs of the Commission will really, be there to implement, not only implement the legislation that has been voted under this term, but also keep the Green Deal objectives in mind and keep pushing in order to get the majority of the member states on board.
Thanks. I know a lot of you want to come in on this topic, so Lina, we'll go with you first and then the Minister.
As most of this room as well thought that the food system, I mean the agriculture reform is or whatever, however we call it, is really the most important thing also for the next term. I think it's really worth of spending some time on this and the farmers issue. They are indeed, facing so many challenges, and thinking of the family farmers. Yes, I have heard also that their suicide rate is higher than, definitely higher than the average. So they are really struggling about their future, about how can they move their business, their farms to possibly to the next generation. Then there's the climate change, and they are, of course, the most vulnerable sector in the EU as well. I mean, globally, we talk about really major food security issues if, I mean, the harvests are damaged by the changing climate. So how can they then see their future, indeed, in this kind of situation? Then is the EU enlargement, and the imports from Ukraine already seem to be part of the reasons for the protests. And of course, they seem to be really economically struggling, I mean, to get, because they get only a minute part of the actual, let's say, profit of the food industry and system. So I think it's really, I mean, already sort of late to reach out and have a dialogue with them, but we have to be able to do that. And of course, it is not only perhaps the Commission, it's not only perhaps the governments in their settings. We have to, of course, all in the whatever role we have, like we as an information, let's say, distributor, collector, and assessor, we need to try to also reach out to them to understand more what kind of information would help them to manage the crisis. But of course, they are somehow protected by this, let's say, fortress of common agriculture policy. Their structures are sort of isolated. And I'm looking also to Minister Maron, whether, for example, the adaptation topic is brought to the Agri Council, I mean, so that they would also seriously discuss what kind of impacts the climate already has on the future of agriculture. So that they also would be part of this discussion and dialogue. And yes, of course, ideally it should be happening together with all parties. And of course, consumers have also a voice. I mean, many of us who can afford to healthy food can also think that, yes, food is rather cheap still. I mean, we can afford wasting it. So something is wrong also there. But of course, there are also, I mean, families and people who cannot afford, I mean, healthy food. So again, the just transition elements are also entangled in this debate.
Yeah,
thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. Minister, you wanted to...
Just two things. What do the farmers want? There are different one from the other. There are many different kind of farmers or food producers. But anyway, all of them, they want a fair income for their job. That's all. All of us, we agree with that. And from time to time, very often, they want less bureaucracy. But all the segments of the business sector, they want less bureaucracy. But anyway, we have to read about that. We have to be conscious that from time to time, the bureaucracy is too heavy and it's not efficient. But they are not against nature, most of them. They know that they are very exposed to the climate change, for instance. They know that, and they know, most of them, they know they are part of the solution. So of course we have to be in dialogue all the time. And the good part with this protest is that we are, in fact, all the political parties are in dialogue with the farmers all the time. For instance, the Green Party is in dialogue, in such a dialogue that we know we have farmers in the list for the elections. And other parties too. We are not the only ones. And of course, they are a part of the solution, and they have to be the feeling to be heard. But also another elephant in the room, and Saskia knows very well the topic, the subject, is of course the trade agreements. If you want them to have a fair income, we have to think in a different way about those trade agreements with countries or parts of the world outside Europe. And not only thinking about Ukraine, but the other parts of the world, because the trading system is a worldwide trading system now. About Hungary, they say they will respect the NRL. They will. It is easy for them to reach the targets of the NRL. because of the density of the countries and so on. In fact, they agree with them. Their point, it's not the farmers, of course, it's not. It's just to break the Green Deal dynamic and to break the European Union dynamic. So that's why it's important to succeed in this fight, not only because of the NOL objectives.
Yeah, excellent. Veronica, I know you wanted to comment on this point
I know, just
as well.
very quickly, because we hear the different stories, but what we should be hearing more are the positive stories from farmers, because there are lots of positive cases, especially from small and medium sizes farms that really put a lot of effort in nature-based solutions, and because they believe in it, but also because it makes sense not only ecologically but also economically. So we should include in the discussion these positive cases. On Lena's point, I think also there might have been missed opportunity when the biodiversity strategy and farm-to-fork strategy were launched to have discussions hand in hand throughout the process. On these, with ministries of environment and ministries of agriculture back to back, with the farmers, with the different representatives, but also just a quick reflection on the Green Deal as a whole. It is, and I do hope that will continue as being the transformative agenda. But in many countries, it's not understood as in the full scale, that we hear a lot about climate. Biodiversity is less so heard of. Now it is, but not in the best context. But the pollution is, for example, very much missing. And it was interesting from the polls, also from the room here, and from the experts in the barometer, that pollution is seen as at the very bottom, even from experts. And it is linked also to the nature. It is linked to the climate. So, but the Green Deal had the promise that it is the agenda that transforms the different systems, that it is a holistic approach. And somehow it didn't quite work out so holistically as we had hoped. But let's hope that with the next mandate, there could be a little bit space for maneuver.
Yeah, very much hope so. Saskia, I know you wanted to make a quick...
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to add what you just said. Exactly. There are so many examples of the transition in the agricultural sector, food sector that are ongoing, and we have to lead by example and to really show it's working, reducing from 42% the use of pesticides and chemicals doesn't change anything in terms of productivity and income. This is important to show, and to show that the transition is already ongoing, and that the CAP needs to support this transition and to accompany all the farmers individually in their own transition. And then Minister m'a tendu la perche. Yes, indeed. I don't know how I could forget about the Mercosur, but talking about new, is it working? Yeah, about new alliances. I think there we have a new opportunity to build alliances with the farmers. Because we've been leading a campaign as Greens against the EU-Mercosur agreement for many social and environmental and climate-related dimensions. We've been working with the institutes, the IEBP, on this topic. And now we see that actually it's also a question here in the EU of level playing field and a concern for rightfully concerns for the farmers. And so I really much think that for different reasons we can make also new alliances in order to work that out, and that we have to change the trade model, the free trade agreements that are currently or approach towards trade internationally. We've seen all the limits. Also in the context of the Green Deal, that's what I meant by the international dimension of the Green Deal. And yeah, let's make it an opportunity and finish on a positive note.
Yeah, I think there's much more to be delved into on the international opportunity. Lina was just going to come in on that, and then the Minister, please.
I agree. There are really great individual examples, and maybe by advocating those and bringing them to this, I mean, and press and attention, I mean, is also one way to bring the positive narrative of the agri-food system change. But I wanted to comment also on the zero pollution part of the Green Deal, because indeed it seems to be a bit of, let's say, having been sacrificed, I mean, in the recent developments. But of course, we have been, I mean, seeing some progress, especially the air pollution. I mean, the new limit values, then still not yet at the WHO recommendations, but we are getting closer. And of course, I mean, as we all started with the discussion on how to bring the benefits of the Green Deal to the citizen, yes, the link to the air pollution or bathing waters, drinking water, I mean, these are really, I mean, important topics for the citizens, so hence they shouldn't be forgotten. And of course, I mean, let's say, hope that we get a global agreement on the plastic pollution, because this is also a very visible environmental issue, which has been coming on the top of the international agenda only, let's say, in the last 5 years. And we are not yet near to solving it. But it is, I think, important for the citizens. They see it. They don't want to have microplastics in their drinking water or in their food. So I hope that also these issues are carried forward to the next policy agenda, although the progress seems to be slower, or they are not gaining the same attention as the other environmental topics, biodiversity and climate change in particular. And then interesting, I mean, to Jannes, I mean, what about the resource use? I mean, what should Europe do on that?
We have a session afternoon.
I was about to say, we could be here all day, I think. Minister, I'll give you the last word before I turn to the floor.
Another things that we can change, I think, to ensure that we can develop local and seasonal and quality food, because the people, they want quality food, and they like that. That's the public procurement rules, even at urban level. We have to change that to make it possible to encourage that we pay at a fair price good food, local good food, as local as possible, good food. And Europe can be an ally on that, and that's important to say too, I think.
Great, thank you so much. Now, I'm sure there'll be probably plenty of questions in the room, and I know we'll have a microphone going around. So while you prepare yourselves, I'm just going to ask one from online. Who, not what, crucially, is the major threat to the EU Green Deal, and towards which forces must the agenda remain resilient? I don't know who would like to... Jannes, can I call on you?
There is no who, there is non-understanding where we are and where we would. So it's really putting these short-term priorities in front of the longer-term priorities. It's not about Green Deal actually. Green Deal is a kind of synonym of change behind, but I would not actually ask that question in that way. But it's just spreading the understanding what is necessary, what is useful, what is important for if we want to have what we want to have, a kind of socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable future. So I think it's no-brainer for me.
Let's do some one. Anyone would like to... Antoine, please. I don't know, is there a mic?
Maybe speak a bit louder.
Oh yeah, maybe if you shout up and we'll sort the mic for the next one. Voilà. Thanks, Lena.
Thank you so much. Very quick questions to Minister Marron, the NRL. So many organizations around here today has produced some good material, has worked, has made the case for NRL. Can we help you? And if yes, how? Please tell us.
Lobby to the governments on all the countries. Really. That could be powerful. Talk to the governments, even the local and regional ones, national ones. Talk to the press, talk to the other NGOs, create alliances.
Thank you.
There we go, there's your task. There's a question just in the fourth row back here. Oh, and there's a microphone at the back, so we'll pass to that in a minute.
Thank you very much. My name is Marilda Vescali. I work for BirdLife Europe. And I wanted to thank you for all the presentations. I wanted to go back to the CAP simplification, if you don't mind, because from the NGO side, what we are observing, it's a processes that feels a lot anti-democratic. Why am I saying that? Is because the Commission has proposed to open up the CAP regulation and is trying to do this to speed up the process and do everything in 1 month without consulting the stakeholders. And in 1 month, they want to come to a new regulation where the current CAP, the negotiations they last like 3.5 years, so 3.5 years. And this process is happening in such a fast, it's in fast processes, and we as stakeholders haven't been consulted on the proposal. So I wanted to ask you, how do you envision the democracy, the EU democracy, and how do you think this can in the future with the new Commission, with the new Parliament, how can this kind of processes be stopped? Because we think that they're not going in the right direction, even for the democracy at a certain point is at risk.
I can because it was the same question yesterday at the forum. Yeah. So there was a complaint from NGOs, exactly the same example as you shared, and there was a complaint from farmers' side that they were not consulted when European Green Deal was designed. So obviously, I think the institutions all are pretty much aware of the importance of getting stakeholders on board in the process. Because ownership, if you learn anything as a politician, is essential to get ownership in advance, because getting ownership exposed, even if people are on your side, if they were not consulted, they would not like to be anymore on your side. So ownership is critical for whatever. And there are mistakes happening, like explained one, where somebody wants to rush the things which can't be rushed. So I think in principle, it's absolutely necessary to create the ownership in advance. But just to mention one thing which I wanted to mention already before, it's in the context of this bureaucracy and approach which we have, which Alan, you have very nicely explained before, and it's a true problem. And I think it is a problem which member states and Commission should address in the future seriously. I can tell you my own experience because I was 10 years sitting there, and as a research commissioner, I wanted to do the simplification as much as possible because it's necessary, by the way. And we ended with simplification is simplification. That was my conclusion at the end. But there was one example, it's a nice anecdote if you want to hear it, it's super telling you where we basically are. I was basically asked in European Parliament immediately when I was very young commissioner still, what I think about timesheets for researchers, which is that researchers have to fill each hour which they spent on everything after we torture them with all the process, how to select them and where only minority is selected. My reaction was, of course, intuitional. I said, okay, I was living in a socialist, communist country, and at that time we were having timesheets, and I was always filling it at the end of the month because I knew what needs to be in, so it's a useless instrument. And unfortunately, it was a wrong committee. It was a committee for taking care for financial, and it didn't end up well. But I just want to say that this over bureaucratization which we have, it's a serious problem, and we have to deal with it.
Sure, which is done, by the way, at the member states level and not at the EU. But this CAP simplification is not just about bureaucracy and administrative burden. It's also removing all the environmental requirements in order to get the CAP money. So this is just...
That's wrong. That's simply wrong. So I was yesterday, anything which tries to please in that short term because of something which is the target and target currently elections. It's short-minded, wrong, and not helpful. And everybody knows that. But it's always this political game which is behind, which is then leading to that kind of solutions, which, again, it's totally wrong.
Saskia, do you want to comment, and then I'm going to...
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, this is unbelievable what is happening now, because usually the change, the reforms take many years, and there's supposed to be an impact assessment also of the proposal, and here in less than 1 month, we see the Commission acting in order to simplify the cap, but only on the green measures, which means it's just serving a political agenda, in line with all the previous episodes on nature restoration and withdrawal from SUR regulation, etc. And so this is also democratically speaking completely unacceptable, and the Parliament should react and say this is not a process that we want to caution and vote for. But politically, it would mean, and communication-wise, it would mean that we vote against the farmers again. This will be the political message that will be used if we vote against. So we are in a very tricky situation, because the signal that we as Greens, again, how can the Greens reconcile with the farmers? This will not help us to reconcile with the farmers if we vote against, but we'll never vote in favor. I mean, this is just not possible. And amongst the measures, nothing on the price, nothing on the revenue, on the income, nothing on the Mercosur that the Commission keeps negotiating. And this is also politically unbelievable, because the Commission could say, okay, we put the negotiations on hold, and it's part of a big package of discussions with the farmers, with all the farmers. There's a diversity of farmers, and again, around the table, you said that NGOs are not represented, but all the farmers are not represented. And that's also why they were yesterday in Brussels again protesting and saying that they don't feel represented. The good trade unions, farming unions in Belgium explicitly said that the problem is not the environmental measures, it's how they are being enforced and imposed to the farmers, the problem. It's not the measures as such. And that the main expectations for them is the question of price, income, and trade agreements. And there we have absolutely nothing. And so, I mean, we see that politically it's possible to speed up reforms if there is a political will. And the Commission is abusing its powers to serve a political agenda, which is completely unacceptable. And we have to push that message through, also with you, I think, and to go back to the farmers, because in Belgium there have been measures at regional and federal level that try to cover all the demands from the farmers, but at EU level we see that the answer is far from being satisfactory, and we have to show why we cannot support this simplification as it stands. But I really fear today that there might be a majority in favor, just to show somehow to the farmers that political groups support them. And so we rely also, you were asking, Antoine, what you can do for the nature restoration law. You can do the same for the CAP reform. I mean, we need a strong review and structural review of the CAP, but with the stakeholders, with civil society, and with a strong impact assessment also on sustainability, and including the SDGs, and broadening it to the food systems, not only keeping agriculture, but we have to think about how we can change the food system inside the EU through the CAP. I think we have a basis with the farm to fork strategy. We have a basis for discussion, and we have to align the CAP on the farm to fork in order to make it work for the farmers. Help us.
Thanks. Yeah, and I recommend reading actually the consultation section of the Commission's CAP simplification proposal because it's quite an interesting read. There's a gentleman at the back.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Marco Contiero from Greenpeace. I wanted to raise the same issue. This is a very nice poisonous gift prepared by Ursula von der Leyen and the EPP. It seems to be responding to what farmers, conventional farmers' unions want. In reality, it will only, in the medium and long term, affect their fields and the capacity to produce. But it's also a very negative political message that tells people, if before the elections you go out and protest, you're going to get everything you want if you have political power. And farmers have political power, as Janet said. My question is more related to the governance problem. This situation is also due to the fact that within the council, it's agricultural ministers that take the decision. And that's what they decided yesterday. And so I'm questioning, how could environment ministers and the environment council and the health council step up and start also being part of a system that decides for society as a whole without leaving all the decision to one single sector? And in the parliament, it's the same thing, because it's the agriculture committee, that has decided to apply an urgent procedure and is now trying to deliver and then have a vote on the last plenary session. So how could the parliament, also from a governance point of view, intervene and stop this madness? Because politically speaking, having an urgent procedure just to show and get some votes at the elections in June, when there is no such an urgency, and when there is no such a response to farmers, meaning literally looking at their economic situations, this should be stopped. We should all try to end this madness. Thanks.
Do you want to comment on the governance?
I actually already tried to address that question. So I think if you decide about your own money, it's a conflict of interest. So, and it's a problem, of course. And I think that's why I said that at the end, it's about the governance. And that's why I pointed to the example of energy and climate, because I think it's essential that you basically start to understand that it is that are joint questions, and they would need to have a joint ask and joint solutions, which when it comes to that. So it's difficult to imagine the changes there, but governance is the name of the game.
This is the name of the game. On that note, I'm so sorry, we are out of time. Hopefully the speakers might be available afterwards if you're quick enough to nab them. Thank you all so much for your input. It's been a really good debate. Thank you all so much for joining us and giving such good insights and sparking off lots of thoughts. I think we probably could have sat here much, much longer. I hope the rest of the day is very fruitful and lots of good discussions. And thanks to the IEEP for hosting.
Thank you very much again to all our speakers. I'll take just 1 minute before we can go to lunch. I'm Mattia Bonfanti, the IEP Head of Networks and Governance. I wanted to highlight very quickly the program for the rest of the day. We can enjoy lunch until 1:30, and then we will move to what we call Science for Policy session. This is very much in line with what we do as an institute, as a network of think tanks, and with our partners. Yes, you can see in the slide now the different sessions. There is a color code. The Science for Policy sessions are designed to get different views on the same topic from the key stakeholders that we think could contribute with us to get a better understanding of each topic and get better policy recommendations that we can then use all together for engagement with our different audiences. We will have in the auditorium, so same room where we are. First, at 1:30, we will have agri-food, so the debate on reaching climate neutrality in agri-food. And at 3:30, same room, the Just Transition panel. The breakout room, so the other two parallel sessions, will be just up the stairs. You'll follow the science that we put there, and we will have the debate on adaptation and resilience in nature restoration plans. And at 3:30, the EU resource management law. We will close the date at about 10 past 5. We'll all convene here, get back in this room to hear again a follow-up of the debate that we had in the morning, still focusing on the Green Deal resilience for the next month and year. And then we hope to welcome you still for a networking cocktail with us at the end of the day. So please enjoy. I hope you can enjoy the discussion that we have now, and you're welcome with us at the networking lunch just in the room next to this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey. Hey. Yeah, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Yeah, hey, hey, hey. Yo, hey, yo, hey, yo, hey. Yo. Yo. Yo, 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 yo. Yo. Etsa, ja, he, he. Etsa, ja, he, he. E. Etsa, ja, he, he. Test, test. Hey, ja, he. Hey, ja, he. E. Hey, ja, he. Tsetsa, ja, he, he. Hey, yatsa, he, he. E, yatsa, he, he. 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 Hey. Hey. Ja, he, 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 he.
Hi. Welcome back, everyone. So please take a seat. We're going to get started. My name is Harriet Bradley, and I am the head of the CAP and Food Programme at IUP. And we've been speaking a lot this morning about, obviously, the challenges, but agriculture has cropped up a lot in the discussions. And so this afternoon, we're going to go into a little bit more detail, especially on the aspects of climate mitigation in agriculture and what the EU's policy mix should be there. And also look a little bit forward at, how can we move forward politically also with proposals that could work to try and break some of the deadlock and the barriers that we're obviously seeing in terms of this green agenda or green transition for the agriculture and the food sector. So the session is going to go as follows. We're going to have a short presentation from Julia Bogner, so a colleague at IUP who runs the Land Use and Climate Programme, and that's going to set the scene. And then we're going to have a panel discussion, and we're really excited to have a really diverse panel with us in terms of expertise, experience. So we've got Valeria Forlin, she's a policy officer at DG Climate Action in the European Commission. Aaron Scheid, he's a fellow at the Ecologic Institute. We've got Rudolf Pulkstenis, he's a vice president of the Young Farmers Association, SEJA. Megan Waters, who is a senior policy advisor at FAIR. And we've got Marco Contiero, who is the EU policy director for agriculture at Greenpeace. So yes, let's get started. Julia, over to you.
Technology. Oh, technology. All right, thanks everyone, and thanks Harriet. So I'll just make sure that this is working here. Nope, it's not, I believe. Great. Okay, so everybody who is here this morning, I think we all heard the same things over and over again, the question about what to do with the agri-food sector, particularly when it comes to climate change mitigation, because this is currently one of the biggest gaps that we're seeing policy-wise right now in the EU Green Deal framework. So there is policy coverage, obviously, with the Common Agricultural Policy, but obviously we're seeing some backtracking there. And then also when we think about the Common Agricultural Policy, the measures that are in the CAP strategic plans, oftentimes, while they have benefits for climate mitigation, don't necessarily have climate mitigation as their primary objective embedded within them. So I think moving forward, that's a big question that's on the table right now, and also other means of facilitating mitigation. So the interesting question about the agri-food sector, and particularly agriculture, is that you need emission reductions. Most of the emissions are coming from fertilizer inputs, from livestock production, and in the EU you have the unique problem of emissions from organic soils on peatlands, on drained peatlands, and quite a bit of emissions come from there. About 5% of EU's emissions are from drained organic soils. So there's the question of there's an opportunity to increase removals, and how do you go about doing this, and also reducing LULUCF emissions, and then how do you reduce livestock emissions, fertilizer emissions, and other types of emissions, say from manure. And so currently on the trajectory that we're on, as many of you in the room are aware of, is that it's been a slow process of reducing emissions. We saw quite a bit of progress in the 1990s due to regulations for livestock and nitrate pollution. But since the early 2000s, it's really stagnated since then, and we haven't seen a large degree of emission reductions compared to other sectors. And so for 2030, we're essentially expecting the 2023 climate report from the Commission said that emissions with the current measures will go down by about 1%, and then with additional measures, about 5%. And the EEA also released a report recently that said if everything goes according to plan and everything is implemented, then perhaps as high as 8%. But this is still quite not necessarily the progress that we need. So particularly the Commission just published a few weeks ago its communication on the 2040 climate target and made a recommendation for a net 90% reduction target, and also suggested that perhaps there should be removals as high as 400 million tons of CO2 removals. So this would be a combination of LULUCF removals as well as technology-based removals. But there is a large degree of uncertainty right now with how much technology-based removals can accomplish. So that puts a lot of expectations on LULUCF removals of a bit more certainty about how we could accomplish this. So you do need a combination of emission reductions coming from the agricultural sector as well as increasing removals. And to reach the climate target for 2040 and neutrality by 2050, you're going to really need to increase your ambition. And so, well, how are we going to incentivize emission reductions? And the big question this morning was we have a lot of social questions going on at the same time. How do we, approach the problem with farms where they feel insecure, they feel that their income is not secure, particularly small and medium-sized farms? And so how can we address both of these problems at the same time? Because we're sort of at a crossroads here where they will need to coincide. We will need solutions to address both of these. So this is a big question that we want to obviously get the conversation rolling, and we need big ideas and innovative ideas. And so I think that's what we want to sort of use today about this panel and moving forward with all of you here today who are speaking with us. So as I said, progress has been a bit too slow. And so essentially, what are we going to need from the agricultural sector to get there? And so we've been talking amongst other think tanks, NGOs, different civil society organizations, and with the Commission, and we're sort of reaching a bit of a consensus about how we could possibly move forward to get the ambition that's needed. And so a lot of people talk about having a specific sectoral target for the agricultural sector, setting a specific direction of travel so that you'd give a level of policy certainty for those in the agri-food sector where they know they're going to have to reduce their emissions, and they know by how much, and they know it needs to be accomplished. And people talked about it this morning, touching upon the fact that it cannot just be farmers alone that are working towards reducing emissions. As we talked about, farmers are living on thin profits, and so there's going to need to be large-scale investments, but there are also large downstream and upstream actors who have a lot of the added value in agri-food value chains. And so how do we activate this power, this market power that these actors have to make the right kinds of investments that are needed? And then a lot of policy right now in the EU for agriculture is focused on what happens on the farm. But we need to look at the whole value chain, as I just suggested, and particularly downstream with consumers. How do you incentivize changes in consumer behavior? What kind of measures would be effective, particularly at the EU level? There's not really a lot of policies right now out there that are specifically focused on consumers. So this is something that's going to need to be addressed as well. And you're going to need, as we said this morning, large-scale investments and financing. You're going to need more than just CAP subsidies. So CAP subsidies will be fundamental, but you're going to need other types of investments that are coming into this sector. So how do we activate private investments and financing? And then a big question that's being discussed in the DG Klima commissioned a study last year on looking into potential polluter pays options for the agricultural sector. And so perhaps maybe putting a price on emissions in the agricultural sector might be able to help incentivize the changes that are needed, because currently agriculture is the only sector that's outside either ETS1 or ETS2. So could this be potentially a way of internalizing the true costs of food production and starting to incentivize the changes that are needed? And for removals, with removals, there's a lot of uncertainty in agriculture, particularly for soil-based removals, because there's a lot of fluctuations. But nevertheless, it is still part of the solution. So how do you provide incentives to increase removals? And again, we're going to need actual real reductions, but for removals, maybe there needs to be targets for that as well. And obviously, the nature restoration law was something that came up again and again this morning, too, about this. This is something that will be essential to meeting our climate targets, and particularly for the LULUCF emissions and removals, to be able to work towards that. So maybe perhaps having more genuine coordination between biodiversity objectives and climate objectives is needed moving forward, particularly in agriculture, and particularly for resilience and adaptation as well. This is going to be important. And lastly, we're going to need a really strong system of monitoring, reporting, and verification of emissions and removals. This is something that's not really there right now, but obviously the Commission has recognized this, and the carbon removal certification framework is an opportunity to start moving towards having an MRV system for agriculture and being able to have a better idea of how emissions are working on farm and how farmers can reduce their emissions and also increase their removals. So the larger question that we wanted to pose today is, what kind of policy mix do we need? So how do we change the current framework that we're working with? And then what are some additional instruments that we can talk about for the next policy framework when we're working towards 2040 and 2050? We need to start thinking long-term too, to how to reach our goals for them. A cap is something that came up this morning, but perhaps having more targeted funding for climate action under the Common Agricultural Policy, and also having short-term focused investments under the cap, but also long-term payments for ecosystem services within the Common Agricultural Policy. The Industrial Emissions Directive was recently reformed, and trilogue agreements have been completed for that. There was an original proposal to include livestock emissions from cattle, and this might have been a way to tackle methane emissions from livestock. But it's been excluded from the final version, but to be opened and questioned again about whether it should fall under the IED in 2026. So that's still a question left open. And then the farm to fork strategy targets as well. These are something that sort of have not been followed up with recently. So we saw the pesticides target, that sort of, and the sustainable use of pesticides proposal fall by the wayside. And so the other targets that were more climate related, those related to nutrient loss reduction and also fertilizer use, there hasn't really been any follow-up conversations on that. So should we pick this back up again and think about these kinds of targets that could help? And then strategic planning under the governance regulation is going to be really essential here. So under the NECPs for FOLU sector actions, the Commission recently reviewed the draft update plans, and there's still much more needed ambition in these plans. So how can we enhance strategic planning to make sure that member states are taking the right measures that are needed? For new instruments, as I just mentioned, the Commission looked into an exploratory study for perhaps having a separate ETS for agriculture. So there's lots of questions about, if you do introduce an ETS, where would the point of obligation be? Would it be on farm, where you're talking about possibly having millions of obligated parties because there's over 9 million farms in the EU? Or would you have certain thresholds where you would only take the largest farms? Or could it be either upstream, where it's fertilizer and feed producers, or downstream, where you're looking at meat and dairy processors, or even going further downstream and looking at secondary processors? And then also the scope of emissions that you would have included in ETS. Would you just focus on non-CO2 emissions or just livestock emissions? Would you include LULUCF emissions and removals? So there's lots of questions about how you would design this and how you would incentivize emission reductions both at the farm gate and up and downstream in the agri-food value chain. And as I mentioned already, we're going to need demand-side measures. So how can you incentivize consumer behavior change? So information campaigns to get dietary changes obviously is some low-hanging fruit that will be looked into. Other measures such as voluntary and mandatory food labeling to give consumers more information about this. But also, as mentioned this morning, maybe changing procurement rules as well to incentivize dietary changes in behavior. So for our panel today, we sort of have some open questions that need to be addressed, obviously not just today, but in the coming months and years. But would an option such as an agriculture ETS or other types of polluter pays options be the best possible instrument for reducing agri-food emissions? And also, would it be the right kind of tool to increase removals? If you're going to include removals, do you include payments for removals? How would you do this, and how would you incentivize increasing removals? And so what, if you are going to have an agriculture ETS, if you're going to reform the Common Agricultural Policy, what else is needed in the wider policy mix to be able to support these kinds of policies? These are big questions that need answering. And with the recent backtracking that we discussed this morning on different legislation for the agricultural sector, what kind of levers are going to be needed to deliver on climate mitigation? And how can it be done in a way where we can ensure a just transition, because this is high on people's minds, to make sure that we align these goals for better social equality in Europe, but also reaching our climate goals to avoid worst case scenarios. So I would invite our panelists to come up and come speak with us today about these big questions that we have. So thank you.
Yeah, so please come take a seat. Yes. So, yeah, I mean, we've had a bit of an overview then of the agenda on climate regarding the agricultural sector. And we'd like to hear from all of you. What's your reaction in particular? Let's start maybe with this question of pricing carbon in agri-food supply chains. Is that the tool to get emissions down in the sector? What are some of the challenges you might see with that? What are the benefits of going that way? And then later we'll come on to what wider policies we might need as well. But just to focus first on your views on, do we need a carbon pricing tool for agriculture? Maybe I'll just start in order of proximity. Marco, do you want to kick us off?
Thanks a lot, Harriet, for the introduction, and thanks, Julia, for the presentation. Indeed, the application of the Agri-ETS... Does it work? Okay, sorry. The application of the Agri-ETS, the ETS to the agriculture sector is clearly one of the big topics that the next Commission and the next political terms we will be looking at. We do have concerns in the sense that for us it's important that this doesn't become a system where polluters or emitters have actually the right to pay for emitting, for polluting, and keep polluting. So it's essential that the system that will be created will deliver effective emission reductions. And this is also linked to the other big problem that Julia mentions already, of the relationship between reducing emissions, methane, nitrous oxides, and CO2, and carbon removals. Within the carbon removal concept and debate, there are issues related to the quantification. There are many scientific concerns, but also concrete concerns about how the quantification is being made. We have seen every second week scandals about projects that are supposed to deliver carbon sequestration that are either false or have dramatically exaggerated their contributions. And but I'd say, generally speaking, the approach of the Agri-ETS that can have positive elements should be looked at by bearing in mind that we need to be careful when we only focus on emissions intensities. Because emissions intensity very often lead to either no gain or absolute increase in emissions. Because that's how society and that's how economy works. So for us, it's still very important, and I hope they'll be able to talk later about other policies. The main element must be to focus policies and political debates on reducing emissions from our activities, rather than trying to play with the removals as well.
Thanks, Marco. Rudolf, to you next. From the farmer's perspective, I'd be interested to hear, on your farm, how have you taken action to reduce emissions, or are you planning that in the future, and what's your experience of that? And then B, on this question of carbon pricing, how would you see that playing out for you as a farmer?
Okay, hi everyone. So I'm Rudolf from Latvia, a young farmer, organic cereal farmer. So for me, it was not topic till now. I have some friends that have done it, that have tried to sequestrate carbon in their soils. They have managed, but it's just few hectares. It's not a big quantity. So we have trying to understand the process. But about ETS in agriculture, we just had a working group yesterday, and it was a lot of questions and not too many answers. We see that we can mitigate emissions in agriculture, in farming, also in the individual level, but we have doubts that if we start to trade emissions, it cannot lead to mitigation also. These are our doubts. And then if you look at on-farm practices, it's most likely that it will be a lot of administrative burden within the system because, as it said before, it's 9 million farmers there. At this, it is existing, it's 11,000 participants, right? Approximately. So we need to make it simple for farmers to achieve and to use them in the farming sector. So it's a big question that's, as we see in CAP, strategic plans, it's hard to get there if there are too many questions. And for upstream or downstream system, we see that there will be, of course, a price increase within the process. So a lot of questions, yeah.
Okay, thanks. So also kind of highlighting the importance of the design as well of this system. Megan, coming to you now, you're coming from a slightly different angle and perspective, I guess, that you're really working with investors in agri-food supply chains. I mean, what's your perspective on kind of the importance of emissions reduction in agriculture, and what do you see as the key needs policy-wise for trying to achieve those goals?
So let me see, do I have this on? Do I press here? Oh, it's on. Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, I should probably introduce myself, everyone else, but just quickly, because my organization is a bit different than most of the others we'll hear from today. And I work for the FAIR Initiative, and it's a $70 trillion investor network. It's the largest ESG it's the fastest growing ESG network in the world. And what we're focused on, what our mission is sort of building awareness of the material risks and opportunities in the food sector, particularly in animal agriculture, to investors. And so we've got about 400, a little over 400 members, 40% of whom are in Europe, about 30% in the United States, and 30% in the rest of the world. And just as a quick, it surprises people that investors are as engaged in this as investors are. But things like emissions, if we can't figure out to get climate under control, if we can't address issues around biodiversity loss, around pollution, around excessive use of antibiotics in the animal agricultural sector, and the risks that presents from antibiotic resistance, then this is a material risk to the investors, and it's a systemic risk to the whole planet, and therefore to the economies, and therefore to investors. So we're very engaged in harnessing the power of capital markets to build a more sustainable and equitable food system. So that, I apologize for giving that backdrop, but I think it'll make everything I say for the rest of the time make a little more sense because it is a different angle we're coming from. So yes, reducing emissions is really important. There's a real awareness, and there's a statistic here I can share which says we basically produce a great deal of high quality scientific and financial research, which then we make available to investors to help inform their decisions. And one of the things we have is a thing called the Climate Risk Tool. And it basically looks forward to the scenario of impact on capital if we do breach 2%, for example. And so it's pointed out that the sector's profitability, so this is animal agriculture sector profitability, 50% of the companies will be in the red if we reach 2% change in climate. So for the sector specifically, it matters. And so investors are speaking to the companies, and it's an additional prod toward movement. We also push a lot and work a lot with investor letters asking for policy changes. And many of them do focus in on emissions, but we're very clear that it's all interrelated, so that if you have climate unifocus, you could address that issue, and yet we could still destroy the capacity for human life, for good environmental and good economic viability, if we don't also address nature. So just to say, yes, emissions is very important, and in all of it, we're really conscious of wanting it to be science-based and just recognizing there's a lot of innovative ideas out there. The investors want to see the innovation, want to test ideas. Some of them are going to work and some are not going to work very well as we move to food transition. And there are questions about greenwashing and then measurements. And so in answer to how any of this would work, I would align with much of what Marco said, which is let's get doing it and then let's get data that shows which things actually are working best, and reduction of emissions is an essential part of it.
Thanks, Megan. Yeah, I think that also links back to the discussion this morning as well about how also we need to be aware of the economic risks of not taking action on climate, and really good to have some examples, or interesting to have some examples of actually how that hits agriculture as well, which I think we're seeing more and more of, also not only for the animal sector, but in especially arable production as well in Europe as well. Yes, Valeria, I mean, you've been really working on this, for probably some time in the European Commission. So be really interested to hear your perspective on, what's the thinking in terms of the tools to bring down agricultural emissions, and the idea around carbon pricing. And
thank you, and thank you for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Okay. So Julia actually already made a very good introduction to the topic, which then cancels half of my speaking points, because of course we have this target for we proposed a target for 2040, which is to reduce emissions by 90%. And if you looked carefully at the graph she showed, it shows that the land sector, agriculture and LULUCF combined, will make up for the most of the greenhouse gas profile in 2040. So climate policies for the land sector must be very targeted and effective. But it also recognizes that agriculture will remain the sector with the largest share of emissions in 2040, because these are emissions that are harder to abate. We cannot completely decarbonize the food system as we can do for other sectors. So, this calls for a clear, predictable, and also ambitious policy framework for the land sector, but also for, we heard this morning, the finance and the instruments that the farmers need for this transition. So yes, we commissioned this study that Julian and Aaron and colleagues worked on, and that was published last year in November, on exploring ideas how carbon pricing in agriculture will work. What is interesting in this approach is that, first of all, you look at the entire food value chain. This is important because maybe so far one problem was that when talking about agriculture, we always focus on the farmers, but a lot of the decisions that farmers make are actually as a response to choices made in other parts of the value chain. Upstream, the inputs they can put on their fields also have a big role in the amount of emissions that they create, and also downstream, of course, the food producers, the retailers, and the consumers will drive farmers' decisions. So we need a holistic approach. I think this by now is quite common knowledge, and is also very much reflected in the narrative we promoted in the communication on the 2040 targets. And if you take this value chain approach, you could actually see carbon pricing not as a stick for the farmer, but rather as a carrot. If you can manage to design it in a way that the entity responsible for the emissions happening on the farm are actually not the farmers, but either upstream input producers or downstream the food producers. And they will have then an incentive to reward, to pay the farmers to decrease their emissions so that they need to buy fewer allowances. This I'm simplifying, but the idea would be that then the farmer gets rewarded for reducing emissions. And this could create that sort of private finance that will complement public support from the CAP that seems to be needed, as we discussed this morning. There is also a huge an important element with the market power distribution in the value chain. And for sure, if we introduce carbon pricing in the food system, this will alter the market power balance in the value chain. How this exactly will happen is still to be understood. So there are many impacts. The impacts on market power that I just mentioned, impacts on trade, impacts on prices, on income of farmers that we still need to understand. That's why we are still in an exploratory phase, and we want to continue this exploration, and we will follow up on that study with a series of technical workshops where we want to discuss with the stakeholders directly involved, directly impacted by such a system. We want to gather their views and understand what the impacts will be in their expectation. So we don't have an answer, and we certainly don't have a decision to make a legal proposal for the moment, because of course we wait to see who our next bosses will be. So for the moment it's really an idea that we want to be ready in case this becomes a priority for the next commission, but this is of course still too early to say. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, Aaron, you're someone else who's also been working on this for a long time as well. Is there anything that you want to also complement in terms of, a lot of people have talked about the importance of design, and there's just so many options for how you could design a carbon pricing instrument in agriculture. So what's your general take, obviously, on the question of pricing, and do we need that instrument? But also maybe if you could elaborate a little bit more on some of the things you've heard about design and some of the options, and what's your view on them?
Yes, so maybe first to comment on what was said before, to understand the role of agriculture to reach climate neutrality. So when IPCC says 1.5 limit is still reachable, what they actually mean is we will overshoot this decade for a few decades to return at some point with the help of carbon removals. So, and what does that mean? Overshoot means adverse impacts for humans and environment. And this leads us into a vicious cycle, because the more we overshoot and the longer we overshoot, the less likely our nature-based solutions, the functioning of our environment to act as a carbon sink will decrease. So, and if you look at the trajectory, and Valerie just mentioned it, so agriculture by 2040 will be a high-emitting sector. So it will play a key role in deciding on by how much we will overshoot and for how long we will overshoot. And we'll also decide on how well our nature-based solutions in reducing the CO2 and storing it into the ground will actually function. If we put that together, so basically agriculture is our insurance model to reach climate neutrality by 2050. And I think here are three building blocks to see on what can agriculture actually do. It can reduce emissions, and mainly what I see here is the livestock sector, reducing the emissions here, complemented by a more plant-based diet and dietary changes, and reducing the emissions from drained peatlands. The second building block is then to increase and incentivize carbon removals, but we have to understand that there's a very limited scope of what these nature-based solutions can actually deliver. And the third one is then climate change adaptation and increasing the resilience of the sector. And then we also have to acknowledge the fact that the colleagues out there who are protesting today, again, not only in Brussels, but also all over Europe, on where they stand in this discussion. So, and what I always say is that they're stuck in an export subsidy trap. So they're dependent on the exports where Europe has pushed them into, and they have willingly accepted. They are dependent on the subsidies that Europe and also national governments give them. And they're dependent on the value chain actors, the big players in the upstream and downstream sectors who dominate and rule the market. So, and then this is circled also by the administration burden. And then and we have to discuss this morning, what policymakers and politicians they make out of this is to decrease the environmental ambition to ease the farmers. But this is not what they actually asked for. And I think this is now the picture that we have to understand when we now pull in the carbon pricing mechanisms, which is just a tool to finance the transition of a high-emitting sector into a low-emitting sector. And what worries, what not worries me is that we talk about carbon pricing. I think that is a good point now to start the discussion. What worries me is, do we get by 2030, 2040, 2050 a system in place that is scientifically robust, that is stringent enough to reduce the emissions, but at the same time to be easy enough and simple enough for farmers to actually be implemented? So I think these are the questions that I am asking myself and which we need to further explore. And yeah, happy also to go into that discussion on what could be the design elements of such a carbon pricing instrument and also of other policy instruments to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, we really wanted to cover then the wider policy mix, I think, which is what you bring us on to. Maybe I go back to you, Rudolf. I mean, you were one of the ones who said there's a lot of questions, obviously, for you about how this would work. But at the same time, you know, we've heard quite a bit this morning about the need for financing, and I think, Valerie, you were mentioning this as well. So beyond pricing emissions in agriculture as one tool, what do you see as the real needs for you in terms of trying to obviously transition to a system, or speaking on behalf of farmers more generally, that you know, trying to move to a system obviously that is better for the environment, is lower carbon? I mean, what are the key barriers and how do you feel policy can help to try and address those?
So before this question, maybe I can add on. Two of you mentioned that science-based. We totally agree on that, but we need to remember that every soil is different. So it should be also practice-based on individual farm level. So there should be practices we can implement, but there is a question, will there be a result? So that's also a point we need to keep in mind. And about how can we accelerate towards this topic, I think first of all, we need to share knowledge about practices and innovations and possibilities. How can we do it? That's number one. The second biggest part is finance, how we can finance the innovation for carbon removal. And it could also be risk sharing, because at this moment, most of the risk for innovations is on farmers' shoulders. So, and we invest not in short term. So when we make investment, it's for at least 5 years, mostly 10 years, to get the money back. So it's a long-term investment. And we can't take this risk every year, every 2 years. So it's really, really long-term vision, how we move forward. And also the accessibility for land, because now we have 50% land owned by farmers and 50% rented. And in many places, we don't have long-term leases. So it's really big risk to invest in rented land if you will not be able to work on it next year. So there should be burdens that we can be able and risk-free to invest in soils. So, and that's the risk manager, the third point I would say. Yeah.
Thank you. Megan, what about the private sector? I mean, can you help us to reflect what should the role be? Because we've said that not everything can be also done by public policy. So what should we expect from the private sector in terms of supporting the types of investments and maybe the knowledge that's needed? Or also from the other point of view, what does the private sector also need from policy, right?
Right.
So maybe you can tell us a bit more about that.
There's so much interplay back and forth. And so just quickly, there's an enormous amount of subsidization, and obviously cap here in Europe, but globally. The World Bank has just come up with a report, which I strongly recommend people read, calling Detox Development. And it talks about repurposing subsidies. So one big piece is that there's a lot of money going out, and this report is pointing to how much of it unintentionally is actually bringing about environmentally negative consequences, right? So the FAIR initiative, through our investors, wrote a letter to the EU in 2021 saying that we, the undersigned investors, and it was, I think, investors with about $10 trillion of assets under management, saying there's room to do better alignment. So it's not that there's not money, it's that the money is being spent and could be redirected. We've also then, just this past year, with investors of $7 trillion worth of assets under management, have written to the G20 finance ministers and put the same point to them. So there's the first part is the repurposing of some of the government money. The second point is that as investors read through the information that we're producing and look at these various things that are material risks, which basically, if I have the full transparent information about 3 different companies, and I can see that one of them is exposed to much more risk because their value chain up and down, like from a scope 3 point of view, they've got a lot of emissions, and I can see that countries might begin to take issue with it. We as investors would be concerned about it. The public might be concerned. I could view that will affect who I invest in. And as this has become more of a thing for investors and for the public and with government pressure, you see companies putting a lot of money. So another big place where money is coming from are actually some of the big companies. So just to name a couple European ones, Nestle and Unilever have both put a lot of money into regenerative agriculture. And so that is another space. And then there's obviously funding that comes from private investors, from philanthropy. There's a lot of different places the money comes to, but as a general matter, all of them are looking for a clear roadmap. And that's another thing FAIR did, which was that FAIR investors spoke and said, what we need is actually a believable plan on how the world could get to 1.5. And so investors wrote, in that case, it was $19 trillion worth of investors. But the main point is, these are the world's biggest pension funds, investment houses from around the world, all saying, actually, this matters to us, and said that they really needed the FAO to come up with a roadmap on how we can move the agricultural sector globally to be in alignment. They're now working on this. The first draft came out at COP 28. There's another one at COP 29, another one at COP 30. All of them are calling it for national plans that will then line up with this. Basically, what they're all looking for and what they're looking for from Europe, and frankly, Europe has done more of this than anyone else. The green, as you look at the Green Deal, you can see things that have fallen a little shorter than people would have wanted, things that have been shelved. But overall, what was there was a roadmap and a commitment that these things have to happen with bumps in the road. And investors are used to the idea of bumps in the road, but they need to know a direction of travel. And once there's that direction of travel and the comfort and certainty of that, then people can begin building plans. And that is something that I think gets, you sort of say, well, we would just like some money from X or Y to make this happen. There has to be the question of, well, what are we making happen? And is it going to be built upon? And are the other people who are playing a part of this all on board with the idea? Have we done a good enough job of bringing the farmers into the discussion? If we haven't, we need to, because the plan's not going to work if we don't. And so we also have, reports on how to get at just transition. And sort of the investors are looking at this as they would look at anything else. And is this yet fit for purpose? And how do we get it so that it is? I hope that helps.
Yeah. No, thank you. I mean, I think also you're saying similar things to what Rudolf was saying about the need for more certainty about the direction of travel. Valeria, I don't know if you want to comment on that at all. I mean, the role of the EU, obviously, in setting the direction of travel. Yeah, like Megan was saying, we have the Green Deal. It's got targets for 2030 on the food system, but obviously we've heard this morning that that's where we're seeing the least progress being made. So, yeah, what do you see in terms of or other discussions happening? Also in relation to these international agreements now that are coming, where the EU has also signed up since the last COP to including the agri-food sector in its climate plans by 2025, etc. So do you see a movement towards a kind of vision, or their efforts to create this kind of vision and pathway, like you were saying, for the sector towards 1.5? So what's happening on there? Do you see that as something that is needed?
It is true that legislation on the farm and food sector is not the easiest one to work on, and many of the initiatives announced in the Farm to Fork strategy are indeed were not adopted or shelved. The Sustainable Food System framework, in the inclusion of livestock in the IED was eventually dropped. And many more that Julia mentioned. So I could say one positive piece of feedback that we hear a lot since the publication of the study on carbon pricing is that this at least will provide some long-term vision, predictability, clarity for farmers, for the food system that have to direct their investments. So the way an ETS works, I know you asked not to be too technical, but many people in the food systems, well, in the farming sector maybe are not familiar with ETS because it has not so far covered agriculture, but the idea is that there is a cap on emissions, on the emissions that the sector can produce. This cap decreases. So polluting companies, in the case of the EU ETS, these are big industries like energy manufacture, they have to buy allowances for each ton of CO2 that they emit in the atmosphere, and the number of allowances that are available decreases over time, and this means that allowances should in principle become more expensive. This, of course, also depends on how much pollution there is, so prices go down when there is a decrease in production, but the idea is that there is this really clear, long-term, predictable pathway for emissions. And this applied to the farming sector could also provide some certainty in terms of investments. Then there is the other positive side of an ETS is that it creates revenues when these allowances are sold in auctions, and this is a huge source of revenues for member states who are supposed to use these revenues for making this transition easier. So the first EU ETS, with that money, we created an innovation fund that finances low carbon technologies. So this helps the polluters to have alternatives, in fact, to pollute less. In the case of the ETS2, which will enter into force as of 2027, and which will cover buildings and the transport sector, there the most impacted people will be the citizens who need to heat their houses and drive their cars. And so in that case, the money that comes out of it will be used for a social climate fund supposed to help vulnerable households. So with all this, the use of the revenues is also a very important part of the policies, not just stick, but also using the money to make the transition easier for the most affected ones. In the case of the farming sector, money that could collected through an ETS would then go to what? That is also a design question. Do we use the same approach of the EU ETS and then we use it for innovation? As Rudolf said, research and innovation is very important to give the farmers the means to decrease their emissions. Or should it go to support vulnerable households because of the potential increase in food prices? Or should it go to a fund to procure or to pay for removals and biodiversity, which is also, as we know, very important to make farming, to make food systems work. If ecosystems collapse, we don't have any food. So there is also this positive feedback that, okay, we can have some revenues. How we use them is still an open question, but there are some attractive features of an ETS which have proven to work with the EU ETS. It took a while. It took 20 years of phase-in and building, gradually building the system, but we can learn from the lessons of the EU ETS, which is already in place, and be a bit faster in the case of the agricultural sector. But then, of course, another feedback that we receive a lot is this cannot go alone. It has to be done together with accompanying measures for helping with the transition, but also for making sure that this has no negative impacts on biodiversity, animal welfare, and trade, and so on. So it's a huge challenge because you need to take into account the trade aspects, which were mentioned this morning, but less so in this panel. Should we then protect our farmers because they will be subject to higher requirements than farmers in other parts of the world? But how could a CBAM-like model work for farming, which is so complex? The MRV is so complex, as you said. Quantification of emissions, and the removals will be so complex. So yeah, it's interesting, but it needs a lot of of coordination with many other policy areas. This is clear. So a good exercise for the next Commission to put together many DGs and many constituencies together.
Yeah, thank you. And also I think probably underlines the importance of having a target that does set the direction of travel for many different policies to then align with. Maybe I can go to the social aspects of this, which people have been saying, well, part of the follow-up to the Green Deal needs to be more of a focus on the social consequences and actually trying to align environmental and socially just outcomes with changes that we're making. And so I want to see how you see this for the farming sector. Marco, I'll probably go to you first. What do you think can be delivered by EU policy that actually tries to break through some of the protests that we're seeing, the opposition to the Green Deal? How do we kind of move forward and get beyond that and forge a dialogue where we can try and, build a bit more consensus, right, rather than increasingly going in these opposite directions?
Yeah, that's an easy question. So there are a few things that I think should be said. One is that climate change is not just increasing temperatures, it's not just a few tough consequences on our planet. It's, as the European Development Agency, we have the executive director here, said, it's a risk multiplier. It means that there are cascades between different sectors, from one region to another, from one region of the world to another. It leads to possibly social unrest, to political tensions. And we have seen that with the farmers' protests. So we should not just look at it as one indicator. It is something that will and has already started clearly affecting our society as a whole. And another thing that the EA has said is that the forecast that we have and the risk assessment figures that we have are inherently conservative, which means that we are working and we are looking at policies with very optimistic figures in mind. So when looking at the impacts that climate change and our policies have on society, we really have to be serious about the impacts of climate change. Then, of course, if you're a farmer in Spain, now water scarcity starts becoming a mega issue. North of Italy, floods are an even more, that's a difference between life and death, business-wise or also from a purely human perspective. When it comes to the way in which we've been dealing with farmers and with the agri-food sector, I think it's clear that the Farm to Fork, the Green Deal as such, the biodiversity strategy, and several other pieces of legislation or visions from the Commission have been, so to say, imposed on this sector. Why? Because the sector hasn't done much. Again, I think it's the EA from last year and also the Commission Advisory Board on Climate Change. It's since 2005, and Julia said it, we had a 2% reduction in the past almost 20 years. 2% is not enough. And if we continue with business as usual, we're going to get a 1.5% reduction, possibly something more. This is not possible. Every single sector of our society needs to move. We can't just pretend that we don't touch this sector. But then how this sector moves, that's the completely different thing. That's where the common agricultural policy starts playing a massive role. We've seen before, even starting from 2008, but then with COVID and then with the war in Ukraine, before the answer was, we don't have money. There is no money, we can't. And then as soon as a real crisis happens, billions, hundreds of billions can be found in a matter of few weeks. And since we are now facing a planetary and existential crisis, whether we want it or not, we need to find money. And it's clearly more than the 60 billion euro per year that the CAP distributes. But again, once we have those 60 billions, we need to provide answers to the people that put their lives on the field. And what most farmers are criticizing and demanding right now is not for the Commission to kill green legislation within the CAP, is to get a much better economic reward by the market and also to get better subsidies, because everybody knows that the CAP, since 30 years now, provides 80% of its payment to 20% of farms. And this has to stop. We cannot continue with a system that rewards land ownership, because we are paying rich people. Before Brexit, the CAP was giving money to the Queen of England. It's insane. It's a social policy, despite not being a social policy. It is a social policy for many farmers, but it gives money to rich landowners. Yeah. This is something that politically speaking cannot be accepted anymore. So we need to talk to farmers much more seriously and much more continuously, but we also need to stop fooling them, because the recent political decisions are driven not by science, are not driven by any other economic or farmer request. They are driven by electoral purposes.
Rudolf, can I let you respond there?
Yeah,
what's your take? Is that the right analysis?
As a young farmer, we totally agree on these points, of course. But you mentioned before we need clear goals where to go. But what we lack, also in existing and previous CAPs, we lack tools to achieve them. We haven't been given tools to achieve the goals. We have high numbers from top to down. We don't have practices and tools to go from bottom to up. So we need to collaborate on that way. That's a big, big step why there are so many protests today, because we have goals, but we don't have tools to achieve them. Mm. That's one of the frustrations, yes. And what's also a question, one more, or?
Well, I wanted to ask, generally all of you, the way forward kind of out of this polarization. I mean, you've talked about how we can try to break down some of the barriers and some of the needs. But as a young farmer, I mean, you've just said that you agree a lot with Marco's analysis, and I assume you're also referring to the CAP there. So it seems like there is some scope, for coming together, at least amongst certain interests within the farming sector. So, yeah, if you have any more thoughts on really for you what would be a way to try and go forward, I guess, together, rather than this constant kind of pulling in opposite directions and going back and forth on policy, which seems to not really be providing the certainty that we need.
Yeah, so I think one point I have already mentioned, it should be policy that is easy to use for farmers, that there is as less as possible bureaucracy in there. Then we need a long-term vision in offering predictability for farmers. So as I mentioned before, investments take years, maybe sometimes 10 and more than 10 years. So that's also, and also before there was mentioned about regenerative agriculture and other sustainable practices. What we see that we need solid governments to avoid multiple objectives. We need clear definition, what is sustainable. Because at this moment we have retailers that says this is sustainable, processors that something else is sustainable, government says anything else. So we don't have a clear vision of what is sustainable for us. And also, I'm glad that you're here. realistic view and take on finance, we lack money a lot. Like if you look at last year, we are 62 billion below what we need in agriculture in Europe. So we need more inputs from money side also. It could be different. It could be loans, it could be cap, it could be any different ways, but still it should be put a lot of money there.
May I just ask a
Sure.
question? Because that's a really interesting number. When you say that, in what way is that money missing? Is that the amount of money that's needed to be able to support the farmers to produce? Because is it falling to certain segments within the sector that are most hurt? Because there are exports being produced, and there's food being produced that goes to market, and there are farmers who are managing to stay afloat financially. So when you say this money is missing, sort of in what way is that measured? I don't doubt you, I just really want to understand it so I can go back and explain it to other people.
Yeah, it's, if I remember correctly, it's the money that is, there is a financial gap within agriculture that through investments to maintain our practices, to maintain businesses as we need it. And there was that for young farmers especially, we lack short-term loans for us, for daily basis to operate. For young farmers, it was 14 billion euros. That's not there for us. So it's also a daily
That's a pretty good
operation.
piece of the whole 62. I mean, so if you're missing 14 for the young farmers for that alone, that's a fairly significant share of it. And therefore, it points to the larger point that Marco and others have been making, and this is true in Europe and in the United States and in many, many places. A large share of the subsidies do land in the hands of some of the largest and sometimes wealthiest farmers and less in the hands of the small ones. So a really good hard look at that strikes me. And that's not an official fair statement, just me thinking about it and saying, although that is the sort of thing FAIR wants to look at across the board, is where are the numbers and how is it all going, and how do you get as many possible of the arrows pointing to hit the same side of the barn, the same objective.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the barriers to finance for more green initiatives is also the way that a lot of banks traditionally give out their loans is based on things like increasing productivity or etc. So it's not really done factoring in things like climate risks and all of these new dimensions. So maybe also, yeah, you want to talk to the banks amongst your network as well. And I think there are some, there's Rabobank and others who are starting to actually rethink the metrics that they use for assessing risk and who they grant loans to, and trying to get more access to loans for younger farmers and
right. I mean, and absolutely
those wanting to.
The analysis that we are doing, looking up and down, so from the entire stream of the inputs. So we're looking at the risks that happen at the grain level. We're looking at the risks that come to animal pharma companies, to people who produce pesticides, how each of those companies is impacted, and then investors factor that into their decisions, and they're looking straight through to the companies that produce meat, to the retailers who sell the meat. But as each of those companies is looking at these questions, then basically, if you believe there to be a significant risk, it then results in higher interest rates where you see the risks. And so if you begin to think of risk as something different than what you just thought of it, sort of, our grandfather's view of it didn't include any of these things, and that's what we're trying to have happen. But then a secondary question is taking aside a risk, which is a younger farmer who doesn't have as much capital or proof of having been successful in paying back loans. That type of risk is a kind of thing that has to get mitigated against so that the money does get to these people. And the question of some blended finance, some amount of government backing and support of standing behind and guaranteeing an interest rate, but banks working together. There's a lot of interesting ways where some risk we want people to be taking on, because the risk of trying something new is in fact how we move toward the solutions.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's probably some more interesting discussions to happen on blended finance options in the future, I think, in this policy area. Aaron, just coming back to you, I mean, are there things that you've heard that you want to react on in terms of the work that you do, I think, across lots of different policy areas? And is there anything specific that you would like to say on the cap and maybe how what you see maybe as the role for the cap when we're saying that we need investment, and also the fact that the next cap will be agreed before any eventual ETS would come into place and start having an impact? What's the linkages between that and the whole kind of policies that might be enacted on the climate side?
Yeah, that's a problem. Again, we have if you look at the timeline, that is very displaced again of when the cap and the MFF come into place and when the discussion on carbon pricing are being, and the decisions are being taken. So I think that's again an issue we also had in the past, that we really struggled to get these things aligned, these tools. And I think there was an important point that was made this morning, that if the market doesn't pay the fair price to the farmers, then the public has to do that and pay the share. And that's what the Common Agriculture Policy currently does. So, and if you want to turn this around so that the market is paying the fair price, and that then the Common Agriculture Policy is actually a tool to finance the transition, then really we need to first have the other incentives in place, carbon pricing, carbon removal certification, to then steer the cap towards the transition. And this is ultimately also where I would see the Common Agriculture Policy to do three things. To have the investments ready, to implement this system redesign in the agriculture, these system redesign measures, to maintain them, because it's not an investment only, it's also ongoing cost that needs to be financed for the farmers, and to have this knowledge and advisory support for finance, which is currently in the cap like a small measure in the ENF-CLIM, which is really not a lot, which should be like a large share, like 1/3 of the cap, to really support the farmers in understanding what society needs and to go ahead with this transition. And I think it's also good to think in examples on where the cap can come in here. So if you think about organic soils, what happens is if you drain them, then CO2 is being emitted every year. And once you re-wet them, then emissions stop immediately. What then happens is methane emissions kick in, which is also important to consider, but the emissions, the CO2 emissions stop immediately. But that's a huge investment to do. So going from a drainage-based agriculture back to a wet agriculture, maybe based on paludiculture. So if a farmer needs these three things, he needs the investment, he needs the supply chain, of course, going from drainage-based agriculture towards paludiculture, and then he needs the maintenance of these measures, and he needs the knowledge to do that. So I think that's the key where I see the cap in the future to do this job. There's other examples with agroforestry systems. We need the investments cost, we need the maintenance, we need the knowledge. And yeah, so I think that would be the complement with where I see with carbon pricing and where they could go hand in hand here.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to the audience.
Could I just add just a quick thing?
Okay, very quickly.
Because Aaron's mentioned a couple times about the trade piece of it, right? So the question of mirror clauses ahead of a time where you actually have sort of some sort of how you do it with emissions at the border. There are other spaces where you can create a dynamic where if a certain policy has been put in place in the EU, so the EU has done this on antibiotics, antibiotics given to food animals, the EU, out of concern for human health, has put in more stringent laws than many other countries on use of antibiotics, and it has now said it's in the process of developing the trade ban that will go into place and say products that contain inputs from food animals will not be allowed into the EU if they come from animals that were given antibiotics as growth promoters or yield increasers. And so what that basically says is, we know we're asking you to make a shift here in Europe. We know that the shift is difficult and costly in the transition, and even afterwards, sometimes there will and sometimes there won't with these changes be a longer cost to production. It's not always the case that there would be. But whatever the case, in order to uphold the policy objective of the EU has a right, and this is consistent with WTO regulations. It's promoting a policy that is important to the EU, and it's being done to save people's lives in the EU and around the world, because excess and misuse of antibiotics in animals does result in the spread of antibiotic resistance to humans. So these type of mechanisms, the farmers are often asking for them. Well, then you have a situation in which you have a level playing field within the EU. If it costs a little bit more to make your product, people in the EU will pay a little bit more, and obviously there are people who are food insecure, but there are systems in place to help people who are already food insecure be able to receive food, and they will still be able to do so with slightly higher price for their eggs or what have you. But it allows the policy change to happen in a way that then frees up more of the cap to do the sort of things that Erin was just suggesting.
Thank you, yeah. And also, again, bringing up another policy area where we kind of need to try and make things coherent with the right policy mix, like we say, though. Yeah, we know that there's a lot of complication when it comes to trade agreements and agriculture. So, yeah, can we go to the audience? Hopefully that this has inspired some of you to ask questions. Yes, over here. We're going to take them just in groups, so we'll take you, and then if there's others from the audience, we'll take them. Otherwise, also if there's any online.
Well, thank you. My name is Lars Holgaard. I was formerly Deputy Director General in DG Agriculture, so I know a little bit about what's been discussed in here, the reform. Just a couple of words in relation to the direct payments. The direct payments are not dependent on production. I think that has to be underlined. They are decoupled. They do not incentivize farmers to produce more or less. So there's no export trap. This is simply based on the market signals that farmers receive. It's true that a lot of the money goes to the biggest farmers. Member states have the possibility to do redistribution, to give it more to the small farmers, to give it to the young farmers to support. Member states have not utilized that to the extent that is possible, but that is the case. Now, coming to the subject of the discussion, a carbon tax, and I happen to be Danish, is discussed very intensively in Denmark. It's sort of a decision by the government that farming has to be also incorporated. And this, I think, leads immediately to the point of you need a special emission trading system, as Valerie was saying, for farming. They're operating with 3 different models. One is 100 euros per ton of emissions, another is 60, and another one which is lower. If you take the 100, which was the price of the ETS for some time ago, it's not that high right now, it would have significant effect on production. It would have the consequence of prices being increased to consumers. So there are these side effects.
Sorry, what was your question?
So I think the question is really, we should try to combine a carbon tax in such a manner that it has an effect on reducing emissions, but it also forces consumers to pay the real price, because they don't pay the real price. There are externalities here. And so it should be a combination of a tax on farmers to reduce emissions, incentivize them, but also on consumers. And that money could then be rechanneled back to the farming sector for the necessary adaptation to be more climate friendly and so environmental friendly. So there are, I think, ideas here. The complications are there, as you say, in terms of administration. And you need, in addition to a special ETS for farming, you need a special CBAM. Because otherwise you're distorting trade and competition for our farmers versus third countries. So that has to be taken into account as well. I'd like you if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Julia, is there anything online? Okay. So yeah, if you'd like to respond, who? Yeah.
I'll start. Thanks a lot, Lars. Yeah, there are many concerns about the way in which the CAP is being implemented, and if we look at the sector that should change as a matter of priority, so the livestock sector, which I think, many commentators agree that that's where we need to focus. Agriculture emits 95% of ammonia, and 80% comes from livestock. It emits 54% of methane, and basically 95% comes from livestock. The issue is, when we look at the way in which member states implement the CAP, that 9% of livestock units present in Europe are subject to specific plans to reduce emissions or to reduce ammonia emissions, which means that 91% of livestock numbers in Europe are left out of the picture. They are not assessed and addressed. And this has to change. I agree that member states could do a redirection of money, but they don't because of political reasons. As Jan has told us this morning, the farming sector has a high political power, and it's not going to. It's going to be difficult to prevent them from using that political power. So they have agriculture ministers in their hands, and they're not going to want to, change the situation. Why? Because the people that have a grasp of the reality and very much influence on leading politicians at national level are the ones that benefit out of this system. The ones that are losing out of the system are the ones that don't have access to politicians in the same way. So we need to ensure via a public debate that we manage to redirect and have a cap in the future that will be spending money on the basis of results. This cap reform was supposed to be results-based. It is still based on direct payments. I really hope that the next cap, and unfortunately the next cap reform is already coming because that's what the Commission proposed last week, but the cap reform that is supposed to come at the end of 2025, I really hope that it will be the first time when direct payments will be changed into results-based payments, because we need to help financially farmers to drive a transition, and it's absolutely necessary to give money, but we also need to give money if farmers and when farmers do something, not just because they own or they work land.
Thanks, Marco. Do others want to respond on the question? Or Aaron or Valeria?
Maybe really quickly to two things that had been said. So in Germany, what we see is that there's a direct correlation between the nitrates directive that were deteriorated in 2006 and came into place, and the exports that just then happened right after to Asian markets, where before we had a production of pig meat that was around, I don't know, like below the share that would need to feed Germany, around 80%, and then right after that was then 120%. So we see these direct correlations, and that's what I was referring to. We have this export trap that farmers are stuck into. It's not necessarily linked to common agriculture policy, but it also, of course, has its share. And then with the question too of how to design a carbon pricing system, and also the reference to the Danish. So, and we have a lot of Danish colleagues here. I think the example that is now being, that we're now receiving from Denmark is very important to understand on how do you design such a system, because they are now the front runners in understanding what are the bits and pieces you need to rethink when designing such a system, which we then have to take into consideration when we start designing such a carbon pricing system. Because yes, maybe it's from the outside, it sounds very easy. You put a carbon tax into place and then emissions start decreasing. But the question in the agriculture sector is very important on how do you measure? Which greenhouse gases do you measure and how do you track them? And this whole MRV system that you need to have behind is highly complex and should not and needs to be carefully understood, because what we also don't need, and I think that's also important, what we also don't need is a system that is so complex that only a few administration entities in Europe understand how the system works, but nobody else. And then the farmers especially, who then have to implement, are the ones that don't understand the system. So it also needs to be simple enough for the farmers to implement. I think that's also a key learning that we currently have, that we always try to design policies that make things perfect, but then we start deteriorating as soon as they get into force because farmers don't understand it. And because we made it so complex. It's not about that they didn't want to understand, but we made it so complex. So I think that's also a key learning that we need to take into consideration. How do we design a system that is feasible for farmers to implement? Yeah.
If I could just add...
Sorry, Valeria, did you want to?
Forgive me, I didn't hear you.
No,
Okay.
but no, I would just, I mean, the remarks are quite interesting, and I can agree with everything that was said, that we have a lot of impacts to look into, especially in terms of trade, and CBAM, as I mentioned, is one possible way, but CBAM would protect, let's say, from imports, but a lot of the food industry, downstream of the farmer, they are more interested in the impact on the exports, because we still export more food than we import. And so trade goes both ways, and we have to look at both ways together. So it's even more complex. But I really agree with what Aaron just said about the fact that for the farmer, in the end, they just need clarity on what they have to do. Tell us what do you want us to do, and we do it, and give us the means to do it, and we do it. So when it trickles down to the action on the ground, it must be very, very clear.
Can I just see if there's other questions, and if not, we'll come back. Yes, there's one there.
Hi, yeah, thank you very much. Damon Hewlett from the Scottish Government Brussels office. Thanks very much for a really informative debate. It's super interesting. Lots to feedback to lots of interested colleagues back home on ideas around what to do in this space. I had a question on the need for long-term vision, certainty. It's probably primarily for you, Rudolf, but maybe others as well might comment. Megan, you talked about this as well. Given the requirement for a long-term vision, would you have preferred the Commission's communication on a 2040 target to have given more detail for the sector? Or are you happy that it deferred on that, looking towards the strategic dialogue on the future of agriculture? And if so, are you confident that that process will give you what you need?
Good question.
Yeah. We have big hopes for strategic dialogue. We are in it. Yeah, we are in it. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we have big hopes for strategic dialogue for next Parliament, and we hope they will listen to us, because there are a lot of factors involved there. Of course, the working groups, I just saw one this morning. It's not the easiest one, as always, but still, I think it's one of ways. Of course, it could not be silver bullet, but still, we can try this way. So about long-term vision, what we have seen also is that a lot of visions come from top-down, but we need to go from bottom-up to make a vision together. So we need to involve more farmers, farmer organizations, to be together and step the goals we want to achieve, and we can achieve together.
And the question was on whether you think that it would provide some clarity to have a target for agriculture in the 2040 European climate targets, specifically for the sector.
Yeah, and then, as I mentioned before, we need to look at tools, if we have them, how to achieve them.
Okay.
They need to be in synergy. Yeah.
Okay. I'm really sorry, but we've actually got to wrap this up. So yeah, maybe if there's just very, very brief final comment. I think, Marco, you want to come in, perhaps Megan, if you can just say one more sentence.
Yeah. On the strategic dialogue, I'm part of it. I'm sitting with colleagues from Rudolf, from the organic sector, Copa Cogeca, the Young Farmers Unions. There is a lot of interest. I think there is a good participation, but I have to be honest, the latest decisions by the Commission to basically dismantle the greening of the CAP clearly have not been taken with, we are wondering what we are doing there. But the future for agriculture is supposed to, or the strategic dialogue on the future of agriculture is supposed to deliver a pathway for 2035, so after 2030. So in that sense, there is a bit more optimism in the room. I just wanted to say two things. So the first one for me, having a sectoral target for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions is essential. Already having a target will drive a lot of other policy decisions and policy actions. And the second target that we need to have is to reduce the amount of animals that we produce, together with policies that drive a change in consumption patterns, because as the EEA, as the advisory board on climate change have said, we can get between 30 to 60% of reductions in the sector if we also touch demand-side actions.
Okay.
And that's impressive and huge, and it's an opportunity we cannot miss.
Okay, thank you, Marco. Megan, are you burning to give your final?
I'm well, not actually burning, but there was something I wanted to mention before, which I think does work as a closing thing, which is I think it's really important that this is not any of it viewed as either or, but both and. So both, they're going to need to be solid goals that are committed to, and then that every bit of government, so the EU, but then within the member states, and then there has to be really engagement. The farmers can't be simply told, you must do X. There has to be buy-in and engagement, and there has to be ownership of the goal is not flexible. We have to prevent the climate from changing to 2.5, 3. We can't live if we get up to those numbers. And so that urgency that you were describing, we had COVID, we found money. We need to view this with that level of urgency, and there has to be enormous amounts of creativity. Back to COVID, think of how many different people were working on different ways to try to get vaccines, of different ways to identify what the spread was. So there's similar analogies here, which is where do we get the most returns for what we're doing? And therefore, farmers who are willing to say, hey, I'm going to, over the next 4 years, try out a whole bunch of different stuff. I'd like to be part in thinking about the solutions and measuring them, and I'd like to analyze the data. There's room for more payment of that sort. I just want to say that also helps a bit. There are some good things that some big companies are doing. Some of the bigger farmer lobbies tended to represent sometimes some of the groups that have been more vested in the status quo, and I think that the interactions with investors are helping bring some shifts to that. But what the US has done, and you may have heard from my accent and surmised that that's where I'm actually originally from, that this Inflation Reduction Act has given voluntary, so it's
sorry, Megan, I'm going to have to stop you because we are actually out of time. Just
in closing,
round it off,
voluntary money so that farmers who wish to get this stuff called climate smart grants, and then they're paid to test out new things, and they work closely with the scientists to make it happen. That sort of atmosphere buys in people, reduces skepticism, and reduces the ability of any lobbyist who might wish to say these things aren't possible. And I think that's important.
Brilliant, thank you. So, yeah, maybe I can sum this up in 4 words. Targets, vision, investment, and knowledge. So thanks so much for a great discussion. I hope that this has been useful for you and interesting. And we can continue in the break and beyond. I'm sure this will not be a topic that goes away soon. So thank you very much, and thanks to all the panel.
first row, and then you add the tagda. Scusami, okay. Okay, so I think it's time for us now to start this session. So welcome back, and thank you all for joining this session today. So this is the Just Transition session has been organized together with IEP and Zoe Institute. I'm Chiara Antonelli. I'm head of program on climate and circular economy at IEP, and today I will be guiding you through this session. So before we start, I'd just like to remind that, yes, this is the Just Transition session again. There's been some confusion and miscommunication before, but I hope now this is clear. We will be having, of course, questions later, and one of the way to do that is actually to scan the QR code and check auditorium, and then you can pose your questions. Of course, questions can be voted, and then the ones that will be the more burning topics, let's say, can be read out loud. And then for the other things, there will be Elena actually joining us with some mic duties and passing through the mic on the room. Okay, and curtains close. And while we do that, so I'd really like to remark once again the importance and the crucial point that we're going to discuss today, which is very hot in the agenda, and that is just transition. So we've heard today a lot of time, actually repeatedly, about just transition, social justice, equality, equity, and so forth. So what I'd really like to do now is to invite our panelists here to join me on the stage, and our also introducer, Elizabeth Dirth, and then we will go through our session. So please, by all means, join us here on the stage. We have this very diverse and rich panel with us. And the first thing I'd like to do is to give the floor to Elizabeth Dirth for some introductory remarks. Elizabeth is the managing director at Zoe Institute. So as I said, Zoe is co-organizing this session with us. And Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Chiara, and thanks for giving me the chance to, and the task to open this panel. Of course, this topic has been alluded to across many different moments over the course of the last day, and is obviously a critical topic on the agenda that has risen really quickly over the last couple of years, and justifiably so. We've seen many, many examples of people who feel left out of the green transition, but also at the same time, we've seen decades of underinvestment in our social institutions, our social infrastructure, often the ramification of austerity policies and politics. And these institutions have faced immense pressures as well at the same time over last years. Of course, the pandemic being the most obvious one, but there are more. And before I go in to talk a bit about some of the dynamics of the just transition and why we're here and some of the challenges to set the scene for the discussion we're going to have, I want to start by doing something that's a little bit unconventional in this setting. And I want to start first with a thank you. So there are literally thousands and thousands of civil servants, some of which are here in the room, I see you, some of which are also sitting next to me, that are working extremely hard on a fast, emerging, dynamic, challenging policy area that is the just transition. And they're not only building an entire new policy field at the moment, they're building a new way of working, they're making up for the mistakes of previous policies and the way they were implemented, and they're also at the same time trying to make up for an underlying economic model that's not designed to center people and planet. And all at the same time, this is a thankless, relentless, complex, unwieldy task. And this huge group of civil servants all around Europe and all around the world are brave and brilliant people. And in so many local authorities and regional authorities, they're isolated, alone, and overwhelmed at the task at hand. And this conversation today wouldn't be happening if it wasn't for so many of these heroes who are willing to do this work. And while, of course, we can celebrate lots of the think tanks and the CSOs and the thinkers and the thought leaders on this topic, it's also important to celebrate those people because they are also the engine room of the just transition. And of course, I'm going to come to dissecting some of the failures of that, but considering the long journey that we have ahead of us on this topic, on implementing a just green transition, I think a little bit of gratitude also helps us all persevere. And I feel, so I personally feel really lucky to get a chance to work with so many of these pioneers on a daily basis, and I want to start with a little bit of a story of a recent interaction with one of them to get deeper into this topic. So a couple months ago, I was discussing the topic of social cohesion in industrial policy and the potential of industrial policy to deliver social cohesion across Europe with a member of Cabinet Ferreira. And we were talking about the cohesion fund specifically, and this person said to me, what good is a community center or a cinema that's funded by the cohesion funds if no one lives in that region anymore because there's nowhere to work? And then they told me story after story of rural depopulation in the region that they're from, and throughout emphasizing questions like, why is there no work there? Why did the industries move? Why did the populations move? How are demographics and community needs changing over time? Many questions. None of them actually about the green transition. None of them actually about the European Green Deal. And there's a whole plethora of questions about social cohesion and particularly on this issue that don't necessarily take the Green Deal or green transition as a starting point. And I use this example to start and the story to start to illustrate exactly that and to remind us that the just transition isn't just about the green transition. It's also about the just transition in the context of digitization, in the context of the modernization of industry, in a context of demographic change. And I start with this example second because building a just transition is also so much more than bringing social equity into the green transition. And we need to also look at the root causes of what is making the situation unjust to begin with. And often in circles like these that tend to be a bit more dominated by environmental actors, when we talk about just transition, it's actually code for, and sorry, this is a bit crass, we're worried about the backlash to the green transition and our inability to implement the green transition because we did some things in the process that are a little bit socially insensitive, and we learned that we need to integrate social concerns into environment and climate policy, and that's our starting point. And this leads to then a collective call for coherence in the policy process. We need to figure out how to bring social into green, and then we'll be able to figure it out. And that's all well and good, and don't worry, I'm going to come to my critique of the policy process and policy coherence. But first, I want to start again with that context and that story that I started with, which is that to talk about the just transition means to talk about the deeper and broader economic transformation that is afoot, to get to the bottom of why industry is moving, how to create good jobs in diverse regions around Europe, how to ensure a good life for everyone, and all of that within our planetary boundaries. And to do that, we also need to look at and understand the root causes of, again, why is it unjust to begin with? Are we expecting to be able to pick an apple when we planted an orange tree? Or in the case of my example, are we expecting people to repopulate a rural area because we build a school, but we actually haven't invested in any jobs? And if we want to be able to pick apple trees, we need to decide 5 years before to plant an apple tree. And so then I want to ask the question, what are we planting today for tomorrow? And now I'm going to start talking about the policy cycle because this at Zoe we are deeply into and have been working for the last couple of years on this. And for us, this is about the how. How do we start planting the seeds today of the future that we want tomorrow? And I want to start about the policy cycle and talk about the incredibly unsexy and sometimes uninteresting part of the policy cycle, which is planning. Planning is like the waste collection of policymaking. No one really wants to see it. They don't really want to see it happening, but they're really unhappy when it doesn't happen and when it doesn't go well. And you can ask, for example, the residents of Glasgow who during the last COP couple of years ago, the waste workers went on strike because of their conditions, and there was waste all over the city at a time when the city wanted to champion its environmental work. So I want to talk about 3 things that haven't gone so well in the policy process that have led to us facing the challenge of the just transition, and then talk about a couple of solutions to that, and then I'm going to also leave the discussion to the other panelists and the rest of you for diving into that more. So first, planning transitions in our economy is incredibly difficult stuff. And I think that perhaps we made the initial mistake of thinking that the green transition was possible without acknowledging that it was a whole economy transition and what the scale and the pace of that was needed for that. And sometimes this resulted in setting targets as if they were going to deliver themselves without a plan or interim steps to get there. And now we need plans, we all know that. We need accountability for those plans, and we need those plans to be economy-wide. And we need, underneath all of those plans, the mentality that the long term starts today. Second, sometimes we've used the wrong tools for solving the problem. And often this is because the problem is deeper than what we are actually currently looking at. In my story, you can see an example of funds supporting communities, which of course the funds may be delivering really critical services or infrastructure for those communities, but they're maybe not getting at the root of the problem. And the just transition requires us to examine, as I've said a couple of times, the root causes of what's causing injustice to begin with. And we needed to not create exclusion, injustice, disillusionment, and then realize it afterwards, and then try to fix it retrospectively with, for example, some investment or funding later. And too often, funds are centered around this, and then when people inevitably get left behind, because of course it would be insane to think that a fund can deliver everything for everyone, everywhere, all at the same time, some people are truly left behind. And the last and perhaps most important point, which I've been dancing around a little bit, is that all of this is ultimately about time. It's about how much we have of it, how we think about it, how we plan on what timescales, and also our timing of the things that we do. And a lot of the conversation about policy coherence tends to be talking about either bringing social into green or bringing green into social. And there's a lot of critique of there not being coherence or coordination, but actually, at least in the EU context, there's a lot of coordination processes that exist. Inter-service groups, inter-service consultations, other ways of inputting on files as they're being developed. But often there's a lack of time to do it well, and I've heard some horror stories about some particular groups getting 6 hours to look at the Net Zero Industry Act, or skipped impact assessments. And also, it's important that that feedback and that coordination across different sectors happens at the right time, and often it's happening too late in the process. But we also, related to time, need to talk about the time scale and how and when we think about the time scale. And I know this is a little provocative, but I would argue that actually we've often been thinking too short-term on social policy issues and too long-term on environmental ones. And actually we need to walk this transition hand in hand and not racing to keep up with each other. For example, we have the renewable energy capacity now that we invested in 10 years ago, but we also have the care and education systems that we invested in 10 years ago. So I'm gonna start to wrap up. I saw my 1 minute mark, and I wanna leave us with the question of what do we need to do now? And I want to make an important distinction before I start to answer that. Is the just transition primarily a new policy domain, or is it primarily a new way of making policy, or is it both? Of course, I would argue that it's both, and I think we're going to go on to discuss that. But I make this distinction because I think too often we're lumping these two things together and then not able to get the question or the answer we need to both sides adequately. So when it comes to new ways of policymaking, I think we need to start with changes to our existing ways of working. That means thinking, planning, acting more in the long term, and particularly marrying the timelines of how we think about social, economic, and environmental policy areas. It also means time for coordination across policy areas for this to go well. And when we start to imagine some new ideas, maybe that's new ideas around participation, so like a standing panel of citizen representatives that can be asked responsively and ad hoc and dynamically about policy files as they're being developed. Maybe it's also a commissioner whose responsibility is to think in the long term and be accountable for safeguarding transitions. Maybe that commissioner can also ensure that if we want to have apples, that we're actually planting apple seeds. And And so we were developing actually a new version of Policy Cycle 2.0, which outlines all of that in a lot more detail. And to answer the last question about what other new policy domains, of course, we need to be talking about the implementation of the green transition, sure, and the relationship to other key policy areas like industrial policy, health, or skills. How that transition is helping lift people out of poverty and deal with social exclusion, how it's helping celebrate diversity, and what new policy frameworks we need for all of that. And I think that the people to my left are all going to talk to many of those topics as well as many more over the rest of the panel. So thanks, Chiara.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And now I'd like to start the first round. It will be an introductory round, and it will also ask you to answer a very broad general question. So this is, what does it mean to have a just transition, and why is this important according to your expertise? And I'd like to start with Ella. So Ella Hus, she is a climate policy expert at the Federal Climate Change Department of the Belgian Presidency. So Ella, you have the floor in 5 minutes. What does it mean having a just transition, and why is this relevant?
Thank you.
Yep, on.
Thank you, Chiara, for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. So, as you already said, I work as a policy officer at the Belgian Federal Climate Change Service, and I'll maybe start with your question on why. So, why is having a just transition important? Well, a just transition will be essential to the success of the green transition. So, we won't have a successful green transition without having everyone on board. And with having everyone on board, it's something that has different layers. So first of all, we have the layer of the labor market. It's really related to, for the transition, we will need a workforce. And the workforce will need to have the right skills to make the transition happen. And I'm thinking of the production and installation of net zero technologies, but also of critical infrastructure, specific skills related to the circular economy. And within our climate change service, we commissioned a report on the implications of the climate transition on jobs, on employment, and on skills and training in Belgium. And it showed exactly that the availability of skilled workers is a bottleneck for the green transition. But to also focus on a positive note, the green transition will have a net positive impact on jobs in Europe. But we must not forget that this positive impact will not be distributed equally. The impacts of the transition will impact different sectors, but also people and regions differently. And therefore, it is important to plan ahead, just as Elizabeth mentioned in her introductory speech. It is important to plan ahead and look at, in relation to the labor market, this is substantial potential for reskilling there is. Public authorities have a crucial role to play here in offering reconversion support to workers. They have a key role in facilitating job reconversions and also in ensuring the availability and affordability of reskilling programs. And these programs should be developed in coordination with industry, but also with social partners. Their participation will be crucial to boost the uptake of these training programs, and thus we must enhance collaboration between public and private entities. A second layer about having everyone on board is about the public support and also the social acceptance of the transition, which again will be essential to its success. And in that regard, greater awareness of the benefits of the transition is key. I'm thinking of the opportunities of job creation, but also co-benefits like the benefits for health and the impact it will have on public finance. A third layer, in my opinion, is about affordability, because we won't get to climate neutrality if people just cannot afford the sustainable choices that are out there. I'm thinking of sustainable housing, mobility, the clean products we have out there. So we should really avoid creating new inequalities by striving for inclusive policies that integrate both social and environmental goals, and very much integrating stronger social dimensions in the transition policies and how we design them. So to end my introduction, I'll answer also your first question. What does it mean to have a just transition? And to me, it means that the costs and benefits of the green transition are equitably shared and that the most vulnerable people in society are protected.
Thank you very much for your first points. And I'd like now to introduce and leave the floor to Maria Nicolopoulou. So Maria is Vice President of the Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment section at the European Economic and Social Committee. Maria, same question, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chiara. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Maria Nicolopoulou. I'm a member of the European Economic and Social Committee. For those of you who do not know the institution, we're a consultative body to the other bodies of the European Union. So we have representatives from the whole spectrum of civil society, the workers' representatives, the business associations, and environmental NGOs, farmers, consumers, you name it. It's a very diverse group, and that's the beauty of it. Especially because when we issue an opinion, which is the core of our business, we build it on consensus. So as you can imagine, our opinions, nobody is quite happy with them and nobody is completely unhappy. But one of the things that it's crystal clear for everyone in the committee is that the European Green Deal is one of the most ambitious and more transformative endeavors that the European Union has ever put in place. And the target of carbon neutrality by 2050, it's valid. And we are not discussing about if we need to achieve it, but on how. And for us in the committee, the cornerstone, the center of the achievement has to be people. We have talked already a lot about social acceptance. We have spoken a lot during the day about the farmers on the street. But this is not new. Do you remember 5 years ago the Gilets jaunes that also went on the street when the whole thing was starting? No? And of course it's a controversial movement, but still it was triggered precisely by the legislative policies. Now we know that not everybody can afford to have a sustainable life. Not everybody can afford to produce sustainably. And if we put the people in the dilemma to see if they can make ends meet by the end of the month or the end of the year, or if they want to save the planet in 2050, unfortunately, they will choose the short term. And this is why it's important to have their buy-in, to get people involved, to have a meaningful participation of all the stakeholders so that we can plan the way ahead, all of us together. If we don't manage to distribute equitably, the gains and the losses of the process, it will be a collective failure. So everybody has to be on board. And either way, social acceptability that also reduces the public discontent comes with a meaningful participation, but it will also give democratic legitimacy to all the policies that we are discussing. And also a better understanding of the European Union and how it works. On one hand, we have people saying that everything is too slow. On the other hand, we have people saying we have to review documents in 6 hours. The Commission says it takes too long because we are consulting the stakeholders. The stakeholders are saying, no, we're not consulted. So it takes time. It takes time, but we need time, and everybody has to be on board there. Another link that it was already mentioned in the morning, and I really want to echo on that, is the direct link of the Green Deal with the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, it is a commitment, the achievement of the Agenda 2030. If we work a little bit further on the social aspects of the Green Deal, it will become even a better tool to try to implement the Agenda 2030 strategy. Although at the moment it's not completely clear on how we're going to do it, but an overarching strategy needs to be there as well. So, leaving no people, no persons, and no places behind, which is becoming the motto of the European Green Deal. And lately, it's more of a buzzword and more of a patching actions rather than actual actions embedded in the systematically in all our policies. And this is why in the EC we are calling for the development of a comprehensive and integrated EU framework that will pave the way of the journey ahead. And we have elaborated an opinion on just transition by the demand of the Belgian presidency, and I will maybe tell you a little bit more about that a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. So now I will turn again to my right and to Michael Ley. So Michael actually is the Secretary General of Solidar. And same question again to you, and I leave you the floor.
Thank you very much. And on the end note, perhaps, because for Solidar, I'm the Secretary General of Solidar. We're a civil society network of progressive civil society organizations in 26 countries across the EU. We have some 57 members Europe-wide that works to advance climate and environmental action together with social justice. So you could say that already in our vision statement, the one thing that drives us as a movement, we have just transition and the combination between climate and environmental action and social justice at the core of what we do and what we want to achieve. And to have, perhaps take a step back and touch on some of the aspects that Elizabeth was pointing out in the beginning that says something about the kind of policies we've been proposing that are not deep enough, not structural enough, or are not coordinated enough. And for all of this to happen, we need a more systemic approach. We need a systems kind of view on how we go about a just transition. Because it's not just about greening social policies or socializing green policies or whatever that would be in English. It is something more. It is something beyond the fact of merging two policy areas. In practice, this means the launch of a transformation project that is protecting our planet at the same time as we are safeguarding our health, promoting good green jobs, eradicating poverty and inequality, developing education and training for all, building affordable, sustainable, and accessible public transport, housing, and energy systems, promoting workers' rights, and strengthening social dialogue and collective bargaining, ensuring civil dialogue and democratic participation. And to do all of it hand in hand with our partners in the Global South. I think one thing that has been mentioned, but it's not perhaps been emphasized, is what needs to accompany these kind of transitions is also a kind of political revolution, if you want, or a systemic change in how we do policy, with dialogue embedded in the process from the beginning, embedded in the planning process, embedded in the implementation process, not as just a consultation kind of exercise or an information kind of exercise. I think the best way to build acceptance of our policies and the kind of drastic transformations we need is to include people, to actually sit down and discuss with them, dialogue with them, until you arrive at a solution that is jointly agreed on. And while what I just said in terms of the transformations needed in all these areas might sound like a utopian kind of wish list, it's already happening. I mean, we are already currently living a lot of the solutions that we need for our future sustainable and just lives. Our members in Europe and around the world are already doing this. It could be either through popular education, in sustainability practices in Croatia, the fight to ban pesticides in South Africa, or advancing social and circular economy activities in Belgium. And add to this the thousands and thousands of organizations and initiatives that are doing similar things. And they show us, all of us, that the transition is possible, that the future life we want is already existing right now. And these are the kind of initiatives and activities that need to be scaled up, supported, and facilitated by adopting this just transition framework at the European level. Because I am deeply convinced that there will be no transition, social or green, if we don't make this happen. They will not happen. And I think one of the key problems we've had before is exactly what you pointed to in the beginning, Elizabeth, that we thought that the green transition was something else than the rest of the policy areas that we're currently preoccupied with. That we could just do this and then it sort of would follow naturally, organically from the green initiatives themselves. While what we really need and what is at the heart of our understanding of what a just transition is this holistic, whole of society approach to merging these two agendas. And for this to happen, we can come back to a little bit later, but this would be the gist of it. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that, Michael. So now I'll turn to Sébastien. Sébastien Treillet is the Executive Director of IDRI, Institut de Développement Durable et des Relations Internationales. So Sebastian, same question. What does it mean to have a just transition, and why is that relevant?
Thanks a lot. Maybe my provocative way of saying things is that I've never been a supporter of the just transition concept. Because to some extent it puts the, I mean, that's quite, by saying so, I'm quite aligned nevertheless with what has been said before, that the transition is not the only and maybe not the main factor of social problems in our union and in our different member states. And that there is a problem of blaming the transition for problems that are at a wider scale, and that we need to also tackle at that wider scale, which does not prevent from tackling with the things that our environmental policies might not be well designed, but there are other things that we cannot deal with. And I think one of the key things, I'm not a specialist of social policies, and there are specialists of those social policies around the table, but I think we need to face the fact that if there has ever been something like a social market economy model for continental Europe, that would be the social model in Europe. It's not functioning anymore, and we have a problem. At least we have an environmental policy in Europe. My take from the outside is that we don't have a social policy, and that this is a problem, and that we need. That's why I'm saying we need to work on our policy cycle, but we need also to put the political debate at the right scale, and this is what I think is extremely important. And so I just want to illustrate a little bit. That leads us as a Paris-based think tank to try and see how we can really deal with the preparing the 2027 presidential election by trying to put the political debate at the right scale about issues of the social contract is broken, rather than saying we have a problem with the green transition. So trying to go into that direction. And to some extent, I believe what we need to discuss, and I come back to that afterwards, is not so much how could we put the just transition in the Envy Council, but how because the dominant narrative is now industrial policy. So this is where we need to lead the fight and put both social and environmental issues in the industrial policy rather than a reflection on ourselves. So I think there are lots of virtues in self-criticism. So I'm not trying to avoid that, but trying to put the priority of where we should put our energy as civil society and think tanks. So there is this thing about jobs where I think the just transition narrative could also lead to a capture by some sectors or some actors saying we are the losers of transition. I know of some protests in Germany, people saying the coal workers are actually quite privileged with respect to other layers of the population, and they are being helped by the federal government with a lot of money because of just transition schemes. Is that fair? So that's a question. I'm not German, I'm half German, but not knowing enough what's happening in Germany to know if that's right. I'm just thinking this is the type of question we also need to face. But further than that, we are faced in France, for instance, with the issue of the fact that we will have to face an increase in food prices if we want to have a food system that delivers on nutrition, environmental sustainability and fairness. But then the idea that the retailers getting the prices down, that was the solution for social security on food that we chose in France and in Europe. This is not functioning anymore. So there are proposals, but these are left-wing proposals in Montpellier to do a social security for food at the local level, where there are. So I don't believe that this is going to work actually at a larger scale. But we need to think about how we can discuss a larger scale the social contract and the social protection for issues that are linked to our transformation also on the consumer side. And so that led us, and I'm going to finish on this. We believe that, at least in France, we need to talk to all the political spectrum. On the equivalent of the EPP in France, Les Républicains, there are some people saying we shouldn't just get away with the consumption, the idea that we need to have our social protection system rest on growth and on growth in consumption. So we need to discuss that, because we, on the right side of the political spectrum, we also have an issue. We also can be champions of sufficiency and discuss a little bit why consumption is not the ideal of our values, etc. And I want to reach out to those to discuss jointly the fact that the crisis that we are in is not just about the environment, it's also about our democratic processes that are not functioning, and in France it's very clear. People don't believe in democracy because they don't believe there is the perception that there was a promise of emancipation, autonomy, that for 2 decades now it's been degrading. People don't believe that they are becoming more autonomous and more free to choose their own destiny. And that makes them very critical of any democratic process. And if we don't connect the dots between that democratic crisis, issues of security, I told about social security, but there are lots of issues of security. The fact that we link always prosperity with consumption and that we link solidarity with jobs. There are lots of things that are not functioning there that are not just due to the green transition. And as a sustainability think tank based in Paris, we're not specialists of these big questions, but we need to play a game in that context. Because else, I believe if we don't structure the political debate in the right direction, we are going to have policy processes, but the voters are going to vote for other parties.
Thank you very much, Sébastien. So just to end the tour de table, I'd like to leave the floor now to Michael Lann, EU representative from Clean Air Fund. Michael, I'd love to hear your reflections.
Thank you, Chiara, and good afternoon, everyone. So yes, my name is Michael Lenn. I'm the EU representative of the Clean Air Fund. And for those of you who don't know who we are a philanthropic organization which helps support action on global air pollution. And air pollution is one of those issues with inherent links with the health of our communities, but also the fight against the climate crisis, but with a very significant justice and equity component mixed in as well. Today in Europe, we still have the situation where 300,000 lives are cut short every year as a result of air pollution. Looking globally, this figure rises to some 7 million lives cut short as a result of air pollution. The main illnesses associated with these, dire figures include pulmonary and respiratory illnesses, cancers and strokes. Now, the World Bank estimates some $8.1 trillion of costs are stacked up as a result of air pollution. This includes healthcare costs, but also losses in terms of productivity. I mean, at the Clean Air Fund, when we speak about the question of justice, we more often than not look at it through an equity lens. As it's unsurprising, probably to all of you, that it's the most vulnerable and marginalized in our communities which tend to be the most exposed to air pollution and also bear the brunt of its health impacts. For instance, it's often the case that many low-income households are located next to very busy roads or next to industrial installations and simply do not have the means to relocate. We have many parts of Europe where households are still burning solid fuels at home in terms of coal and also wood. Often it's seen as the cheapest option, but it's at a very strong detriment to their health and the well-being of those around them. And we also look at equity through the lens of looking at occupations who are disproportionately exposed to air pollution. So, for example, construction workers. And we had really nice, I know it's not a European example, but we cooperated together with the Mahila Housing Trust and Help Delhi Breathe to work with women construction workers in Delhi and their communities to help drive awareness about the health impacts of air pollution, to work with local authorities to find solutions to reduce exposure, and also to help them access compensation on days lost due to high air pollution events, of which there are unfortunately many in Delhi. So ultimately, we really want to see a world where no matter where you're located, who you are, that you should have the right to breathe clean air. And when we look at that from a European perspective and the Green Deal and the policies that we put out, those kind of green solutions, those green products, we need to make sure that they're as accessible to everyone as possible, not only those who can afford it. I think I'll stop there. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Very much in time also. So I'd like now to end this first round of questions, and now we can actually get a bit deeper into some more discussion around just transition. I'd like to follow the same order now. So, Ella, we were wondering, so during the European Conference for a Just Transition, the Belgian presidency actually gathered both stakeholders and leaders together to discuss the social dimension of European Green Deal. And in the coming month also at the HULP Summit, the future of European social agenda will be discussed as well. So my question here is, how do you think these summits can help consider the questions of a social Europe that is also green within planetary boundaries? And related to that, actually, what I was also wondering is, what do you think will be the biggest social challenges linked to this for the next 5, 20, 50 years from today?
Thank you, Chiara, for the questions. We indeed gathered a broad range of European stakeholders and representatives from all European member states and the European institutions during our conference the beginning of this month. And during the conference, we really wanted to discuss the social dimension of the European Green Deal because we wanted to collect messages for the next Commission that could feed into Council conclusions at the end of our Belgian presidency. The opinion that was mentioned by Maria, the ESC opinion, formed the basis of the discussions. It was already a first time discussed among environment ministers during the Informal Environment Council in January. And during the conference, there was a bigger focus on its governance aspects. Many stakeholders called, for example, for a strengthened European just transition policy framework, something that's also mentioned in the Commission communication on a 2040 climate target as well. But there was also focus on, for example, a just transition observatory, a commissioner for a just transition, and a proposal for a directive on just transition for the world of work. Next to that, stakeholders emphasized that we don't only need climate targets for 2040, but possibly also social targets for 2040. And as was already mentioned by others today, a lot of the competences of these policies that are linked to a just transition are part of the competence of different council formations. So we won't solve it in the Environment Council alone. We will need to combat ECOFIN, EBSCO, and many others. So they emphasize the need for breaking these silos and really integrate environmental and social policies. So in that regard, next month's La Hulp Summit, which will focus on the future of the European Pillar of Social Rights, should really be an opportunity to better link social challenges with also the social implications of the green transition. And then your second question on the biggest social challenges for the next years, I think it's again about better integrating environmental and social policies, because the social aspects of the green transition cannot just be an afterthought. This should be really part of the policy design when we are designing these transition policies. And in that regard, the update of the national energy and climate plans is a good opportunity, as well as the social climate plans that member states are about to design in the coming months. It's also something the Commission really recommends in its latest assessment of the draft national energy and climate plans. Secondly, about competitiveness and just transition, they really should be on the same level. When we look into the Commission communication for the 2040 climate target for the EU, they are both mentioned as crucial enabling conditions for achieving the recommended 90% reduction target. They also mention predictability, which will be key for investments, both in infrastructure, technology, and also in human capital. So therefore, a swift decision on the target will enable both a just transition and competitiveness. And thirdly, to end, a comprehensive analysis of the European Green Deal's funding gap, coupled with distributional impact assessment, will be really vital for understanding the required funding levels, but also where those funding will be needed the most. And in that regard, social and green conditionalities for funding, specifically for public funding, might be a good way forward.
Thank you very much, Ella. So now to follow the thread And I'll ask now to Maria. So, Maria, the ESC exploratory opinion on a just transition, which has also served the basis for the Belgian presidency work, this has already helped, as I said, shaping this work so far. But how do you think these ideas can be brought into the Commission's work on just transition?
By insisting all the time and knocking on their door and remind them that we are here. So basically, the opinion that we produced is focusing on 6 pillars, and it has recommendations for the Commission and on a European level, but also on a member state level. So the first pillar, it is what it was already mentioned, that we need a holistic and integrated approach on the policy making. We are still working on silos, not only in the Commission, also on the member states, also on a regional level. The hierarchy is very strict. It's very difficult to break, to collaborate, but it is crucial, not only on the planning of the coordination, but to create more and more synergies between the climate policies and the social policies. The Observatory of the Just Transition, I'm very happy you mentioned it. It was one of our recommendations there. And this is the opportunity precisely to onboard the civil society organizations and the stakeholders, and not only to tick a box on participation, but really to have a meaningful contribution there. Now, the second pillar is how to move to a sustainable economy that provides prosperity, and we have to redefine prosperity, within the planetary boundaries. And this is very much linked to the sustainable development. We need an EU sustainable development strategy. In this sense, it's important to redefine and reform the European semester so that environmental and social dimensions are on an equal foot with the economic dimensions. And also to take a closer look and to strengthen the social convergence framework. The third pillar is how to maintain and improve the European social model and welfare state. Here we would propose to have a directive on just transition to anticipate and manage the changes in the world of work, to actually foster active labor market policies, including job banks and job guarantee schemes, and also strengthen the social system that will support the people that will inevitably be affected by the transition. And it also, of course, means providing training and education, long life learning. Also, we have to tackle the skill shortages in the key sectors, and make sure that learning, upskilling, and reskilling reaches everyone, all ages and all social backgrounds. And of course, it was also mentioned by Michael. Quality public services, quality and affordable services. We need to move with the deployment of the renewable energies, and with a special focus on energy communities that will also onboard the civil society, and to rethink the renovation wave, because to some extent we will have to focus on delivering non-repayable grants to the people who cannot afford the renovation. And of course, public transport, it will be crucial for the transition. The fourth pillar is social dialogue, civil dialogue, and participation on local and regional authorities. We do not really have a lot of experience on an EU level on how to implement industry policies, but we do have experience on a local level, on a country level. So we need to build on this experience. The EU policies need to accompany these processes, and they need to make sure that the policy does not hurtle them. No? And also, we do want to encourage the public companies as well to create their own just transition plans on a company level, always with the collaboration and the dialogue with the social partners. And the member states can take the opportunity to have just transition commissions, already onboarding the local stakeholders as well, so that they can all move forward together. The last pillar is businesses. Businesses are crucial there. All businesses, big, small, cooperatives, any kind of form of business. They need access to renewable energies. They need circular raw materials. And they need to play an active role in the transition. And the sixth pillar is the adequate investments. We know there are several economic tools, that they are not enough, neither in size nor in scope. So we propose to establish an EU financing strategy for just transition in the lines of the Next Generation EU, which is considered to be quite a successful tool. And of course, all the other policies and financial instruments that we have, we spoke about the CAP, for example, they need to work, all of them, towards the same objectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for your insights. I'd like now to ask Mikael. So we know that actually Solidar has quite some expertise on the topic, on just transition, and also some knowledge, quite extensive knowledge, I would say, on the exploratory opinion. So about this, actually, how do you think that the ESC opinion and its proposed just transition policy framework fits with the EU's other work on just transition? For example, the just transition mechanism. And what else is needed, if you think so?
Well, thank you for the kind words as well. Let's see. We've been very much involved in the development of this opinion. So a lot of the proposals that was mentioned by Maria are also some of our heart matters. I think a lot of the new and what would be very innovative policy measures, like a Just Transition Commissioner or a comprehensive policy framework for just transition, would make just transition something else than what it is now. I mean, our main critique of the current policies that are named just transition, where you could easily say what Sebastian said, I'm not really a big fan of just transition, because it makes them smaller than what they should be. It makes them something very specific. I mean, the Just Transition Fund is severely underfinanced. It has a very, very limited focus, a narrow focus. If you look at for us, the main caveat of the European Green Deal is that it only mentions and make references to and has ambitions of integrating the social dimension, or making links with the action plan for the European Pillar of Social Rights, but it's not treated and designed and thought of and developed as a comprehensive agenda. It's not, we don't plan them together. We spoke about the La Hulpe conference, and we're also engaged on these issues, and social justice issues are at the heart of what our members are working on. And there is, from our side, it's being part of both the Just Transition initiatives that we very much and welcome and are very happy that the Belgian presidency is making their utmost to push for in this final stretch of the current college and the current parliament and council cycles, involved in this process, as well as the La Hulpe process. They don't really speak to each other. There's no real coordination between these two initiatives. They're not planned jointly, coherently. And this is not meant as a critique. I think it's a natural consequence of how these processes were designed. So what we need is to implement the EC opinion. I think it could be taken as a blueprint for a lot of things. Because what is needed is a shift in the mindset of how we do policy. I really do believe that this is what is needed. So we stop talking just about policy coherence as something of an exercise that requires time, and we do it on an officer level, or on intra-departmental or inter-institutional level, or as a working group in the parliament or whatever. It's not enough. We need to reduce emissions by 90%. We throw around these numbers sometimes as if they're easy to say. 90, I mean, I can say it a lot of times. It will be very, very hard to do. And if we don't do it with this kind of comprehensive approach, by involving all of us in this process, building the kind of support and enthusiasm and releasing the creativity needed to do this. I really like the expression in the morning session of we move from an economy of extraction to an economy of creativity. I mean, we need this kind of mind shift. We need to move beyond the silos that we're currently in. And the clearest expression of what will happen if you don't, perhaps, is the kind of blockage of Brussels we've seen in the past days. Because if you feel disillusioned, if you feel disenfranchised, if you feel not listened to, if you feel that you come with real concerns about how you're going to make life and ends meet, if you live in a local community where you just see everything around you die, and the last thing that is there are the farmlands that I've been working on with my family for the past generations, and nobody really makes this an issue. Not even the policies that are supposed to take care of you. I mean, we brand green policies as the thing that are going to take care of all of us, right? But if you feel left out, even from these policies, then I would also take my tractor and drive to Brussels. And that, in the long term, will yield something that we're not really talking about so often, but we like to talk about quite a lot, and that is how we then build the political majorities needed. Yes, we should talk across the aisles. We should speak to creative and constructive elements of the EPP and others. But we run a risk of having a parliament this fall that is much more than just the EPP. And if the ID and ECR gets a much stronger footing in the coming parliament, these kind of dialogues will be very, very difficult. So we're setting ourselves up for a very complicated process also from a democratic and political point of view if you don't get this right. So this complete shift in mindset, I think, is essential. And my final point is that currently, I mean, this might be obvious, but we're not alone in this world. And we design our EU policies as if we were. We are, one actor among many that needs to go about this transition. Some of them needs to be helped and supported and financed and inspired, and we need a technological transition and so forth. Some of them we need to engage in negotiations and dialogues with to change their own patterns of doing things. We had a colleague from the US, China, India, the major players of the global economy currently, Russia. We need to engage all of them in this to change their patterns of behavior. So we need to stop treating the just transition also as a local, regional event or issue for the EU. We need to look at it from a global just transition perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Mikael. Thank you for your insights. And now I'll ask Sebastian actually about industry and competitiveness. So as industrial policy continues to be a big focus of the Commission, what's your take actually on how to ensure that Europe aligns its objective with the social pillar? So.
Well, thank you for the question, because that's really what I think is the emphasis that I think we need to have, at least from the environmentalist movement, to really see how we can integrate environmental and social objectives in the way that the industrial policies are defined. I've been looking at the Antwerp Declaration on the industrial deal, which is some part of the European industry declaring their candidate for a successor to the Green Deal. And it's scary on the environmental side because you don't have a strong commitment to environmental ambition. There are some things about the social dimension in the Antwerp Declaration, but it's really not sufficient to my standards. And I think these are the things that we need to do. I think we need to integrate the ESC opinion in the industrial deal. I mean, you have a lot of your recommendations that are about how do you define a reconversion policy at the regional scale and make it consistent with the cohesion fund at the European scale. And this is, I think, something very important. Until now, we have the impression that the just transition is targeting some sectors that need to change. Coal, steel, maybe agriculture. But actually, all sectors need to change. And I think that's the political moment in which we are, not just for environmental reasons. The project for the European Union is to have a reconversion policy at the scale of every sector and every territory in Europe. And that's massive. And I really would like to it's more an assumption that's something that I can demonstrate, but it's actually not just because of the environment. We have a competitiveness problem in all sectors, not because of the environment that we put the environmental constraint, but because our workforce is the cost of labor is higher here than in other countries. So there are things that we need to face. We have also the idea that I think Elizabeth mentioned that in the beginning, that labor is being substituted by capital, by physical capital. So we have the issue of digital, of mechanization, etc. So jobs are disappearing. So we have a lot of questions about the industrial policy that needs to be dealing with all these issues. And that's about reskilling, of course, putting the social dimension in it, but a lot of other things that we need to discuss. And I think that's where, as environmental civil society and think tanks, we need to participate to that conversation, but really think about what it means in all sectors. One thing that I think we need to put on the table is that very often we are supposed to ask, to demonstrate that the green transition scenario for the different sectors is producing more jobs than now, or more decent jobs than now. That's very difficult. I believe we shouldn't promise that. We've done that in France on Brittany and the dairy sector, etc. What we can do is to probably reduce the loss of jobs, but not produce more jobs than now. So we need to compare to the business as usual. And I don't believe that DG GROW or the signatories of the Antwerp Declaration have a business as usual scenario that works for jobs, for decent jobs and for income for everybody. So we need to really also think about what is the no transition scenario and how can we also discuss that in the public debate. Last thing, it's about finance and investment. I think that has been mentioned before, but the Social Climate Fund and the Just Transition Fund are not enough for helping. And funds are not enough. There are also lots of other things, but this is not enough. And this is really something very important. And I will concur with something that Michael has been saying at the beginning. We're working with sustainability think tanks in Africa, and their green industrialization process depends a lot on how we can build industrial ecosystems that are transboundary and not just within Europe, but also including players from Senegal, from Namibia, from Kenya, in our supply chains and in our industrial ecosystem, and considered also as people who are innovate and can capture value, and not consider that as a zero-sum game. This is very complicated. This adds even more a problem in the political debate, but I think among ourselves, we need to really put that also as part of the equation, because if we are socially fair in Europe, but if the world is continuing to be so unfair, that is not sustainable. That is not viable, even politically and economically.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your reflections, Sébastien. And now I'd like to turn to Michael, last but not least. So today we specifically heard about the right to clean air in the morning. And I'd like to ask you, how do clean air solutions intersect with the support for a just transition in the European Union? And with respect to that, how do the social impacts of these policies and their level of society acceptability factor into this dynamic?
Brilliant, thank you, Chiara. So I guess when speaking about clean air solutions, I could give some examples of our work in two sectors which prioritize most of our time through our European program, notably clean heating and clean transport. I'll start off in Poland, because quite a lot of our funding goes to this specific country within Europe. And in Poland, some 2.5 million households are still burning coal and wood today, which is responsible for around 86 to 90% of so-called PM 2.5 emissions. It's a very harmful air pollutant in Poland. And having family from the south of Poland and traveling there regularly, there are days in winter where you can literally taste the air. It is still a very big problem. The government has put together a clean air program, which I think is only one of its kind in Europe, which is a subsidy scheme to help households exchange their heating systems to a cleaner alternative. And there's three layers to this subsidy, depending on the income level of the household. And for low-income households, one can get up to 100% of the net costs of the exchange of the boiler and the installation. Now, overall, this scheme has been in place for a few years now and is working quite well. We funded some work with the European Clean Air Centre, which did some modelling showing that by 2030, based on current trajectories of cleaning heating systems, up to 30 million Poles will breathe clean air. Currently, it's around 2 million, so that's a 15-fold increase. That's pretty big. And they model that some 21,000 deaths, which could be prevented prematurely. Now, the scheme isn't perfect. I mentioned the term net costs, coverage of net costs. But often for low-income households, it's impossible to cover even the VAT, whether it's 6% or whatever it is on top. There's also fundamental issues with regards to outreach about the scheme to low-income households and helping them, as various cultural reasons, also ingrained in certain coal regions as well with regards to the change of dynamics. So it's not easy, but it is possible to clean your air fast, and I think this scheme could be a kind of beacon of good practice for other countries in the region to follow suit. In terms of affordability and acceptability, and one other sector we focus on, as I mentioned, is clean transportation systems. And notably, Minister Maron mentioned earlier today low emission zones, and we're trying to do our bit to promote their implementation as well. Today in Europe, there's about 320 low emission zones in place and more coming online soon. There's clear environmental benefits to these low emission zones here in Brussels. Bruxelles Environnement published a study recently saying that basically there's been a reduction of 30% of air pollution along the main transport arteries within Brussels over the past 4 years or so as a result of the low emission zone. See, as a cyclist and as a pedestrian, I know there's definitely still some room for improvement, but it's definitely a positive step. So I would just like to say, whilst the benefits in terms of health and reduction in pollution is important, I think a lot of these schemes can result in direct impact on people's daily behaviours, how they drive the car, when they drive the car, if they drive the car, and this can, of course, result in some quite large pushback. We saw that in London with the ultra-low emission zone rollout, and it's a real issue of communication and acceptance. We're really happy to be cooperating with the IEP right now on precisely this point, so looking at what kind of social considerations need to be put in place when designing low emission zones, looking at case studies of 5 particular cities in Europe. I won't mention more because I think I'll get them all wrong, but Stockholm, Milan, Brussels, Warsaw and Sofia, I think, are the 5. And we also have a new cities program where we're specifically working a bit deeper with some of the cities that I've just mentioned in terms of looking at how to work with those who are at risk of both mobility and energy poverty as well, and how we can design policies that can definitely support their integration and their benefiting the systems put in place. So, yeah, those are just some examples I wanted to put forward.
Thank you very much, Michael. And thank you all for this second round of interventions. Now, I'd like to leave the floor to you. So, if you have questions that you put on Slido, by all means, share and please keep at it. In the meantime, we're also going to collect some questions from the audience with the mic. So, Elena will be on mic duties and she'll be supporting us. So, if you want to intervene from the room, please raise your hand. Yes, I already see a couple of hands. Yes, Elena. And yes, and then if there are some questions on Slido, then I will pass the floor to my colleague from Zoe, Christina Miller. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Anna Bayomi from FEANT, the Federation of Homeless Service Providers. And I'm an energy poverty policy officer working on a socially fair energy transition. And I have a question to Ella. You mentioned that you are working on social conditionality and social impact assessment, which would be really important regarding the Green Deal policies. And I would like to ask if you could share a bit more information on this, because it seems very promising and I would be interested on a bit of details regarding that. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Maybe to clarify, I'm not myself working on a social impact assessment, but in my opinion, it should be something that we should do at European level when we design the impact assessments for example, the upcoming 2040 climate target. It has a broad impact assessment, but it should also more broadly integrate and go deeper on the social implications of that target. There are some elements in the impact assessment, but it should be more concrete and with more
more specific information also for the member states and how it will impact different regions, different sectors, to better inform also the decision-making process and the upcoming 2040 climate target framework that we will still have to decide upon. So I'm sorry, that's not really an answer to your question, but yeah.
Yes, a very quick reaction, and then we go to, yes, to Man in Green.
Yeah, sorry for insisting on this, but the other part of my question was on the social conditionality of EU funding that you also mentioned, and that's also a very promising thought. Thanks.
It is indeed something that also came up during a European Conference on Just Transition. It's also something that's mentioned in the ESC opinion, and I think it's really something we should look into, because public funding is, how can I say it? It should be used well targeted, and if we use public funding to finance the transition, it's important that both green and social conditionalities are attached to it. For example, when you look to state aid, it's important when there's funds going to industry that they also are financing or investing in workers, in skills, in training for workers. So that's a bit what I mean with social conditionalities, and it's the same for green conditionalities, that those funds should be well targeted for our environmental and climate goals.
Thank you very much, Eva, for your answer. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Philippe Tulkens from the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation. I have a question that is a little bit technical, maybe, but I would like to know whether you think that the states have enough data on the wealth of people and how it is distributed, so that researchers can look precisely at how to focus best the support, so that it goes to those who need it. In some countries in Europe, in Denmark, in Finland, this is well developed. In Norway, it's very developed as well. But my impression is that in EU member states, and I'm Belgian, and I know that in Belgium the situation is much more complex. So that's a technical question. What are your research needs to propose actually more targeted support? And the other question is a bit more political. In a recent conference, not that recent, on Beyond Growth, Philippe Lamberts, the Green MEP, said that he heard about the just transition mostly in circles of rich people, as if it would be a good way to make sure it's not that just, or it would not happen so fast. What do you think about this affirmation?
So, with respect to the first question, do we have a volunteer in our panel? Yes, I see both. We can go first with Sebastian, then, yes, Elisabeth.
No, sorry, because I mean, I can just know about a little bit an answer in France, and that might not be enough for your question on data. But what I know is that on low emission zones, you really can find easily some data on how to support, how you can target those policies to help those who would suffer most. So around Paris or Strasbourg, etc. There are consultants actually who have a very good database that they can cross with public authorities to try and say which are the diesel cars that are used by specific entrepreneurs that can't change to electrification of their vehicle, and should we target some specific support to them. So this is a French example, just to say that I think we have a lot of data, and the question is not so much to ensure that the public authorities have them, but that we can really build the translation of that data into something that can help the design of the policy to support those who are most in need. But that might be, again, a French example that is not transferable to other member states.
Thank you. Elisabeth.
Thanks. I could talk all day about indicators, so I will try to keep this precise. The short answer, I think, is no, for me. And this has to do with the fact that I think that the data that we have on the environmental side versus on the social side is unequal. And I think the wealth and richness of the environmental data that we have is also largely thanks to the European Environment Agency, also state level, national level environment agencies, also the huge growth in local environmental quality monitoring, citizen science monitoring, all this kind of thing. There's been a huge movement and growth in this on the environmental side over the last couple of decades in Europe. I mean, largely thanks to maybe people in this room, but also national governments in the EU for championing this. And we don't have the same type of information on social topics. And I think crucially there, the issue is also on outcome or kind of lived experience. So if you look at how we monitor funds, if we look at, for example, the RRF, we as Zoe were really involved in trying to ensure that there were what I would call outcome-oriented indicators around measuring the funds, or impact-oriented indicators that tell us more than about how many people were funded or how many places were funded or how much meters of cable was funded, but rather how do you know something about how people's lives changed? And I think on that side, on the social side, we're missing a lot of information, which makes it harder for us to understand the same depth of impact on environment and social. You asked about the first question only. I can also speak to the second. I think I would try, but I would also pass it to someone else.
Thank you. Actually, we'll get back to the second question. So to complete the round, I think Mikael has something to say about this, the first question.
No, just very briefly, I think one of the main proposals is the Observatory for Just Transition, and that is also intended to tackle some of it. It's based on the understanding that there is no, the correlation between environmental policies and social needs are not there. We don't really know currently. But there's a lot of, I don't know, but I also am a bit confused, so you must excuse me, because I think there's a lot of data on inequality, right? Or inequalities, what it looks like in the different countries, the access to social rights, generally speaking, is quite abundant as well. I mean, the coverage of the welfare state, how easily accessible they are, how affordable they are, social security, social insurances, all these things we have. We could always have more, I suppose. I mean, I'm not a researcher, but there is quite an abundance of these kind of data. I mean, we use some of it when we argue for more. So, yeah, we could perhaps benefit from more, but there is a possibility of putting these things alongside each other and see what measures would yield the best results in both areas, I think. But the observatory is, the proposal for an observatory comes from the identified need for monitoring this more coherently and substantially.
Thank you, Mike.
Then I also want to comment on Philip Lambert's friends.
Yes, so about that. So thank you, Mikael, for that. And since time is actually running out and we have to be sharp, so very quick reactions, 2 reactions to the second questions, and then we'll get 1 question from Slido. So.
Can I start?
Okay.
Because
and
I
then.
have it on?
Yes. Okay.
No, thanks. It was a fun question, and I think maybe it has to do with Philip Lambert's friends and his circles. If he only speaks about this with rich people, then yeah, I don't know. Maybe he meets a lot of rich people. I don't know rich people, so I wouldn't know. But I think part of the more serious side of that question lies with what Sebastian said before. I think a lot of the crises that we're currently talking about now, as if they were of the transition or due to the transition or will be happening because of the transition, is the wrong way to look at it. And if you see the just transition needs from that angle, the abundance of people from all walks of life speaking about the need for a just transition are everywhere. From trade union movements, from poverty organizations, from racialized communities, everyone speaks about the different aspects of a comprehensive policy framework for a just transition that speaks about, reducing poverty, reducing inequalities, the need to tackle geographical, regional, intra-city injustices and inequalities. So in that sense, I think a lot of the issues that we need to tackle with a comprehensive just transition policy framework, even if people wouldn't frame it like that because nobody normal would, the different aspects of that policy is covered by the insecurity that Europe and the world is living every day.
So I'd like to have just one very quick reaction, if you have.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was going to say a lot of the same things, but with less of a cheap dig on Philippe. I think the issue with the framing is that it just doesn't say anything. Like, just transition is an umbrella term. What we need to be talking about is the specific, what people are talking about is the specific issues that they're facing.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So we have one question from Slido that Christine Miller from Zoe Institute can read aloud.
Yes,
Thank you,
there are a
Christine.
few questions, and I'm just going to read the top voted one here. But if we have more time, maybe I can add another.
We have time just for one question.
Okay.
Choose wisely.
So I think this can go to any of the panelists. Are there good examples of just transition programs, and what are the lessons learned, and what made them successful?
Who wanna take the floor? Who's volunteering this? Mm-hmm. Can I call some of the speakers who didn't speak before?
I have a list. I do know, really, I do have a list, so I'm sorry I'm spending time. The list that I will not find, it comes from Estonia, it comes from Germany, it comes from different areas in Spain, and basically the success story is the collaboration between the administration, the social dialogue, and the civil dialogue. When you put everyone together, people with the knowledge and people with the money and people with the administrative tools to put forward the transition, then we have success stories. So it's all about dialogue.
Thank you. There's, yes, one other quick reaction.
Yeah, I will keep it brief because I don't have the list in front of my brain. But a couple of years ago, Zoe did a big project analyzing all of the recovery and resilience plans. And we've made a series of country profiles of the ones that we did. And in each of those, there are success stories. So if you're looking for some national level specific examples of good work happening, there's a plethora of them. Just because I can't spit them out right now doesn't mean they don't exist. Two that I would highlight are in Portugal and in Spain. The one in Spain is related to territorial plan around a coal region in transition. The one in Portugal is related to, again, a regional plan around climate resilience, specifically around forestry management, managing forest fires, building community ownership over this, that it's the investment in community governance models over this, and local businesses in the same process. So I obviously don't have all the details in the front of my brain, but you can find those on those country profiles, and they do exist.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So I'd like to close now the floor to the questions and have a lightning round. So I'd like to get a 30 seconds message from each of you, one key takeaway from this session today. And I'll reshuffle and start with Mikael. It's 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was waiting for it to, yeah, okay. Okay, I will repeat myself because this is the main message. And I've learned that if you repeat things enough, then maybe people remember it. We need a just transition policy framework that is comprehensive and that breaks the current understanding of what just transition is. We need it to include industrial policy, trade policy, agricultural policy, social policy, and environmental and climate policies, of course. I mean, we need this comprehensive policy framework that leaves no one behind, but it also brings people in. Huh?
Great. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Mikael. So, Ella.
I will be short. So, since people are at the heart of the transition, its social implications should be at the same level as competitiveness.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, from my side, just wanted to highlight that point of urgency in respect of the climate crisis. And if we want to move fast, we just really need to have everyone on board. So whatever green products or solutions or policies we put forward, they need to be as accessible and as acceptable to everyone.
Thank you, Michael. Sebastian?
Yeah, on my side, I think I heard something that is, I think we would need to discuss further, which is how we build political coalitions. I saw social players and environmentalists build interesting coalitions in France, for instance, the Pact for the Power of Living, that translates strangely into English, but that's really not about green transition, it's about what do we want? It's the power to have a good life. And so these coalitions are very important. They are, for the moment, not right enough politically, but I think we also need to see, and that's a real puzzle to me, what would be the political coalition to bring the social policy higher on the EU agenda, to make it really something, a competence, is that the English word, of the European Union, and not just something that is left to member states, because I believe we are not going to have a solution if that's the statu quo, that there is no real social policy at the EU level.
Thank you, Sebastian. Maria.
Okay, this morning we heard from the previous panel, from Jan, that fear is mobilizing people, and we saw it in COVID. Fear is also stabilizing people, immobilizing them if it's too much. And this is what we need to manage. Uncertainty, fear, we need safety nets for the people so that all together we can move forward. And it's not that we need less environmental policies, but we need to work to step up the social policies that go along with them. And ever since the beginning of the process, the European Economic and Social Committee was calling for a green and social deal. And we have been repeating it all the time, and we will continue doing so.
Thank you very much. I'll now ask Elizabeth to very quickly wrap up and conclude. You have 2-3 minutes top.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I'm going to take a page out of, first of all, thanks for the really engaging and interesting discussion from all the panelists, and also for the questions that came from the audience, and I also appreciate the provocative questions and responses. I'm going to take a page out of the book of Nemica from E3G. Probably some people in the room know her. At the end of the Belgian Just Transition Conference, she had this wonderfully catchy phrase where she said the green transition needs to be fast, fair, and funded. And I thought, yeah, bam, it does. And so I was thinking, okay, can I come up with something while we're here? What does the just transition need? And I think the just transition needs to be systemic, sexy, and sustained. Systemic, talked a lot about root causes. Also, others on the panel talked a bit about this. And this is not just about policies that deal with both issues at the same time, but it's also about social policies, social funding, social challenges for being seen for what they are, and not just about in the context of the green transition. This is about social infrastructure, this is about our social institutions, this is about our care system, this is about our education system, this is about our jobs, et cetera, in their own rights, and the root causes of what's creating injustice there, also in the context of the green transition, but not only. Sexy, we need to move past talking about acceptability and start talking about a future, a positive future that people are actually happy about, that they feel good about, that they imagine themselves in, that they want. The future we want is this expression. Of course, there's UN documents that have called this. Other countries have done citizen participation exercises where they framed it like this. We need to be talking about what people want, actually actively want, and not just what's acceptable. And last, sustained. Well, it needs to happen, it needs to exist, it needs to continue, but also it needs to be planned and it needs to be long-term, and we need to know that we're in it step by step along the way towards that positive future. So if we want that just transition, we need to be planting just transition trees.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Thank you all the panelists. And this is the end of the Just Transition session, so please stay with us. We're having also the closing ceremony in this room as well. So it's been great to have you here, and thank you for this very enriching and challenging discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much again to all the panelists. I would like to ask you for your patient 2 minutes. We are waiting for the other breakout rooms to come here.
any emergency. And all time. Thank you so much, guys, for doing to you and Dara for like.
There, to the end of the day, it's really the last panel, conclusive panel. Please take a seat, and so that we can start. Thank you.
And this will be live streamed in this one.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are at the conclusive panel of the day. We will try to take a step back again, look at the bigger picture, and focus on the recommendations for ensuring the resilience of the Green Deal. It's a continuation of the panel we had in the morning as well, somehow. So I'll give the floor to Ben Reynolds, the IEP UK Executive Director. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mattia. Welcome, everybody. And as Mattia said, this session is dedicated to the building of the recommendations for ensuring the resilience of the European Green Deal. And I am Executive Director of IEP UK, so we are a sister organisation bringing some of the best ideas in terms of environmental policy from the rest of Europe into the UK. I'm very pleased to be joined by Patrick Anthony Child, the Deputy Director General of DG Environment, Maria Jose Sanz, who's the Scientific Director at Basque Centre for Climate Change, Etienne Hanon, who's the Science and Policy Manager at the Belgian Climate Centre, Chiara Martinelli, the Director of Climate Action Network Europe, and Esther Azim, the Director of WWF European Policy Office. We'll be hearing a few minutes, we'll be hearing short presentations from each of them shortly, and that will then be followed by a panel discussion and an opportunity for you to ask some questions from the audience, and then a final sum up. I should also just, for those who are joining on the live stream, we do have an opportunity for you to raise questions, and indeed anyone in the audience can use the Slido, which you can log into from there to ask questions, upvote questions, but we will be handing around mics as well. I just wanted, I suppose, to say a few words to kick off from a UK perspective as an outsider, and I know that this has come up throughout the day around looking beyond the EU, even though obviously this is the focus of what we've been talking about, to think about what that outside context looks like and the impact of the Green Deal on other countries. And I think from a UK perspective, we've looked on very enviously at the programme the EU has pursued, but can see the real importance in the leadership that this plays for actually driving forward higher ambition in a UK context, I'm sure, in other countries as well. When the Green Deal was first put forward, von der Leyen called it a man-on-the-moon moment for Europe. And I think today has really helped establish how we've made it beyond liftoff and into orbit. Hopefully this session is about discussing how we stay on course and how we land this grand project. So listening to some of the sessions earlier, I think there's a number of themes, a number of questions that have been raised. Where does the Green Deal need to go further? And what areas might there still be traction to do so after the elections? How do we ensure we leave no people and place behind? As Minister Maron said earlier, there can be no decarbonisation without democratisation. How do we build a better narrative? In the wake of farmer protests, is the Green Movement equipped to provide an equally compelling narrative to ensure that the Green Deal stays on track? This was something that the director of the EEA said earlier. How to make a better case for environmental policies to help other priorities, help deliver other priorities, be they economic, social, or health? How do we articulate the savings from actions and the cost of inaction? How do we create a level playing field, providing businesses with certainty inside and outside the EU? How do we deliver better, smarter implementation and legislation? As Yanez said earlier, what is needed to make it more implementable? I don't actually know the answers to those, but fortunately, I am joined with lots of people who do. So I'd like to hand over first to Patrick. Patrick, do you want to respond to this question?
Well, thanks very much, and very happy to be here, and thanks to IEP and the Belgian presidency for organising this. You know, if we're all here together, it's because there aren't sort of perhaps pat answers to all the questions you raised. But I think it's a very important and timely discussion. The midterm review of the 8th Environmental Action Programme that the Commission adopted just a few days ago, I think gives a good overview of the progress that has been made in recent years. And there has been real progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving air quality, and mobilising funds for the green transition. And so the basic message in the report is one of, I think, hope that the 2030 targets are still within reach, even though I think we all recognise that very, very significant further efforts are going to be required in order to sort of push us in the direction, in particular, of more sustainable production and consumption. We see the figures from 2010 to 2021 for the consumption footprint in the EU going in the wrong direction by about 4%, and we don't see immediately that'll grow further by 2030 if we continue on our present essentially linear consumption patterns. And so I think that a big challenge that we face is really to sort of mainstream circularity and the circular economy principles from its present rather sort of niche status. But I think I'd just like to highlight perhaps 3 points which I think speak to the idea of sort of transition governance that has run through, I think, many of the sessions today. That we need to think about 3 things. First is the implementation of the Green Deal legislation and policy. Second, we need to think about funding, particularly as we approach the next multi-annual financial perspectives post-2027. And more generally, we need to think about how we embed more deeply green and sustainable thinking in our economic models. So just to unpick those 3 things a little bit. I mean, firstly, on the legislation, I mean, we have seen a really amazing boost in legislation under the European Green Deal, and even in the present more challenging geopolitical context, we're still sort of working through the fallout of the COVID pandemic. That nevertheless, successive presidencies, including the Belgian presidency, have made really solid progress in getting the European Green Deal environmental legislation on things like industrial emissions, air quality, the circular economy, eco-design. And of course, we were all very disappointed that we didn't get the vote on the nature restoration law in the Council this week, but we count on Minister Marron and the Belgians to continue to work on that with a view to getting it decided still during their presidency. But the sort of core legislation, the primary legislation we've got is just a start. And I think there's still a lot of work to do, particularly in the circular economy, on delivering and sort of fleshing out the legislation with implementing acts, delegated acts. I mean, I think just on the circular economy alone, the next Commission mandate will have us doing 150 pieces of implementing legislation, and we need to make sure we have the capacity for that. We also, I think, need to change the way that we work with member states in order to help them with the delivery and implementation of the legislation that we have. It means ensuring that they, not only are exposed to infringement procedures where there are clear failure to meet EU legislative requirements, but that we also work with them in a sort of spirit of partnership in order to help them develop the administrative capacity, delivery mechanisms, and harnessing the full potential, I hope, of digitalization. And at the same time, we need to, carry with us the business community in order to help them digest also this very significant new body of legislation. On the funding, as I said, my second point, we will have the opportunity with the next multi-annual financial framework when we make proposals in 2025 for the post-2027 cycle And there I think three things will be important. Firstly, that we need to make the mainstreaming of funding for the green transition more effective. I mean, we already have some good experience with sort of targets of the percentage of all spending which needs to be devoted to climate and biodiversity. I think we need to take that a step forward further and make it even more effective for the green transition overall, including sort of challenging areas like the common agricultural policy. And I know you've been some comments on that earlier today, which I will not return to. I think secondly, we need to make sure that the sort of green and sustainable thinking that comes from principles like the do no significant harm by the taxonomy for sustainable finance are fully embedded, and that's already been done now in the new financial regulation, and therefore will flow through into the next MFF. And I think further we need to work and develop our thoughts for green budgeting, and there we had a conference I think last week with our colleagues in DG FISMA. Thirdly and finally, on how do we sort of work to anchor the transition in the economic model. I mean, there's growing evidence and growing sort of ownership, I think, of this discussion in the sort of serious financial community, whether it's the European Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, really highlighting the proportion of, for example, bank loans which are directly to companies that are very dependent on ecosystem services, or indeed, the awareness, the growing awareness that nature, climate, environmental risks increasingly need to be embedded into business models and sort of understood in boardrooms alongside the other sort of risks that they are dealing with. And then we need to accompany this also with the way that we, in the European level, manage our economic governance tools like the European semester, and see how we can further embed those sort of national plans for things like climate, energy, the CAP strategic plans into the way that we then manage and deliver our EU financial support. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Maria, can I hand over to you?
Yeah, I believe probably more general, but I think Patrick said something which is very true, which is that the Green Deal is a complex setting of instruments. And complexity is usually not well understood and needs to be conveyed with different types of languages depending on the audiences. And I think if we want to make the Green Deal resilient, we have to ensure that we use the proper language for each of the audience we want to buy in what the Green Deal means. But at the same time, we have to maintain its ambition. We have to understand that the complexity will have to be there. There is no way to do something like this in a simple way. And therefore, we have to convey that to every single actor that has to contribute to its deployment. And that means that it's not only about the member states and the governments, it's also about every single sector, it's also about every single social group needs to buy in what the Green Deal is. No? And at the same time, we have to ensure that it's by all understood that the idea of the Green Deal is to preserve and enhance the well-being. And I use the word well-being and not welfare because I think the nature issues are something that are percolating quite deeply in the Green Deal. And the concept of well-being encompasses both, encompasses the health of the ecosystems that sustain us, plus the welfare of the society. So I think that we need to be very, very good on conveying these type of messages. On the other side, the complexity is also related to the fact that we have many member states. Member states have subnational levels of governance, which are also very diverse. The values across Europe are also very different. The cultures are also very different. And these condition the way people understand the complexity and the transitions that are coming. And we have to be very careful on how we convey how those instruments are going to be acting and producing positive impacts in their lives, in their business, while respecting their culture and their values. And I think these parts are less, let's say, sexy because it is much more complex. It's much easier to say we're going to introduce innovative technology and so on. But then when we need to work at the level of the communities, at the level of the subnational levels, it's very, very important to continue to convey very clear narratives which are always highlighting the positive rather than the negative. And in that regard, sometimes I feel a bit uncomfortable when we talk about the cost of inaction alone, rather than saying what is the benefit of action in the first place. So I think that's very important in terms of ensuring the resilience of the Green Deal. It's also very important because the complexity of the instruments, sometimes the instruments can lead to inconsistencies when you try to use them all together, or sometimes even conflicts. And I think we have to, if we want to really continue to push for the Green Deal and make the resilience of these, we need to ensure that we assess properly if there is a chance of those inconsistencies and conflicts, and try to minimize them. Because we are dealing with very complex sectors like land use, like agriculture. We've seen what's happening those days. We are going to do a massive transition in the industrial sector, which will compete for the land, for example. The energy transition is also, very, very much accelerated at the moment. And it is very likely that despite of that we thought that the instruments were appropriate for the purpose, we may need to reassess them and fine-tune them in a way that they become more synergistic. So I think that will contribute to this resilience. And then I'll move to my side. My side is the production of scientific knowledge. And I think for supporting a transition like the one that we are facing, we need to ensure that the knowledge we are producing and the knowledge we have is properly integrated, and that we have spaces for discussing about how to use this knowledge in the context of the transition. And being very assertive in the way the gaps are identified, and that the data and the knowledge become common goods for the society to portray this transition. And I think Europe can be a very good example of how this can be done. So enabling spaces for the scientific community, and not only the scientific community, because the knowledge is not only scientific knowledge. Knowledge is far more than science. So I think, spaces for knowledge integration, spaces for understanding that the knowledge and information is a common good, it will be necessary to be enhanced. We are all talking about these FAIR principles in terms of knowledge and data, no? To be fair, to be useful, to be reusable, and so on, interoperable. But I think we are not effective enough on bringing all this data and knowledge to be, for example, interoperable, that can be used by different communities at different scales of governance and be translated in the proper manner. So I think this is something that we have to reinforce in the context of the Green Deal. And that gives me to the point of the governance. Governance is fundamental. And we have a very complex governance in Europe, probably much more complex than in any of the big economies in the world. And this can be a barrier or can be an opportunity for doing things better. And I think we have to think how we can use the levels of governance we have in Europe in a way that they become an accelerator rather than an obstacle. And that includes also not only the formal governance instruments, but also the soft governance, which is more related to how society auto-organize in order to also contribute and accelerate the change, or the opposite. And then I think just to conclude, I would say let's move to narratives and discourses that are adapted to the audiences, respect the values, and at the same time do not deviate from the overall direction that we want to have and the goals that we want to achieve. And that will require ownership at all levels. We had some experiences in Europe with the citizens' assemblies, which were amazing, because just by giving spaces where you can have more information, you can digest this information, and you can feel that you have ownership and you can propose, the citizens showed very good skills on really aligning with the goals that were pre-established at the European level and at the country level. So I think we have to take advantage of that. And my final point is, things are moving, and things are moving sometimes faster than we were able to project. The responses have to be equally fast. And I will put an example. The energy transition is moving. So the way that citizens, for example, are engaging into changing the model of energy in their households is amazing. But the response sometimes is too slow. And that will discourage citizens to continue to accelerate this change, for example. No? This is a very tiny example, but that's very important. And my final remark is, the public sector has a governance which is well established, but the private sector doesn't. They are following regulations and being constrained by policies and by public instruments, but not completely. And I think it is also necessary that the private sector, the big private sector, the sector which is globalized, in a way also find ways to keep the direction, the right direction. And unfortunately, there is not clear instruments for that now. There are some emerging interesting instruments, like the clubs, for example, by sectors, but there is not the same sort of structure than we have for the public sector, which means that the public sector has to play a big role also on trying to keep the right direction for the private transitions.
Thank you, Maria. Lots of food for thought. Hopefully we can come back to you in the panel. Esther.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon. So we were also discussing before coming here, because I think it's so gloomy these days. And then we thought, well, I think despair is not an option. The stakes are far too high for the planet, for nature, for ourselves, and for our economies. So something that we've done in WWF is, okay, let's check the facts. So we've checked the manifesto. Well, we sent surveys to the main European political parties to check their stances on climate and environment against our own recommendations. And we had a good number of responses. Others didn't want to engage, but we managed to get hold of them. And it was very interesting is that there's really one of the highlights is there's unanimous endorsements of all the parties, including one that we won't name, to further in the European Green Deal and make it really a top priority in the next cycle. And the parties really share concern about climate change being a primary concern, ending fossil fuels, moving to a 100% renewable energy system, and even talk about, protecting nature or nature-based solutions. So what I'm now ask myself is, okay, what we are seeing now is double-speak because we are having elections. Is a genuine political commitment? Is just paying lip service? And I think the coming months will tell us, but I think as citizens, I think this is also a duty that we have in the campaign to really challenge those parties about, okay, what you are committing and actually what you are going to deliver if you ever get elected. And I would like to continue on what you said, Maria Jose, about the narratives, because this is something that not just WWF, we are working now in the elections with Can Europe and others as well. This is, as I said, this is we cannot allow ourselves to go for despair. So what we are seeing emerging as really positive and promising agendas is these new narratives around people, around nature, and about investments as well. And as you said, not just the cost of inaction, you said, Maria Jose, but the benefits of action as well. And I'll just pick some that maybe you've discussed throughout the day, but clearly, when we talk, for instance, okay, nature restoration law creating a lot of controversy, but if you talk about climate adaptation and using ecosystems, ecosystem-based climate adaptation, this is a very promising and positive agenda because you can really see the win-win benefits. Benefits for mitigation because it sequesters, CO2, but also adaptation. It prevents soil erosion. Imagine if you restore forests, soil erosion, cooling down, some places. And then it brings also co-benefits for local communities very clearly, for employment, for recreation, for our own health as well, and of course, for nature itself. And at the end of the day, if you make the calculations, they are less expensive than the grey solutions and easy to maintain over the longer term for the same level of risk reduction. But of course, the core of the thing, and Patrick alluded to that, is how we support that, you know, how we also support landowners, forest owners to engage into that as well with private financing and public funding as well. That's a big question. The other narrative that it was just discussed in the past, in the previous panel, is clearly a just transition across all policy sectors. And I think I won't go much into the detail because you've extensively discussed, but we really need to see the social impact, the social cost, the vulnerabilities of different peoples across, that has to be carried out across all policy areas. Michael, you referred to that. It's not just the just transition mechanism or the European Social Climate Fund. We need to get it in the common agricultural policy, in the common fisheries policy as well, because we are seeing how important farmers and fishers are also, you know, for our present and our future. And something that I actually wanted, it was not in my notes, but you made me think about that, is when we talk about people, people is also us, you know, working in our different organizations in different capacities. And some of the successes we had in the European Green Deal, it was because hundreds of organizations came together with the support of companies and the support of citizens to make some laws a reality. And I really see that this is what we are going, but what we will really need to do in a climate where I think our opponents will be very vocal. But a lot of the companies really want to continue, you know, with, you know, regulation or not, but they want to continue in this path as well. And we see the need, and we see the opportunities as well. And we see which are the future-proof industries as well, that they want to continue in the path. And I think Chiara will pick on this as well. So I know it sounds very blunt, but truly collaborations, I think, will be at the heart of ensuring the resilience of the European Green Deal going forward. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Stop for now. We'll definitely come back to that. Thank you. Etienne, did you want to come in?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you for organizing this event and for inviting me in this panel. Well, when hearing everything that was said today, I think that we all are very much convinced how important is the Green Deal framework, how unique it was, how a game changer it was, and how it is important to preserve this framework or instrument as a pillar of the transition policy in Europe. And of course, we also are very much aware of the risk, the new challenges, the new context worldwide and in Europe, and all the challenge and the threats and the risk for the Green Deal. So what I just would like to emphasize here is some of my reflections about the conditions to keep this very unique and very original instrument, in fact, because I think it's somehow unique in the world in terms of consistency of such a large set of complementary policies and legal instruments in such a wide range of sectors, aiming at one central goal, which is the green and just transition. So we really need to keep alive the acquis of this instrument and to keep it, as I said, as a pillar of the EU transition policy. But for that, there are some conditions that needs to be met. And the first one that I see is that we shouldn't make any compromise on ambition. We do not negotiate planetary limits. We do not negotiate with the climate system. And we have to resist the temptation to lower the ambition, no pause in the implementation, not turning back. This is very important for the credibility of the policy package too. Another point which is important to me is that we need to ensure that this framework and the instruments that are part of it needs to be flexible and adapt to new realities and challenges. So we need an agile, dynamic, evolutive system that pulls up all the legislative initiatives in a dynamic approach. Another point for me, which is important, is the coherence between the internal and the external EU action. It's about the credibility, of course, of the European Union, its reputation. We need absolutely to do internally what we are claiming outside. And of course, one example is that the EU position is a very strong and ambitious position in the climate talks in the UNFCCC process. When we ask to accelerate the phase-out of fossil fuel, we advocate very much to that on the international scene. We have to do the job, of course, at domestic level. This is very important. It's also important that the EU action is readable and visible and transparent for all the actors in society and for the citizens. So we need to obtain and to maintain the adherence of citizens to the Green Deal by or with pedagogy and with very readable policies that make sense to the different actors and to the people. We need leadership. The decision taken must be supported and promoted by the leaders in a credible and sincere way. It must be a collective effort to support the decisions that were taken, and not only in Brussels, but also at home when we go back in our capital. Another element, it also relates to the adherence of society in general. All components of society need to be on board in order to ensure ownership. Everyone at every level is an agent of change, so the political process must support and promote the change in each layer of society, and everybody needs to feel as an actor of this change. And then I come, of course, to something which is closer to my business, I would say, in the Belgian Climate Center, which is the importance of science and of reliable data and analysis. And experts and scientists must be actively involved in the decision-making process. We are facing super complex challenges. Complex crisis calls for complex solutions, so we need to integrate several scientific disciplines and expertise, and also different types of knowledge, not only the scientific one. Multidisciplinarity is really key. And yeah, I think that we should see science and research as a very valuable ally to preserve the EU Green Deal and to safeguard it. And the scientific input can help us in many ways. Firstly, by framing and contextualizing the problems, setting the right question. Science doesn't necessarily provide answers, but it helps to formulate the right societal question. It helps for fact-checking. Of course, you know that we live in an era of fake news and disinformation, so fact-checking is really important by scientists. Scientists are also very valuable to familiarize people with new concepts, with new or disruptive ideas, and they can contribute to modify the mindset and lift psychological or cultural barriers, which is very important to have a quiet debate, not polarized as it is too often in the current society. It's also very useful to imagine the future. Scientists are also making foresight, and it may help to anchor the current action in a storyline and get more support for new policies, transformative policies. And well, as a whole, I would say that science may help to increase the acceptability of new policies by presenting in an objective manner the risk, the trade-offs, the challenges, the policy options, and allow quiet debate based on arguments. And it is, in that sense, very important as an input in participative and democratic participation processes. I will stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chiara, do you want to?
Yes, so thank you very much, and thank you for this day. It has been really interesting to also go throughout the different sessions, and I'm trying to many things has been said, so I will try to be very brief, because I think it's interesting also to hear like what what people have to say here in the room. I mean, maybe building on what some people already raised, and also to the plenary this morning. I mean, you said, like, you know, there is a lot in these debates in these days in Brussels. There is so much worry and so much of fatigue as well, that I think we do have a role of, as people like engaged for this cause, like to a little bit, as you said, move from despair to possibility. But also I was thinking, like, by preparing for today, that we can speak about building a context that is building the resilience of this European Green Deal, but we should also speak about this tool or this framework, this deal, can be resilient. Because I think this is a little bit building, I mean, many of the things that you said, I would subscribe, Etienne. You spoke about conditions for this tool to be resilient, but I would say is also really to fit for purpose and to answer to what actually people want and people needs. So I think we should stop of saying that people don't expect that climate action to move forward. I think they build resilience if that is not getting closer to solve their needs and their issues. This is where we will face resistance. So I have 5 minutes, so I tried to put it in 5 words. So my first word is emergency. And some people already mentioned that, and I think this morning was very clear with some of the speakers, like for the European Green Deal to be resilient, it needs to be rooted in science, it needs to be rooted in the emergency that we are facing. So I think this is my first word. And when I say emergency, I'm not only referring to the climate emergency, I'm referring to more kind of all this set of crises like that we see humanity is facing, including like the instrumentalization of communication and disinformation that you have been mentioning, that make all our work very, very difficult. But also I wanted to bring back like the increasing of the impacts of climate change. And I think we don't speak enough in this campaign about what the next actually couple of years will look like in Europe and in the world when it comes to the impacts of climate change. My second word is scale, so is in relation to that. So yes, I think all the speakers said very clearly, like we are here to also protect somehow a European Green Deal that represented an unprecedented set of legislations that we want this to be an acquis. We don't want any drawing back, but there is a but, because I think yes, to be resilient, this deal needs to address the gaps that Esther mentioned that we identified so far. And those gaps are nature, people, and the investments needed for the transition to happen. So my third word is numbers, and for the ones of you who knows Kind Europe, there is no Kind Europe speech without numbers, so I'm sorry for that. But I think and I have a couple of numbers that I wanted to mention here. I think the first one that unfortunately I didn't hear much today is 2030. Because yes, as you said, Etienne, we don't want to give up on ambition, but to not give up on ambition, we need to scale action already in this decade. And I think the science is very clear on this regard. And actually, we do have in Europe instruments such as the National Energy and Climate Plans at national level that are an amazing tool to make sure that this set of legislations is trickling down to the national level and help us to actually overshoot the target that we put for ourselves. This is, to me, the ambition that we need now. And the second number is 2040. I mean, we have been discussing a lot in the last weeks about this 90%. And we do call on everybody to make sure that we protect the 90%, especially in the European Council. But I think it needs to be very clear that is this, and Etienne, you will correct me if I'm wrong, but 90% is just the bare minimum. So again, like we cannot avoid any drawback. My fourth word is 100 is actually a few words, 100 renewable energy system by 2040. And here, I mean, I'm building on what Etienne said. The EU has been very good in the last years in profiling itself as a champion when it comes to the UNFCCC talks. But yes, I mean, we need to put our house in order as well when it comes to phase out from fossil fuels. And when I'm saying that, it means that we would like to see very clearly in the next strategic agenda and thinking about the next European cycle, concrete trajectory to really and truly phase out in Europe from coal, oil, and gas. And then, I mean, in relation to that, I just wanted to mention, because I think it came out in different sessions today, when we say, yes, the European Green Deal represented an enormous acceleration for rollout of renewables, but again, like, we cannot afford ourselves to lower the bar when it comes to protect people and nature in this rollout, and how we can ensure that this acceleration is with conditionalities. And my fifth point word is economy, and we have been having interesting exchanges, even at lunch today, and I mean, there is a lot going on in this room and this group of people here about how do we reorient the economy that is fitting within planetary boundaries. And I think this is an important priority that should be, first of all, for everything that has been said when it comes to research, thinking, coming together, like how do we really make sure that we have a bold vision and a bold strategy on that regard, and that is, to me, I mean, what Esther said, functional, to make sure that this transition is just and that the most vulnerable communities are also supported on this. And I will finish with a comment on the context that we are living, because I guess many of us are also following all the EU debate in these days and the campaigning. I'm a little bit worried because I hear a lot about this looming industrial deal. I mean, I think we need to be vigilant on that regard. Don't take me wrong. I think we do need an industrial transformation and we do need an industrial decarbonization, but we need to make sure that this deal is not replacing the holistic and systemic ambition of the European Green Deal. This cannot be the only deal that will have to kind of guide like the climate action and energy transition for the next years to come, and it needs to come with the strong environmental and social conditionalities if we want to make the step further into the implementation of the European Green Deal.
Thank you, Kira. So I'm going to add to your 5 words with, I suppose, 5 of my own, which I think sort of sum up some of the themes that we've been going through and would like to come back and touch upon. Communication, ownership, knowledge, science. But first, I wanted to start with implementation, Patrick. And you talked about smart implementation, touched on that. I just wondered if you could maybe touch upon what good practice you would point to, and what are the levers, particularly policy levers, to ensure this effective implementation actually spreads?
Well, different dimensions. I mean, firstly, I mean, you heard, I think, earlier from Lena from the Environment Agency. I mean, they are doing fantastic work, I think, you know, in pioneering new digital solutions to monitoring and implementation of legislation, and they provide us with a huge amount of the raw materials that we need in order to see how things are going, and to measure progress, because if you can't measure things, you can't manage them. And I think that we need to support them in that work as well. I think, but when it comes to how member states are addressing the challenge and how we think about our relationship with the member states, I think we do have an opportunity in the sort of looking ahead in the next mandate to join up better the different instruments of policy that we have available at national and European level in order to accompany delivery of policy. I mean, the best example that I've got, that I've experienced recently, is the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, which requires massive infrastructure investment in member states. And we've just now agreed a very significant and very welcome, I think, improvement in the standards in that directive. But we see that member states are using structural funds to a very large extent in order to pay for those investments. But there's no sort of real linkage between the two. It sort of happens a bit by accident and a bit sort of, in different ways in different member states. And I think that the opportunity that we have to build the links between legislation and what member states have to do to deliver legislation with the way that we spend our funds, with the way that we use our sort of convening power also to bring in the private sector business to attract the private investment, and not just see implementation of legislation as a question of institutional adoption. We go through the co-decision process, we then have legislation, we then look at member states and see how they're getting on, and if they don't do it, we take them to court and we fine them. I mean, we still need to use those instruments, of course, but I think we need to be more sort of comprehensive in the way that we talk about. And I actually prefer the word delivery to implementation, helping member states to deliver on the policies that we will subscribe to in the European Green Deal. And just to comment on the question about the resilience of the policy, I mean, we have no choice but to have the resilience of the European Green Deal. I mean, we can be distracted from day to day by looming elections and the war in Ukraine and all of these things. But the growing evidence that we have these sort of systemic challenge to deal with of climate pollution, biodiversity loss, is going to continue to sort of push at the political system more and more, and we are just then in a position to frame the right responses and help with that. So,
thank you, Patrick. And to touch on the last thing you're saying about framing, Esther, I wondered if I could come to you. I'm just wondering about, you talked about developing compelling narratives, and positive narratives at that. I'm just wondering, where do you see those narratives need to be landing that they're not? Who needs to be voicing those narratives that isn't, or who needs to be hearing those narratives that isn't? And I suppose, building on the work that you've done, what do you see as the next steps around, I suppose, building better narratives?
Good question. Well, I think we all have roles to play depending where we sit in the whole system. I think for me to start with, because that's the period as well, there's a huge responsibility in political parties. I mean, some of them are partly responsible, and it's not to name and shame, but of the current situation that we are facing. And just ignoring rules, and Patrick already heard me say that, rules that they are bound by, by the treaties, by all the pieces of legislation. So they have a primary responsibility, because otherwise, how you explain to your constituencies the tricky deals that you do in Brussels or in your national capitals. There's a huge issue here of being consistent. And one of the successes of the European Green Deal is, despite all the pieces of legislation maybe not having the ambition, whatever, but if we make abstraction, is that this European Parliament has been able, and I think, Sebastian, you alluded to that, to have majorities to continue the change. So I think there's a lot of responsibility on political parties, and national governments also sometimes pulling the strings behind the parties. That's very clear. The second, I think you said that, Patrick, I think is the implementation. Because if we want to see the impacts on the ground, we'll have to implement the whole packages of legislations. And this is where we will be able to tell the story that this is not burden, that is actually enabling progress and change. And there are many ways of the reporting. So we like this idea of the smart implementation, because there is also something about how you create also incentives at national level, how you create processes, with all the national plans and the member states need to do, how you bring the stakeholders on board, to make it more participatory as well. And then I think there's also a role, and we've discussed a lot, I think for the private sector. I think for the time being, we are only hearing or listening a part of the private sector, very powerful, very vocal. Chiara talked about the industrial deal, but there are many other industries, as I said, who want to continue the path of the transition, and for the time being, they are a bit like behind the scenes. And if you talk to them, because we had some events, very interesting with the 5 working, and we have many different companies joining, and they are all, you know, sharing the analysis, these emerging narratives. I think they need to be out there as well, to their workers, to the consumers, you know, to their leadership as well. And I think, and I would say, well, all of us, I think we have different levels and degrees of responsibility as well, and power of influence. I mean, that's a reality. Yeah, I hope
Thank you. And I suppose on this theme of communication, Maria Jose.
The media, yes, that's one, the media, yeah.
No, not at all. On this topic of communication, and you sort of, I think you raised within your introduction around whether we've got enough knowledge to actually address the complexities of climate change. And I just wondered, how do you have a good idea, or maybe an example of how best to communicate the complexity of this issue?
Yeah.
And the complexity of the Green Deal as well.
Well, the science community tends to hide behind complexities, right? And I think we have to move away from that. We have to recognize the complexities, communicate the complexities, but at the same time try to find pathways for addressing those complexities that the different levels where we are contributing to can assimilate and own, because that's another problem, you know. The knowledge we have, it is sometimes put in a shape that is too complex to be owned by the one that need to use the knowledge. And there is another problem we have, which is that ourselves, we indeed introduce noise in the way the knowledge is integrated. And that's this new concept of, for example, how we make this knowledge and the information interoperable in a way that we eliminate this noise, which is due to, for example, the fact that we use sometimes the same word for 5 different concepts, right? So that we need to move to a more ontological-based knowledge. And that it will be extremely important for improving the use, for example, of the complex models that we are now needing to make projections and storylines on the future that can help us to convey those narratives that we have been talking about. And in that context, I think we are the ones that need to be more prominent in terms of transparency and accountability. Because we talk in terms of transparency and accountability many times in order to see how the implementation moves. But I think in the production of knowledge, we also have to be transparent and accountable for. And I think that's very important. We are going in that direction, but it still is difficult to bring those communities which are truly multidisciplinary. And even more than that respect and recognize and incorporate the knowledge which is not based only on science. So I think that's our responsibility at the moment. And I believe that we can really contribute to the narratives construction, but that will require an effort that we are not used to do. And I think that's important to be recognized. We can contribute to the implementation by helping to translate the policies and the directionality and the targets into something which is positive. And the other day I had a conversation with a very well-recognized politologist in Spain, and I used the word sacrifice, and she said, no. We just delete this word from our vocabulary. Sacrifice is not what we need to say, right? We need to talk in terms of opportunity, recognizing the complexity, and recognizing that is not going to be easy, but at the end of the road, it will be better for everyone, which is another way to say no one left behind, no? And what we are trying to say those days is, if we don't move, it's not about cost. It's about that you will be worse than you are today in few years. And I'm not trying to say how much is this in terms of monetary terms, but you will be worse. So the idea is to move forward on the well-being. So I think, and the scientific community has a responsibility there, but we have to change our mentality because this will require efforts we are not used to.
I wonder if we might bring in Etienne, because you raised this in your introduction. A couple of the points that Maria Jose just referred to around, well, firstly, what kind of science is actually needed to advance the European Green Deal. But I think you also talked about formulating better questions, asking better questions around around this, and a point you made around bringing other disciplines in. I just wondered, what disciplines do you think we need to be bringing into this?
Yeah, I think that anyway, there needs to be a regular update of science, but usually we hear about climate science, physical science, which is of course very important, but indeed, I think that what is of particular importance now in the current and future process of policy making is more humanities, more social science, economy, behavioral science, psychology, anthropology. All these fields of research must be, we must build bridges between these disciplines and ensure the transfer of knowledge to the decision maker. So I think that we need these disciplines on board. We need bridges. We need inputs from science that are really embedded in the policy processes. And I see some progress in this because you have some obligation. Now there is an EU law with an EU advisory board. There are many steps in that direction, but still we can go much farther, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. We are running short on time, but I'm really keen to bring you in, Kira. Just very briefly, I was just wondering, what do you think the expectations are from other continents towards the EU on the European Green Deal and its resilience? I know you touched a bit upon this.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, first of all, that we put our house in order. I think I said it earlier, especially when it comes to fossil fuel phase out. I think there is an high expectation that we keep what we got, because in the international fora, the European Green Deal has been inspiring other continents and other states. So I think there is this expectation. And then maybe I would say, because I think we can do more to look into the impact of European policies on the rest of the world. So I would say there is probably two main things that are coming top of my mind that we could focus more on, and that there are expectations out there. And this is like the impact of trade policies and free trade agreements. And the second one is like to get a little bit more serious when it comes to the natural resources management.
Thank you. I want to take two questions from the audience, and in response, I'm going to ask the panel to respond and also make a closing remark as well. So.
Thank you. My name is Arthur ten Wolde from Ecopreneur Europe, the European Sustainable Business Federation. We represent SMEs. So there are a few things that have been discussed this afternoon in one of the sessions, but I think insufficiently in the plenary sessions. One of them is the need for a level playing field. Because our SMEs are already on a sustainable path, but there are 25 million SMEs in Europe. I think that number was not mentioned today, and they need to be on board. So maybe this is the private sector that Esther Asin was referring to. And so that's, I think, the first thing. And the second thing is that these SMEs need help, because even if you have a level playing field with a profit for sustainable solutions, then they still don't need how. And the last thing that I think was not mentioned today is market surveillance, because if you implement everything, that would still be paper. You also need market surveillance to make the markets actually work. So how Do the speakers today think that could be done?
Thank you. We'll take one last question. There was that person behind with their hand up.
My question was for Patrick, and he's just run away.
Ah. Well, we're running out of time, so I'm going to ask the panel to maybe address that question around SMEs. I'm not sure if anybody wants to talk about the need for creating a level playing field, market surveillance.
Well, maybe I can. I'm not an expert on SMEs, but I think it's an extremely good question because usually when we respond to the private sector, it is this tendency to respond more quickly and to the big enterprises. But I think in the Green Deal and in the direction that the Green Deal is taking in Europe, there is plenty of opportunities for a playing field. Also related to the fact that we have to balance the localization versus non-localization of our economy. And in this localization environment and in the idea of circular economy, the small and medium enterprises are going to be critical. This cannot be dealt with big enterprises. So I think we have to pay attention to that. We have to pay attention to that, and we have also to look for which, and this also relates to your question on the market surveillance. I think it's not just only a market surveillance, it's to go in beyond the markets and see what are the niches that we are going to look for. And in that relation, I forgot to say something before, which I think is also critical. If we are looking for new niches in terms of small, medium enterprises in the context of economy, more circular economy, in the context of relocalization versus globalization, education and skills are fundamental. We have to produce and to support new skills that will fit those niches. And I think in that regard, we are behind. We are far behind. We had an experience with a landscape of small companies, which are cooperatives in the region where I am living, where the first goal they have in the reflection they are doing in the context of the transition, the next transition, is skills. The future of the jobs. And I think that's something we are not paying enough attention today.
Thank you very much. We are now well over time, I'm afraid. So I'm hoping that you guys will stick around. Any burning closing remarks and any other questions from the audience, we can have that conversation over the networking cocktail, which will be happening shortly. But first, I'd like to hand over to Antoine, who's going to make some closing remarks. But before Antoine comes down, I'd like you all to please give a round of applause for the panelists.
Would you like us to leave?
No, as you please. I mean, you've been in front for a while, so you might want to.
Thank you.
Is that really as you prefer? Should I send? Is this working? Yes. Yes. Okay. I suppose I can stand. Okay. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're still with us after such a day of talks and thinking and just sharing all of these notions that we're facing at the moment. It is my great duty to summarize everything that's been said for over 8 hours today, and thank over 100 people who are behind the organization of this event in 10 minutes. So bear with me, please. I would like to start with a very quick overview of the thematic session that we've had this afternoon, because there's been some splendid speakers and positions that have been made. On sustainable agri-food systems, it's been mentioned that policy's instruments need to prioritize emission reduction, as carbon removal potentials are difficult to measure and monitor. So prioritize on emission reduction. We must acknowledge that the agri-food sector cannot be fully decarbonized. That's not going to happen. But there are tools, and carbon pricing is one of them within the frame of a larger framework, to move from a high to a low emitting sector. That is possible. A reduction target is needed. It's needed to drive change that happening through planning certainty and the security of investments. We need to have visibility for that, and the target does provide that. And one very concrete to conclude, the CAP should pay for ecosystem services delivered through this pricing tool and with investment in knowledge, because there are complexities right now, and we need to be able to address them, as has been mentioned right now. On the session of adaptation, resilience, and nature-based solution, nature restoration is a necessity for achieving climate resilience. No action is not an option. Simple as that. And there needs to be an awareness raising on the risk of inaction, yes, sure, but also, and perhaps most importantly, on the positive economic and social benefits of nature restoration. It's not about sacrifice, it's about opportunities, and there are including economic opportunities in there. We need intersectoral cooperation. We need to involve the water and the land managers to build trust in our governance systems, in our governance structure, to deliver on nature restoration. Last but not least, there is a large funding gap. We need to phase out environmentally harmful subsidies and toward public and private funding for that transition. This is for these two sessions. The session on just transition mentioned that this just transition needs to be systemic, tackling root causes of, rather than the symptoms of an economic system that is not designed to deliver for the people and the planet. We need a shift in paradigm and mindset to put social issues at the heart of the green transition and beyond even. So systemic, the just transition needs to be positive. We should talk about the future we want, not something that we have to live. Well. And the just transition needs to be sustained. This new framework needs to be designed for the long term. Last but not least, the session on material use and resource management that I had the honor to moderate. Material use is the cause of the triple planetary crisis. I was just talking about causes. Climate, pollution, biodiversity. It's material use at the base of it. And we need a system change to address the situation that we're facing, including through ambitious legislation. These legislations should be geared to upscale a circular single market within the EU. We have legislation on eco-design, recycled content, data flow, financial instruments, public procurement, taxation, for instance. But we need to upscale a circular single market. This is something that also has been mentioned right now, and has been mentioned this morning in my presentation on the barometer. Remember who was at the top of the stakeholders to be involved? Private sector. The private sector needs to be there from the start. They are fundamental actors of change, both large private sector actors and SMEs. They are formidable drivers through whether it's private capital or innovation, or both. We need to have them on board, and they are wary of new regulation. So they need to be brought on board from the start. I think that's a message that resonates throughout most of the sessions that we've had today. I hope I've made justice to everything that's been said today. It's probably not, but this is the time I'm allocated. What's next? We'll publish policy brief, including recommendations on these 4 different topics, and 1 policy brief taking into account the main messages that have been heard in the high-level and conclusive panel. This is the way for us to forward to produce evidence-informed policy recommendations. This is what we do. And we can then effectively communicate them to policymakers and implement it on the ground. And some words of thanks now, as the final words. As you all know, the conference has been organized under the auspices of the Belgian presidency of the Council of the EU. We would therefore like to thank Minister Alain Marron, Minister of Government of the Brussels Capital Regions, responsible for climate change, environment, energy, and participatory democracy, who supported the conference since its beginning. And his support as a host and keynote speaker, including this morning, has been instrumental in the possibility to bring into life this conference in such an impactful way. We want to thank the members of the Think2030 community and the members of IEP membership network, the TSE members, some of which I've seen today in the conversation. I want to thank in particular, for instance, those that have been here who have supported the implementation of these sessions, our sister organization, IEP UK, but also BT3, AMO, Sensei, IDRI, Ecologic Institute, among others. I would like to thank some organizations which actually supported some thematic sessions, the Science for Policy sessions. I would like to thank, for instance, the Institute with Elizabeth and Christine, who has been co-organizer of the Just Transition session. The FAIR Initiative, who supported the realization of the panel on agri-food policies. And of course, the high-level panelists that we've had this morning. Anna Maron, Janez Potočnik, Lina Ila Mononen, Saskia Brickmont, and Veronika Safrankova, who set the stage for such meaningful and impactful conversation that we've had. Last but not least, all the speakers, moderators, new partners, old partners who made the conference possible, including, of course, a big thank you to my EP colleagues who have been here to moderate, as a speaker, as moderators. You've seen them on the welcoming booth. You've seen them walking all around, being busy. This would not have happened without them. And I would like to end on that. We've been here all day. We've talked. We've had a nice time. We've talked about serious issues. But this is only because IEP colleagues worked tirelessly for weeks and months to organize this event. So if they could rise, and if you could all join me in find a round of applause. Thank you, Mattia, Susanna, Irene, Carla, Ha, and Dara. Over there. There, you've seen them. Best part of all, you're welcome to stay with us until 8 o'clock for the networking cocktail. Without further ado, thank you very much.